From the start of our journey back in September of last year, we've witnessed some of the most intense, the most determined, and some of the most talented players that we could ever ask for in Japan. That journey is about to come to a close as we are about to experience the culmination of Japan's finals. And you can only experience it here at Street Fighter League Japan. This is the grand finals where everything counts, from the character selection, the team rotation, all the way down to the final battle. And once the dust is settled, we will see a new champion rise from the rubble to be a representative for Japan in the Street Fighter League World Finals at Capcom Cup. For those of you tuning in for the first time, allow me the pleasure of introducing ourselves here for the official English broadcast. My name is Vicious, alongside Senkola, and we've got an amazing showcase for you all today.
It is an absolute honor to be out here. It's a little bittersweet, if I'm being real. This is something I've looked forward to. Many people have looked forward to every single week, seeing the best of the best of Japan, battle it out, train super hard to get to this point. But the sweet part is we get to see the culmination of everything. We get to see Street Fighter V at its highest meta in a team tournament battle. Saishun Sol Kumamoto going up against the Goya Oja Body Star Milodon for a runback of the ages. One that we had already saw previously in the playoffs, where Saishun Sol Kumamoto took down the Goya Oja Body Star dominantly. It was 60, 20, 40-point differential. And then the Goya Oja Body Star had to make their way back in match 3, defeating the previous leaders, V6 Plus MVP Gaming, taking them down. They're not even here. The reward, the winner of these two teams will face off against Good 8 Squad. And man, is that going to be a big bout, because they weren't able to take the win previously. You know they got their eyes hungry to get that W this time.
That's absolutely correct, Senkola. History will not be repeating itself this year, as we have 3 new contenders. Now, one would say Good 8 Squad deserves to be here, seeing as how it played off from last year. But we will see whether or not they have what it takes to change their fate this time around. They have to face off against 2 different Hungry Dogs that we've seen down below. Saishun Sol Kumamoto, as well as the Goya Oja Body Star. They have to face off against each other yet again. And I guess in what sense is a double jeopardy situation, but on a grander scale. And speaking of grander scales, we've talked about what exactly is on the line to become the champion here. You also get to be the representative for Japan over in the big leagues, the World Finals at Capcom Cup for Street Fighter League, but also a very, very hefty penny at that. And we'll talk about that in just a little bit. For those of you that happen to miss the journey, this is going to be a 3-way bout. We're going to see Saishun Sol Kumamoto face off against Nagoya Oja Body Star. First off, in that team battle set that we've been going through month in, month out. And in case you happen to forget, we're going to explain the rules as we go along and establish some of the players as well. But for the most part, this is going to be very, very hectic all the way through. But it's going to be for the better, especially for all the fighting game fans out there.
Yeah, I think it's great that we've seen even the likes of Good 8 Squad lead throughout this league. We've seen things get so, like 5 to 10 points, so close in terms of the running to even get to this position. It was down to the wire for the very last episode, couple of episodes. We couldn't even tell, anyone couldn't even tell who was going to make it. But I think that's really great. That showcases how strong all these teams are, how hotly contested everything is, how much people want to be here. But if you ask me who's going to take it at the end, I couldn't tell you. Good 8 Squad has a fantastic team. You know, you have a Capcom Cup champion. You have an EVO online and offline champion, a World Warrior champion, and a multi-game champion all settled in. That's a boss fight right there if I ever seen one. But Saishun Sol Kumamoto defying expectations. The Goya Oja Body Star finally finding their mark with their characters and their playstyle and their team sort of layouts and things like that. It's going to be hard to call who's going to take it.
One thing is for certain, we are going to be getting top-tier talent. These guys are going to be setting the bar for excellence each and every time. And to be quite honest with you, I share that same exact sentiment. Who will be the ones to rise up in their matchups in that semifinals to face off against the current titans of Street Fighter League Japan? That is Good 8 Squad. It's going to be unpredictable, but I will tell you this. Both teams have had a pretty solid record going into it in regards to their previous bouts against the Good 8 Squad. However, when we talk about these two teams heading off against each other, one would say if they are basing it off statistics, Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto might have the upper hand against Nagoya Oja Bodystar. But the beauty about it is, there's been a significant amount of time in between what happened earlier in the start of the playoffs up until this very moment. Now, mind you, these guys are all trained professionals, but the fact of the matter is, when it comes to being from the loser's side, from that bottom perspective, there's a lot that is really taken into consideration in regards to the counterplay game.
Yeah, I think it's easier to learn from your losses more than your wins. Like, learning from your wins, it's hard to dissect, okay, I did this, this, and this. So, Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto will have to introduce new looks off the bat. For Nagoya Oja Bodystar, it's cleaning many things up that they got wrong. And to be honest, with that sort of dominance that happened with Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto taking their victory, I do think that there's a lot that Nagoya Oja Bodystar Milodam can learn from. But we'll see what happens here. You know, as you pointed out, it's been a couple of weeks, a lot of time to shine. They played the birds, they played punk and things like that. They ran sets, and they've had a lot of time to deliberate on how they're going to get this fat prize pool. It's the lion's share. Everyone's walking away with something. First place getting $5 million. Second place is getting $2 million. And third place is $1 million. Y'all can do the exchanges at home for the yen, but you're leaving with something that you know what they really want. You know that they want that championship level title right there and the ability to walk out and fight the US and the EU in a few weeks, as you see right here, coming in February.
That's something to really look forward to, man. If you guys haven't done so already, please make all the travel arrangements necessary, or at least get yourself some time off from work to enjoy yourselves some excellent Street Fighter V play, considering this is the final year as we see Street Fighter 6 pretty much coming around the corner. You guys do not want to miss the culmination of everybody's hard work, the development of this game year after year, and everything that is really being put on the line for these players. You guys have been experiencing every single CPT up until this point. This is it, everybody. This is going to be the final moments of Street Fighter V, and we get to be a part of this history that you do not want to miss. But going into it, we will be talking about our players. First and foremost, Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto, as well as Nagoya Oja Bodystar. I believe from the away side, it's going to be Nagoya because they were the ones put into the loser side in the first place. But as it is right now, we're still going to be getting our introductions going into all of the matches, going into all of the player profiles and exactly which characters will be picked on the way over.
Right,
there it is.
Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto first, yeah, and Nemo coming up. Favorable team, but they will use a little bit of the home side when they get this, and they will win this. You know, we talked about Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto maybe not being people's first picks, you know what I'm saying? But you see the power of Higuchi and Shuto inside and outside the league. You see Nemo finally acclimating to Urien previously, even though he was able to get the W when they faced off. And Waichimochi, and you see more of that old style. But then you see the combination also of the old and young out here inside of Nagoya Oja Bodystar. Look at this. Powerful players, Akira, Daigo, Fudo, Nariku, all lined up to battle.
And we will be getting a couple of words from both captains on both sides of the teams. And just going into it, I mean, you can imagine a lot of these players. I've been actually paying a lot of attention to the players as they got themselves ready for some of the battles. Some of them took a little bit more of a leisurely route, doing their normal streams, getting some of their ranked games going, and also playing against those that are currently not qualified into the playoffs. But either way, whatever choice of practice they've chosen, best believe they're putting all their faith into that and are looking to play the best that they can. Again, Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto with their roster of Nemo, Higuchi, Shuto, and Waichimochi. This has been quite the powerhouse in terms of diversity and player talent. Then you have pretty much almost the same thing on the other end of it. Right? When you look at the Nagoya Oja Bodystar group, they have a pretty good hybrid of both young and older players, right? When you talk about older players, I do mean the legends, right? We have Daigo Umehara as well as Fudo. Then we have the shining stars of the newcomers. We have Akira as well as Narikun, as you mentioned earlier. There's been so much anticipation to see how some of the newer generation players carry their weight. And I gotta say, they've been carrying it very, very well. And before we get into it, of course, we have our commentators from Japan going into it and getting things started with special guest Storm Kubo. I do appreciate that. He's very much so used to the cracking open of the Red Bull. But of course we have Hameko in the middle. We have Yamato on the left. Aru was actually doing some of the stage hosting as well. But we have, you know, quite the all-stars of MCs.
Absolutely, we have all-stars of players too as well. And you mentioned, you know, the legacy of some of these players, the newness, but how they've been impacting the scene in the past couple of years. There's storylines within these players themselves. What's been going on with them in the league, inside and outside. You know, even recently, speaking of like Higuchi being so strong. Speaking of Evo Japan, by the way, real quick to this, can't wait to see what work they do out at Evo Japan, and also if they leave, you know, out to CPT for the LCQ. Some of them weren't able to qualify. But jumping back to Higuchi, seeing Puck say that he is the strongest Street Fighter V player that he has faced thus far is high praise. And just seeing the work that some of these young players are doing and being able to put on with the scene and taking this game to the limit, like Higuchi himself being like the strongest guy. We see Shuto utilizing a character that people have dropped to the side and showcasing that Yuri is still strong in the meta. There's so many storylines that are with the players themselves, what they're doing with the game, with the characters. It's just, again, thankful to have this sort of, I guess, Street Fighter League Japan team tournament to kind of pull that out, if you will. Kind of pull this sort of meta out of the game.
When it comes to their overall performance this season, I think there's a lot that can be talked about in regards to both the new generation and the older guards, right? You have 4 players that have reached the top of the charts, top of the rankings, if you will, culminating or at least accumulating, I should say, 10 wins overall and having some of the highest point earnings that we could ever ask for. The 2 players that we've seen that from on the side of Saishun Sol Kumamoto have absolutely been Higuchi and Shuto, right? The 2 players that you had mentioned previously being some of the most difficult players to play against from the many different regions that have attempted to. And even against themselves, when they practice against themselves, it's always like an evolving type of like matchup that we've seen stream after stream. They've been figuring out new ways to take down certain matchups. Then on the other end, right, with Nagoya Oja Body Star, you have very familiar people going into it. Daigo Umehara as well as Fudo both have 10 wins apiece. Fudo has 160 points. Daigo has 140 points. And this is not even counting what had happened in the semifinals of the playoffs, right? This is just them going into it before the playoffs even happen. So you have, again, a pretty even playing field between these two. And we're going to see that barrier being broken between the two right now as we set up for Nagoya Oja Body Star. Starting things off on the reverse end, we got Narikun, the White Omen, the Akira specialist coming out here. Now, will this be his time to shine as he didn't get that much play time towards the end of the playoffs? I would love to see what he has in mind going into the grand finale of Street Fighter League Japan. All the while backed up by the attack heavy tank that's your boy Fudo.
That's the GOAT right there, utilizing Poison, Mika, and sometimes Birdie. And I feel like when we talk about strong competitors out here, he's always in that top 8 spot. He's always in contention to be one of the best in Street Fighter history. He's proven it. He's on the stage. He's helped carry this team, as you mentioned, with the point earnings. And we're definitely going to see him use those powerful characters.
One way to follow through Daigo Umehara, the ever-evolving living legend, with that Guile performance that he's been utilizing year in and year out. And that's the expression I love seeing from Daigo. That's how you know he's relaxed, he's ready. But one of the most terrifying players to play off against as well.
Absolutely. And speaking about terrifying, the Lightning Speed Star himself, Akira, has proven to be an absolute threat when all the hits connect. When he is on point, when he is on game, he is very hard to deal with. I feel like he really just falters over to himself. Very emotional inside and outside the game. The leader of this team as well, taking them all the way to semi-playoffs.
Now they have the challenge that has already been set. This has been the time to really establish themselves as the dominant team, especially in the face of the team that's actually put them down into the losing bracket. Now, what kind of answers do they have against this powerhouse of a team, Saishun Sol Kumamoto, who do have the home field advantage? Let's take a look at the players coming out. YHC Mochi to start things off, the Hermit of Shimane, the Dawson that has proven to be one of the most difficult to track down, but also one of the most innovative year after year after year. It's no doubt within my mind that he is the Dawson player to watch, especially when a new game comes out. Hint, hint. I gotta say, pay good attention to YHC Mochi going forward.
They'll be watching him, and they'll be watching what Shuto does, as he has reinvented the role with the character that has been nerfed, and proving that Urien is still strong up in the meta. We've seen him also in these top spots at World Warrior tournaments. We've seen him in top spots here at Street Fighter League Japan. One of the most pivotal players on the team of Team Seoul. You see that notebook right there that even Nemo had to reference. So I would like to see also what Nemo does with that character, but Shuto leading that Urien pack.
And of course, one of the #1 assailants that we've seen in the world, that is Higuchi, the prodigy, the irreverent talent, the Guile main himself, who has been absolutely dominant this year despite his current intro walking out to the stage. I gotta say, he's still one of the most dangerous players to date. And I gotta say also that they are also backed by one of the most violent people ever. The Violent King.
Brute King. Nemo coming through. I want to see what he does today. I want to see him on that Urien pick. When I saw him previously at the playoffs, it felt like he was home. He has the fall. He has the skill to back himself up, but I think he's really at home playing that one-player sort of style with the Urien. And he's been shown that by Shuto, leading the pack, the Violence Emperor himself. We'll see what team comes to a head today to fight Good 8 Squad.
Now, whoever ends up becoming the victor here in the semifinals, I will say this: Nagoya Oja Bodystar, again, also has a pretty decent record against Good 8 Squad in regards to how the battles played out. Sekshukan Sol Kumamoto actually has a pretty even record against Good 8 Squad from their bouts during the playoffs, or during the actual season. So I feel like no matter what outcome happens, I think we're still going to have a pretty solid match between the winner of this and Good 8 Squad for the grand finals.
Check this, order this. This is something I agree with, and this is something that I was looking to see. Like, you put one of the heavy hitters, like the older cats, you put them in the first of threes, and put the speed star somewhere in that first of two. I think in the first of two, he's a lot hotter, he's a lot harder to deal with, and just a solid lineup overall with the characters as well.
Now the guess really comes down to who's going to counter who. Looking at previous records, if we had these players up, Higuchi actually had faced off against Akira in set number 2 during their playoff match, and had fallen a little bit short, actually felt 0-2. I wonder if they're going to be doing that again. But with Daigo, YHC Mochi had been the main counter pick for this play a couple of times over. The last time we've seen a counter to Daigo that actually failed, it was Higuchi who managed to fall short, as well as Nemo. So I think YHC Mochi might have to be the answer going up front. And then for the anchor for Fudo, that specifically is going to be a little bit different. I think, you know, either Shuto or Nemo might have to be the ones to take it in that final match. But we'll see. Yep. It is going to be YHC Mochi.
Called it right. Okay, YHC Mochi coming up in the deck. I felt like when we watched that match back, it made Daigo so uncomfortable, and it felt like even that V-Trigger 2, which has a good way of checking the airspace and getting a lot of damage if you get the hit confirms off the kick buttons of Guile, which he doesn't typically have, didn't really do much. Like, YHC Mochi kind of came into his own. We saw more defense from him, a lot more movement, something a little bit akin to Torimeshi. Maybe not as flighty, but definitely positioning himself a lot more, and just doing more than just utilizing a lot of the economy and normals. It felt like he was off the ground quite a bit and felt really comfortable in that match and was very dominant. It was a 2-0, so I do like this pick. YHC Mochi coming up against Daigo, but this dude is the Batman of the FGC. He will find a way and find an answer in these runbacks.
We're going to need a couple words from our frontmen, setting off Daigo to start things off with the momentum. Obviously, it's going to be a strong choice no matter where you put him, but I think there's a very significant purpose for Daigo to set the pace here, especially with Akira and Fudo following through afterwards. But he did have a couple of words going into it. Daigo had mentioned last time, well, actually throughout the league, I haven't won any matches against Dalsim, so I've had lots of time to prep and practice. Again, we've talked about him being the quote-unquote Batman of the FGC, Batman of fighting games, right? When he's well-versed and well-prepared, he will take down his opponents most of the time. So he mentioned that he's glad to be freed, released from his tough situation, and he's feeling really happy from earlier this morning.
See how happy he is after he fights this Sim player. Again, it was super dominant. We'll get the words from YT Mochi real soon here. But I'm very curious to see what Daigo's going to introduce as a different look. YT Mochi says he'd like to use his benefits because from the home side, his job is to win against Guile in Daigo. He's hoping to fulfill his role. Ganbarimasu. He will do his best. Oh, I did it wrong again. I'm sorry.
No, you had. I'll tell you what. You had 85. I would say okay. Like, you had 95% of it. It was just the ending. That was all. You had 95% of it. That was good. You've been working on it. I know you've been practicing. We'll definitely applaud that one. So, YC Mochi going up against Daigo Umehara. That's something expected. We've seen that from the playoff matchup. We've seen YC Mochi dissect a couple of rounds over to finally get Daigo in a very uncomfortable space. But this is a different story, right? We talked about Daigo and the way he prepares for certain matchups. We're going to see a lot closer of a feud, or expect a lot closer of a feud in relation to what we had experienced in the playoffs.
One thing I want to see is something I saw on FGC Translated where Daigo was utilizing the back heavy punch, which is like the knuckle duster button. 8-frame crush counter button. I've been seeing him utilize that in so many matches. Burning straight. I've been seeing him utilize that in a lot of matchups, and it's very effective when people think they can press a button. You build up so much V-bar. You get that crush counter, get that damage on the deck, and I feel like it's hard for a lot of characters to whip punch to deal with. Sim might actually have an issue with that button. I want to see that utilized because we didn't see that utilized as much in the previous sets. But, you know, Daigo, once again, going back to the lab and saying, I found this new button, I found a new way to play, and I'm going to implement it. I've been seeing him do it on CFN. I want to see how it works out here. But Sim is a hard matchup, I think, for Guile, because when I talk to like Kaba and such and the other Guile players, they say that they kind of have to play it perfectly because Sim is just like such an anti-Shoto character. He has so many ways to get some fireballs. He has so many ways to punish you if you go for the DPs and bait those reactions out. We've seen that happen previously. YC Mochi will not make this easy.
It's going to be up to Daigo to really figure out what needs to be done to set the pace, because I feel like more often than not, like Guile, again, he wants to play kind of like a spacing game. He does have the artillery to do so. He does have normals that are great, but overall, when it comes to playing against Dawson, I think what's really important is being able to close the gap against him and leave him in spaces where he's not able to be as elusive, right? To kind of corner him away from not being able to move back or backdash and use any sort of defensive maneuvers specifically. There's always going to be a way for Dawson to kind of teleport out or maybe jump out, but those are risks that, if correctly read and correctly spaced, you could solicit a very decent punish, right? So we'll see how this is going to play out. I think Daigo is really going to have to set the pace rather than kind of play passive in the first couple of rounds. We'll see if he actually comes out swinging or not, or if he'll hang back and wait and let the projectiles do the talking. So we have a couple of things to look forward to in regards to how the matchup sets up, but I will guarantee you that both of these players will be swinging eventually.
Oh yeah, crush counter butts from either side. Would it be the standing heavy kick of Sim or the back heavy punch of Guile? But you know, on the other side of things, you know, speaking about people coming their own, we talked about YC Mochi finding more methods to play with the Sim character. Let's go to Daigo. I mean, even him, he recently said that he found his way. He found his path with this character. He finally found a way that he wanted to play with Guile. He even said himself, he's a slow learner. It takes him a while. And with the new meta, the new changes, and I don't want to say it kind of punishes you to sling out Sonic Booms, but they do gain more bar, EX bar on block. You have to be comfortable utilizing those normals. So Gucci's shown this. I feel like Daigo's kind of looked to Gucci for a little bit to say, okay, this is how I should play Guile as a template. Let's see how he works out. First match of the day, YC Mochi versus Daigo. Saishun Kanso Kumoto, the Goya Oja Body Star Milladam. Let's get it.
Really excited I'm really excited to see how much practice has been done from both. We're going to see it finally here, going into it. Again, YC Mochi. We talked about this earlier. We're going to see somebody get aggressive, and it's indeed YC Mochi to start things off, trying to get a jump in, trying to anticipate maybe a grounded normal at that, but it was actually the anti-air. But YC Mochi now gets to pretty much command the pace, or so he was in the beginning. Forward throw now.
Oh, this is good. That corner carry. He's got that bar at the bottom for that V trigger. Sweep off the feet. Doesn't have to use it yet. Upside down kick connects. Down forward heavy kick. Yes, sir. No flash kick, though. Maybe too far up. We'll get the throw. Gets another one. It's done. The stun.
Pretty aggressive start from both ends, but it's Daigo who comes up away the victor for the first round of game one. Now, we kind of talked about Dawson getting cornered into the corner earlier, but I will say this. I think YHC Mochi, again, made a grave mistake utilizing that standing heavy kick from that close. It was -4. He did get punished for it, and it led to so much of Daigo's momentum. And speaking of momentum, there's the crush counter, standing heavy punch, continuation after that of the link. Plus frames after this, still in hot pursuit.
He's got that V-trigger. Yup. That V-trigger means you can't get hit with any of these kick buttons or don't go to the skies in the wrong area. Anti right there. Gets a side switch. He's still burning, but Daigo's fine with this. He's okay to roast for a little bit. Get that lead back quickly.
Oh. Not too bad, still recovers. Get the anti-air, the throw tech. I can't believe he just went with it, but he had the V-trigger too, so he was backed up either way. And it's nice and easy from YHC Mochi with a barrage of lights crouching down below, tying it all up. And we're looking at the lead here for the meter. A full critical art from the side of YHC Mochi, and he's been a little bit more passive now.
Finally answers back with the base god Agni on the deck, doing a lot of damage right here. We'll get the side switch. Hex the throw. No back throw. Puts the knees on him. Careful with the sonic boom. Oh, look at that. Able to just fade through, but gets the EX knockdown. Being able to get that EX sonic boom knocked out is so good. And the crush counter too. Caught in the corner again. West to east. It's time for the beast. The beast. Flash kick into the super. This is going to hurt. No, it misses. But Daigo picks it up. 5-second rule.
It was all part of the master plan. Daigo Umehara recovering from a severe fumble. Not being able to get that critical art in the way that he intended to, but still able to get YHC Mochi opened up despite it being his turn. That's actually kind of unfortunate.
But good stuff on Daigo's side. It's one thing for the player to drop, but it's another thing for the other player to pick this up, or actually I should say for one player to drop and then also pick it up. That just shows the mastery of Daigo and the awareness to always stay in the game and keep his head locked in, despite mistakes happening, despite miscalculations happening. But I want to say that Daigo's aggression has been really great. This is what you want to see from Daigo, from a guy players in general, and way different than how he played the matchup previously. He definitely seems a lot readier. We see more of those crush counter buttons coming through, the jump ins, the reads, and YHC Mochi with some of these mistakes that are getting got. You mentioned that standing heavy kick, -4, got punished, and Daigo immediately taken to the corner expeditiously.
Yeah, it's one thing to keep in mind what happens after a critical art from Guile, right? If he were in V-Trigger 1 and that critical art came out and it was blocked, that's a whole different story, right? That's when you're kind of reluctant to even try to move because you are not able to, really. It's not even your turn. But Daigo was in V-Trigger too, so I'm not quite sure what went on through YHC's Mochi's mind during that moment where he blocked the critical.
Not sure either. Daigo definitely runs a lot of that V-Trigger 1, so I'm not sure if he got caught up in the moment, but he's caught up in the corner again. Economy of buttons, better spin here. Got to find a way out. There is that back heavy punch with the crush.
We were talking about it earlier, yeah, that burning straight, being able to catch Dawson in certain limbs, the way that interaction is with the hitbox occupies so much space. But, and I really love the usage of the V-reversal here against Daigo to kind of recreate that space away. Yes, sir. And now YHC Mochi just a couple touches away.
So for the throw, one more hit will do it. Goes for the chip. You might be stuck in it. Yes, sir. Time to go for the V-reversal. You'd still be there in Daigo. On set point.
I even think YHC Mochi had delayed as much as possible to utilize the V-reversal, but a little bit too late. Oh, that exchange could have been so sick. Reverse spin kick.
The throw.
That's gonna be it.
Daigo.
Starting things off with a 2-0. We've talked about this earlier. Daigo, when he spends time in the lab dissecting players, a whole different outcome is what's expected. And I gotta say, that's the closest we've seen to a full-on sweep against any of the Dawson players here in Street Fighter League. That was the most commanding that I've seen Daigo play in a while. But that's only the beginning, right? We talked about the momentum he needed. He set the pace very, very well.
Just a combination of a lot of cross-counter buttons. We talked about the back fist, the back heavy punch, stuff like that. But we saw a lot of the sweeps too as well. I wonder if that's just something where there's not a lot of ranges where Sim can get a fat punish from, and he's willing to take that risk to find reward. Did it always work out? No, but it worked out enough to take him off his feet continuously, get that corner push, and harass YT Mochi in the corner. And didn't really see that good defense from YT Mochi. That was another problematic thing too as well. Daigo locking him in the corner. Now, Akira up on the deck. Who do you send against the speed star himself?
I'd imagine I would want to send somebody who has a lot of control on both the ground and has a good understanding of the anti-air game. That could either be Shuto or Higuchi, to be honest with you. I am very much so inclined to think Shuto might be the one to go up next, considering Fudo is the anchor. But we'll kind of see. I think I'd much rather have Guile play off against like Poison and stuff, but against Cammy straight up, it's hard to tell. I like Guile a little bit, but I also think Urien could do the job against Cammy.
Although it's not I think it's even.
Yeah.
It's better.
It's not the greatest matchup, but it is definitely better. So.
Her buttons being more whip punishable, she gets to take risks doing crouch fears, crouch meter kick, and all these other buttons that she was blessed with previously. It definitely helps out Urien, who his buttons are whip punishable too as well, but it puts him on a slightly evener plane. And someone like Shuto is going to be able to use V-shape, V-break, and things like that. But we're going to go back to the stats here real quick. Only one on the side of anti-airs from likes of Daigo, but that did quite a bit of damage with that V-trigger too. We see two on the side of YT Mochi. YT Mochi holding a lot of throws, only taking quite a bit, but to me, the tail of the tapes, when it comes to a lot of the stats, isn't even presented on the screen. I wish there was one for crush counters, because I feel like that really got Daigo where he wanted to be. It got knockdowns, it got him V-bar built up with the quickness, it definitely locked all these normals of what Sim wanted to do.
I feel like the throws have spoken a lot for the matchup itself. I think the throws is what led Daigo to continuously apply pressure with his normals. But more importantly, I think drag YC Mochi to the corner of the screen a little bit faster than trying to utilize maybe like frame traps or force him into the corner with like fireballs. But for the most part, I think that 3 out of 10 is pretty important. It's going to be Nemo, though, who steps up to the plate. So it's still going to be a Urien or maybe a Gil. Is that going to be confirmed?
See on the screen?
I think that's confirmed, right? That's locked in?
Yeah. It's locking in with Gil.
Okay.
Nemo coming through with the Gil. Strange, because I think Urien can still do a good job. I'm not sure how I feel about Gil in this matchup overall. I think that she still has great anti-fireball tools. EX, spiral arrows still at the right ranges, can cut through with the quickness. And we've seen Akira just smother people with those great normals, which Gil does not have. I think the normals of Urien are still better. But hey, Nemo can switch if need be, and he knows this matchup well enough that he feels comfortable with the Gil matchup. So let's see what happens. Akira himself says, last match against Nemo Gil, I have lost, so I practiced and prepped a lot. So maybe that's why you see the Gil. Don't like the phrase hard work pays off, but this time I hope my hard work does pay off.
I think there's a lot to be said with what you preface this with in regards to Nemo's characteristics. He's definitely the type to make things feel like a one-player game. I think he's going to be relying on that type of playstyle, especially with Gil setups and V-trigger. I think there's a lot to utilize here in regards to Cammy specifically having lower health, having lower stun. I think being able to be so proficient in that type of playstyle could really apply pressure to someone like Akira, who may not be familiar, right? Of course, they're all professional players here, but there isn't a lot of Gil representation, so I don't recall, I don't know how much experience per se that Akira has against Gil in particular, right? And speaking of Nemo, his pre-interviewers, his words before his games, he had mentioned that he's the most confident when it comes to this matchup using Gil, specifically against Cammy. He's been practicing mostly every day with his team member, Ukun, with Cammy, so he would like to showcase this exact matchup. So there's a lot of confidence going into it. He picks Gil specifically for this reason. I'm just hoping that Akira has had some sort of experience, because we don't want this to be the one-player game that Nemo looks for.
That's one thing that Gil can be good at when he gets that V-trigger going and flowing. That is really the name of the game with that character. Everything else outside the character is kind of middling, like his Oki, his damage without utilizing V-trigger bar and stuff like that. It's okay. His normal's not so good on stuff. But when it comes to V-trigger mix-ups, when it comes to damage he can dump out, and those cool combos that we see from Nemo, they can definitely do a lot of damage. You point out that low health, that's even lower this season for Cammy. You have to be even more careful. So that comfortability too, I think Nemo highlighting that he is like, I'm comfortable in this matchup, may take it further than what the matchup spread might be. I'm not 100% sure how, how much better Gil is and Nemo is. I'm just spitballing because I think that, Urian's normals are better than Gil's, but if he feels like it's better for him, he's going to operate better. I think that's a good sign for him to come up with something that he feels comfortable with. Comfortability matters a lot in matchups.
There's going to be a lot that's going to be put to the test here. We're going to see what kind of defense Nemo has, being able to utilize Gil against the Speedstar, who's absolutely comfortable and has been demolishing a lot of the top heavy hitters with this character. So that's one thing I want to see, defense from Gil. The other side is, I want to see what the defense is going to be like for Cammy and Akira. I wonder how much experience he actually has against Gil, right? So we're going to experience just that. Being at 900 health and 900 stun, it could be a very scary story for Cammy. A little bit of extra health and stamina in terms of the stun gauge for Gil, so he's going to be a little bit above average, right? 1025 health, 1050 stun. But more importantly, I think there's a lot that he has up close that's safe on block that allows him to put people in certain strings and certain frame traps. I want to know if Akira is going to be playing an impatient style up close, or whether or not he'll be able to weather the storm that is Nemo's onslaught of Gil.
One of the things that we keep pointing out about Akira is that it feels like sometimes he loses to himself. He'll miss things, he'll drop things, he'll overextend, and it puts him in these painful situations where the players just take advantage. When he's able to be on point is when he's at his strongest. You really can't make mistakes, I don't think, against the likes of Gil. You point out that low health, and that V-trigger always dumps out a ton of damage, and Nemo's the type to make sure that you pay for all your mistakes. That defense is going to be even more imperative here. Those choices when you want to DP, reversal DP and stuff like that, those risky options when you want to do like raw DP against a throw, they're all going to be even riskier when he's got that V-trigger popped up. And I'm also wondering, on the side of defense on the reverse, what's Nemo going to utilize? He's going to utilize the parry, the V-skill, or is he going to utilize the Meteor once he gets that set up? I know that can be checked by Cammy raw on the neutral, so you might have to find a way to get it on block. Either way, Gil versus Cammy.
ホーム側からやってきたのはリーダーのネモ選手、使用キャラクターはギルです。
So far, it's been Nagoya Oja Body Star setting the pace. The 2-game streak, as you can see on the top right, Daigo Umehara taking it down against YHC Mochi 2-0. We'll see if Nagoya Oja Body Star can get themselves 10 more points in this matchup, or will we see Saishun Kansol Kumamoto break the pace? The jump in already against the fireball. Excellent punch. Whiff punishing, I gotta say, it was like a hybrid between a whiff punish and a confirm, because that was standing heavy punch against a jab.
Quite a bit off that 6th frame. Wasn't able to get the toe tap, but this is Nemo in V-trigger. Could make the comeback, but it's got to be a perfect one right here. Pyrokinesis sling out the fireball. Look at this patience here from Akira. Oh. Only one more hit to do it.
Oh, that's huge. Still the counter hit. The target combo was there, but one more touch away. Akira goes for the activation. It's going to be kind of tough, but no, sir. He backdashes, he recovers in time, and punishes the pyrokinesis against Gil.
Talked about it, the anti-fireball tools for this character, and you know someone like Akira's going to space himself out perfectly to make sure that comes through. He's got the bar at the bottom too to do that, even without V-trigger.
Oh, a big whiff punch. Actually, that was quite the buffer, I gotta say. That was standing heavy punch. So he had buffered that from way beyond. Oh, get the buffer again! That standing heavy punch did so much!
This might be the choice button right here. Akira might have to look out for this. Let it whiff to get the hit. But he's been hiding it very well between medium kicks and crouch medium kicks. Nemo does have a game plan against this character.
定としても相性のいい技でネモが振り回していくか。
家が出なかったですよね、秋田は。
Get the forward throw. No confirms off the low forward. I think he was trying to sneak in for a turn, but still. EX Hooligan passed the fireball. Now he gets the forward throw. Another meaty setup. No, sir! On the other way down! Nemo absolutely ready for it. Retribution time. He dropped it. That's a very uncharacteristic drop from Nemo. Oh, Retribution, you're dead.
Finds a follow-up with that extension, that feature again, being able to get the win. The drops with the pickups coming through. Nemo still looking very solid and very knowledgeable in this match. And even though we've seen some great things in terms of the anti-fireball play from Akira, it's not enough. It's not enough. I wonder what would happen though if Akira goes more for these EX dive kicks. If that starts becoming presented on the table, how can Gil deal with them? It might force out the V-shift. It might force out a crouch fierce, but even that button, from what I've heard from Gil players, is not even the best to contest against jump-ins or dive kicks from the likes of Cam.
One thing I did note was he sacrificed to confirm off of a low forward to bet it all on a dash forward afterwards, right? He got a low forward, didn't confirm it, decided to try to sneak it in. And on top of that, after we got a knockdown, he tried to mix Nemo and check his defense by doing an empty jump onto the other side, trying to kind of mix Nemo into thinking there might have been a cross-up. There was those two instances, I feel like, that were unnecessary from Akira. I think had there been a different route where he had gone for the confirm low forward into spiral arrow and apply pressures with meaties, instead of taking those two big risks and losing his momentum, I think we might have seen a different outcome. So those are two big things to keep in mind. I don't know if Akira will be taking that kind of risk again against someone from Nemo, because he's already shown that he's keen of any sort of sneaky resets that could come along his way. He's literally done it 2 times over and prevented that round. So we'll see whether or not Akira will keep it clean for the rest of the set.
Got the clean outfit on. This is the one he picks when it's time for business time. I'm not sure why he doesn't just start off with this costume, but what I'm sure of is that you're absolutely correct. I think now that he understands how to play even better in terms of defense, in terms of offense, he's got good corner pressure. We saw that take down Higuchi. He can stick to that grounded gameplay and be fine and do something different with the aerial puts, the dive kicks. That could be the way to play, but let's see what happens. Dive kick, there we go, but the trade in favor of Nemo.
He's so active as well. We do get the confirm forward throw now. Not quite the corner, so he doesn't get control like he usually does. In anticipation of the fireball, does get the jump in, and now back throw for the stun. Gets to build a little bit of meter. No, sir. He gets the side switch instead. That's going to be just fine. Uppercut on the way out. Akira immediately turned to his teammates, I'd imagine, to say, my bad, my bad. But luckily, you know, Cammy can still dish out pretty decent damage with the appropriate amount of meter.
She gets Oki on a lot of things too as well. I feel like this character is always going to be a battery, always going to be able to deal damage, always put herself in favorable positions, is why she's still strong. Walks up after that meeting kick. Now instead of pressing buttons right after, we'll just walk in front of his face, try to get the shimmy, but caught him walking back, and just like that, it's time for this activation, retribution. Let me see that hot mix. He shifts out of danger.
And still gets the counter hit conversion. And another counter hit to back that up. EX uppercut. Already enough damage. Akira playing at the right pace. It's the costume that comes together that fully initiates the Speed Star mindset. And I will say this too. Nemo, he tried to go for it, right? He tried to make it a one-player game. He set up the ice trap, but V-Shift more than effective to evade anything that comes out from Nemo's offense.
I wonder at this point, is Nemo going to be able to utilize something like an anti-V-shift tactic, you know, maybe an anti-V-shift setup, possibly have him, you know, pay out a V-shift and punish that. That might be the play too as well, but that's going to be a punish right here. Starting with the back medium, get a spiral arrow in back into the corner. We've seen this movie before. Oh,
what?
No.
We get Retribution even further. Yeah, we get the Oki after that. Off of a little bit of a juggle, right? The Gil-specific mechanic. We get a counter hit as well. I love that interruption. Threading the needle with the EX Hooligan. Forward throw. We do get a meaty off of this.
Speeding up. The throw, one more good sequence. There it is. That set point, Akira. And this is where he feels most comfortable. When he's sped up like this, you see him doing spiral arrows from a distance, catching buttons where he thinks it's going to happen. EX TK dive kick to leak the fireballs. And again, getting in. Throw pressure.
Oh, Akiris is going to be the most, but the standing heavy punch confirmed. The counter hit from Akira, having the eye to catch the counter. Forward throw, that's another counter, and immediately going into the uppercut. That should be stun coming up real quick. No. Retribution, we're going to get Oki after this.
That's what that like. I like that V reversal. Retribution off the table. Got to kick again. Caught him with the shimmy. One more hit. And we can still do this with a neutral jump against the tech. Akira, too fast.
Too furious. I don't even think that's something Akira even wanted. As soon as he walked up, or sorry, dashed up and got the neutral jump, he's smiling. He's all smiles right now. But if you look at the player cam, he immediately turned to his teammates and he's like, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Happy little accidents, man. We'll take those.
Definitely take those, especially against the likes of Nemo. We kind of got exploded with that B trigger. It's still on the deck. Once again, the speed start, getting the win being just too aggressive and hard to deal with. And a character like Gil lacking in defensive measures, and it didn't seem like he could just crouch fierce anti-air perfectly every single time. It seemed like he had to hold a lot of jump-ins and the throws right after. That is Akira too fast to deal with, likes of Nemo. More points on the side of the Goya Oja Body Star.
I was looking forward to seeing what Nemo had in store for the speed star, right? I wanted to see where the spike traps were going to be laid out, but it's just too much to even handle. And even when he had a moment to bring it all the way back to the corner, he was looking really slick, right? Especially with the retribution mechanic, being able to get that juggle, being able to get that screen space back, and also being V-trigger to set up for extra damage or whatever he wanted to. It just wasn't enough, man. I think there's just too much in Cammy's kit that kind of avoids a lot of what Gil wants to do. And we've seen that. We've seen that played out in that matchup specifically. But now it's really up to the remaining members to figure out how to put themselves on the board, because if they do not get a W going into this next set, it's going to be the toughest hill to climb on this stage. But taking a look at it, looking at the anti-airs, 1 out of 5. Very difficult considering Cammy does have really difficult approaches airborne. It could be a jump in, it could be a dive kick. But for the most part, I think most of the jump ins that Akira had scored were in anticipation of either cryokinesis or pyrokinesis and getting punishes on both. So good awareness from Akira specifically. In terms of the strike throw game, this is what happens with Cammy. Sometimes she gets up in your face. You don't want to press a button in regards to when she's plus, when she has advantage, when she has a frame trap ready for you. So you just happen to just take the throw. That's been the moniker for how many years now, St. Cola? Just take the throw.
Since Cammy dropped, since Street Fighter 5 dropped, I should say. What am I saying? Part of the original cast. But, I mean, it's either that or get blown up by the frame traps. But just like that, we're in the anchor match. You have Fudo with the birdie. The birdie could come through. But really with the Mika, with the poison. Very difficult to deal with. But Shuto, last time we saw him come up, he's been taking names, he's been taking heads, he's been taking down the legends himself. And with a character that I gotta keep pointing out has been seen as much weaker, he's been putting back on the map.
And not even just the character, I feel like Shuto in general has been on the map for a lot of the players, not even just on an international scale, but specifically Japan. They have been taking a lot of keen notes against someone like Shuto, and a lot of them have kind of said, this kid just might be one of the best in Japan alongside Higuchi, especially with the way that he's been navigating Yuri in these last couple of months. Even folks like Tokido were like, this is the reason why I wanted to play Yuri, because the way that Shuto's been playing lately. And taking a look at the past performance, right? In set number 2, back in the playoff matches against Fudo, he took him out both Poison and Armika. He actually forced the Poison off of Fudo and still managed to take it 3-0.
Previous to that, he took down Daigo in the anchor match too as well. Very dominantly with that performance. Fudo says, however, he'll need to defeat Shudo to gain a win for Sai Shun-kan. So he prepped and worked on strategy, showing his very first let's beat Shudo vibes. And it's wild to even say that. Usually it'd be the reverse, right? Remember when Shudo said he was born to beat Fudo? Now it's like we have to beat Fudo, or we have to beat Shuto. We have to beat this cat, this young gun out here. We have to take him down.
So difficult sometimes, man. Taking a look at the rebuttal coming in from Shuto. He says, I'm glad to know they're taking me into account. During the season league, I've won twice, which will be meaningless if I lose the next match. However, I have well prepped for this, and I would like to win this. So it pretty much goes both ways. Both of these players very much so well-versed against the matchup, very much so well-versed against each other. We'll see the culmination of their hard work into this very battle. And it would be quite a treat, to be honest, if we happen to see it in the next set. But we'll take a look at the current focus of this anchor match. Shuto needs to put Saishun Soul Kumamoto on the map for this battle. Currently have 0 points, and they're facing a really tough hill going into the next one, and that's, I love that emote, by the way, the Shuto win emote. I'm glad he picked the Bald Brethren emote for his W. That's what I'm talking about. I like that.
That's actually godlike. But it's also godlike that he actually has I mean, every player probably has, you know, power notes, whether it's in their phone or in their book. It's good to see that they, you know, can all reference that. We saw Nemo reference that same notebook when he was going back to Urian in the playoffs. And I'm sure that's got a lot of data on the players and the characters and things like that. Shuto, so studious, so studied with this character, has found a way to play. And I feel like that we kind of saw the beginning of that last year. He was the first to popularize V-shift and V-break with Urian, where most people would say, well, I'm going to use that for V-trigger. And rotating these options, that, like on defense for V-shift, V-break, V-reversal, and then sometimes having, you know, V-trigger when need be, has led him to be so strong and so ready for this meta this season. Pointing out once again, this is why Tokido, this is the blueprint for Tokido's Urian. This is what other Urian players that are still running this character look to. This is why people still fear this character, is because of Shuto. Some of this is ingrained great defense that he has. You pointed this out previously in the league that he's so great about walking and blocking and not exposing his toes too often and getting hit with the lows. He's so good about defense overall as a player, and that makes up for the fact that the EX headbutt is no longer there. It feels like, though that is a nerf, it's still something that doesn't hold him back too often. He'll still be able to get W's against the best in matchups too that don't do too well for Urian.
There's just so many other factors to consider. I think Shuto, again, one of the best when it comes to spacing, one of the best when it comes to intuition. Also, he's had so many great moments where he's picked apart an opponent's timing as to when they wanted to throw out normals, and has gotten so many big counter hit conversions and is able to get some of these big confirms off of said counter hits too. So it's like, how else are you supposed to stop somebody who is such a bully and makes such a presence for himself in the neutral part of the game?
100% difficult to do, and Urian still gets similar rewards as per previous seasons. Harder to access, but Shuto's found a way. Will he find a way against Fudo? Will he take down Fudo? Or is Fudo going to earn more points for the team and have a 40 bomb? Shoulder tackle actually catching a whip of a button and a Batista bomb throw.
I love that. You know, perfectly spaced out. Fudo thought he had a punish against the chariot tackle. Shuto taking full advantage of that, stuttering a little bit of the normals there with the standing jabs into the target combo with the right spacing, EX chariot tackle, and still able to catch Fudo, reluctant to press buttons because of the way that it ended and the spacing of that chariot tackle.
Easy anti right there from Shuto, taking him right down to the ground, and we didn't even see a V-trigger activation at all. And one thing I like about Shuto in that match previously wasn't a lot to V-reversal. He was just getting air hits here and there from whip buttons and off the short tackles, well spaced.
Defense so far against the EX hard raid. You see Shuto taking very minimal damage off of that, but it's not going to be too bad for Fudo. He's making Shuto bleed, but at the same time building himself a couple of bits of meter, I will say. You know, getting closer and closer to that critical art for at least, or maybe even more heart rates. Who knows? Back-to-back low medium kicks, and he's not even trying to convert it after any of that. He's just getting low mediums after low mediums. He's totally fine with that.
EX headbutt actually gets the hit. Uses his Nage, has him caught up in the corner. Trying to force out a V-reversal, this crouching medium punch every so often. There's one, but there's such a big lead here for Fudo. He definitely get this done with the quickness. He's got 2 bars at the bottom. And more of that mix.
Oh, I thought he was going to use a low medium kick again, but Fudo actually gets caught running into the standing medium punches. All Shuto does get the coral kick, a counter hit from the back-to-back counter hits. A little bit tough. If Shuto lands a counter hit, he might be able to get into critical art. Oh, that's so difficult, and he tried it again. It's low medium kick. That spells out the W, at least for the round. Again, a very good poking tool. Not cancelable, but still enough to force Shuto away.
That's true. So Shuto with a jump medium kick to maybe catch that button or any of the other buttons of this character. It seemed like the toe tap curl kick was able to reach underneath or over the crouch medium kick of Poison. So that may be a pain point up in this corner. Let's see if he switches to it.
I'd imagine he was very liberal with that low medium kick because he had V-trigger stocked up, right? Being able to cancel off of that. But other than that, I still like it as a spacing tool. The standing heavy punch confirmed, and I love this from Fudo. Look at the amount of damage he gets from it, but more importantly, gets to reset the situation.
Fudo loves to get this bad lead right here. EX connects, gets a knockdown. Light kick. Fudo still not super afraid. He's got to watch out that V-trigger. Gets a side switch off the jump. Light kick. That is good night with the ball. The V-trigger 2, you're through. I love this from Fudo, using that extension for the extra amount of damage. He is one to really popularize what to do with this character. He explores every facet of this character. We've seen more of that V-trigger 2 this year because of him.
We're starting to see Nagoya Ojo body styles congregate to figure out what needs to be done going forward. Fudo setting himself up for greatness, and that has been like a matchup that was pretty close, right? We've seen Shuto in the way that he exploded onto first round against Fudo, and the tenacity of the normals that Fudo has been throwing out from round 2 really led him to that final moment into round 3. So I'm really curious to see also from the side of Saishun Soul Kumamoto what needs to be done to face off against the Poison.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Shuto's going to do in rebuttal. It seems like Fudo's kind of switching up where he's spacing himself out and where he's, every so often walking up and walking back to misplace some of these shoulder tackles that Shuto stops going for. And then Fudo gets like a really good lead. Some of that from the EX heart raid, some of this from the chip, or he'll spin it for the super as we've seen previously. It's hard for Shuto to make this comeback.
Checks with the low forward again. And now from further out, the crouching heavy punch comes into play. It does catch Shuto backing up a little bit, but now when he's within the heavy punch range, it's a lot harder for Shuto to even try to get his counter pokes going. And again, we're seeing a lot more activity from that button. Low medium kick from Fudo, getting a ton of mileage out of it. Shuto has not found the right spacing yet.
It's setting up shop for fierce, crouch fierce, buttons that have the whip punish or, punish on minus frames here. It's hard for Shuto, and look at how much health he's lost in the first part of the round going down. And then Fudo builds up all this bar. EX heart rate +1. Tech, though. Good defense here from Shuto, but I need to see some offense. So he had the counter combo. That wasn't it.
Medium heart rate, and does get the whiff punish against the crouching medium punch. Very nice patience from Fudo, and it's very nice I should say that because of the fact that he's been so calm within ranges where Shuto wants to try to play that counter poke. He's been pressing the right normals at the right time. Low medium kick has been such a big deterrent, excuse me. And I love the interruption against the chariot tackle. So smart. Good awareness from Fudo, knowing full well when Shuto wants to explode onto the scene with that meter.
I've never seen him get walked to the corner. This definitely helps, but gets a counter hit. Shuto trying to take some turns when he shouldn't. And Fudo answers back in kind. But Fudo has not walked back. He's holding his ground. Anti-air right there. EX plus counter hit. That's it. Fudo dominant.
It's 2 games straight, and technically speaking, that's 4 rounds straight, considering what had happened in the very beginning. Shuto, despite getting the first round, it's been all Fudo going forward, and it's not looking too great for Saishun Soul Kumamoto, obviously. But one thing is for certain, Fudo is in full control. And it's primarily off of the medium spacing. I think there's a lot to be said with low medium kick. It's been such a huge deterrent to Shuto with the standing medium punch being out of range. He can't even start up a Quarrel kick. I think he wants to use Quarrel kick mostly to kind of outrange the low medium kick, but he hasn't been in that space or opportunity to do so, because if he's a little bit further out, Fudo has done a great job of transitioning from the medium buttons into the standing heavy punch buttons. And we've seen that. We've literally seen him take out some of the counter poke normals as well. Fudo has caught so many crouching medium punches, standing medium kicks from Urian. It's been so much of a threat against Shuto that he hasn't found any sort of solution yet.
So interesting how one button sets up for other buttons, so a template of normals. It just allows you to play a lot safer. And look at the confidence that Fudo has from all of this. Keeping that mid-range game that you're talking about, keeping the button pressing. We've seen him interrupt the EX chariot tackle what kind of person are you to not fear an EX cherry tackle to the corner, especially from the likes of Fudo, or Shudo, who is so difficult to read when he's going to press these buttons. We talked about the intuition that he has. Fudo is proving that he has something better. There's the anti-air right there. Here's Shudo answering back a lot better this round, getting a lot better exchanges, but for how long?
Now he's intentionally moving outside, like in and out of the ranges of low medium kick, but we'll hold that idea for later. We'll hold that idea for further analysis later. But I will say Fudo, for now, again, with the trigger activation, creating some space for himself to extend the combo at least. I don't know how effective it's going to be standalone. I know it's going to be a great combo extender, but for the most part, at this range, being stuck in the corner, that trigger is just going to be draining down.
Yeah, definitely wants to get that on hit sort of situation. Find that extension.
Oh.
Well, Shudo will react. Hitting kick. Bar built up here from Shudo. But see, there's that reaction right there from Shudo. Able to finish it though. Only Fudo alive.
Oh, that's it! The counter conversion! Shuto checking the dash against Fudo, trying to get antsy. I love the discipline from Shudo, and I love the way he's been bullying his way into the space where Fudo's unable to contest.
A lot more walk-in pressure too. Less about the 8 cherry tackles and just kind of walking in that space to make Fudo uncomfortable.
Yeah, and he hasn't even utilized EX cherry tackle that much either, right? The one time he did try to use it, he was punished for it preemptively, but this is going to be quite the punish from the side of Fudo, or at least quite the damage, I should say, not a punish, but a lot of damage coming from the side of Fudo.
Big lead will build up. Just another bar too in the sequences. There's a toe tap just like that. We finally have the activation. One mirror for the corner carry. The next to lock Fudo in the corner. Crush, sweep off the feet. It's about to be jail, no bail.
Uh-oh. You did.
Pick him up. Stun. Oh, you're done with the bar at the bottom. Shuto still in the game.
Spend it for the critical art, more than enough damage. Scaling need not apply. Back into the business. Now, what do you feel like has been the big changing points here for Shuto?
Seems like the stand medium kick, actually. I thought the toe tap, the throw kick would be such a good play because if you get a counter hit, get that corner carry, get a nice little combo and stuff like that if you're close enough. But however, it seems like he's putting on the medium kick, and that's allowed him to comfortably swing out fireballs. And now he gets just close enough where Fudo feels uncomfortable, where Fudo can't establish the space where he wants to play at, and then Shudo gets to run his game, and then Shudo gets to get his lead, and then Shudo gets to utilize V-Trigger, the great equalizer, at the end of the round. It feels like the beginning of the round is better off for Shudo, and that feels like, you know, he gets to utilize V-Trigger if need be to get that victory. We'll see what Fudo does in rebuttal.
I think it revolved more around his movement, first and foremost, and then the way specifically he moved around for the first round of that game. He was throwing out the standing medium punch as a counter poke. He had walked up and then done crouching medium punch. He did that like 4 times over, closing the gap against Fudo, and Fudo was just absolutely like stuck. He was not even trying to press a button against it. But we'll see if Shuto, there's the medium kick you were talking about. We'll see if he's going to utilize the movement. Yeah, he's well aware of the space of low medium kick now, and he's waiting. But the crush counter is there. Yeah, Fudo now extending some of his normals, catching a big counter against Shuto. Anti on the other side, flipping around with a V skill, getting a forward throw. It's a counter hit, standing heavy punch, but doesn't really get to convert off of it.
Step up for the crouch medium punch to the corner. Very good right here. Shudo leading to the corner, but we're out of there. The crush, the back though, positioning real good here from Fudo. Oh, but he whips the crouch fierce, and this is great for Fudo, or Shudo. He gets a side switch, bar built up, he's got another V-Trigger. This is where this character can really operate. The great equalizer, that is another mirror. Anti right there, you can't leave for free. Pay with your life.
Trade off, it works out for Fudo, and he absolutely was ready for it. That trade combo was something he practiced. I cannot believe it actually came out against Shuto. He had thrown out a normal, still got the reversal. He was getting ready for that trade for a long time, and he got it. Very, very impressive critical art sequence for Fudo. Absolutely worth it. Looking at battle point.
Amazing play here from Fudo. Click situation. Set point, but no bar at the bottom. Definitely will build it up. Again, she a battery. Trying to find a jump in this Shudo. The jumping light kick this time.
See the spacing between
Full
the
stick
two.
of butter.
Rear tackle, I think that's the only other one that had been let out thus far from Shuto. But mission accomplished, he does have Fudo in the corner, but that standing light kick that was actually buffered into the avant line, EX.
Share tackle puts it back in the middle of the screen. Back at the end. Jumping heavy kick. No opening. Again, another jump in. Shuto taking to the skies quite a bit. Still, that's the E-skills, getting Oki and pushing him outside of the mid-screen. This has been fantastic. And so is his toe tap to get the activation and to have the other bar, the other V-trigger, or sorry, mirror.
Oh, that's so huge. He's backing away, doesn't want anything to do with that mirror, but he's still at the deficit. He does have full critical art. He could get himself a chip situation if he could grind this out, but he also just needs one solid confirm. EX tackle, he tried to interrupt it. There was a counter hit on the board. Heart rate, what's the defense like? Not enough. Oh my God, he has to go through it again. And Fudo takes down Shuto 3-1 in an array of mix-ups. Back-to-back heart rates. How do you even defend against it?
It's a good special. That's a really good special move for this character. A really great play from Fudo to keep putting that man in the blender. Maybe not confident enough to say, I'm going to get that hit confirm at a super, so I'm going to keep putting him in the blender, making him guess. And the only thing you can do is B reversal. But you know, the options are so limited for this character, and you're seeing it right here. Less to have to worry about with the EX headbutt and stuff like that. Shuto, unfortunately, had to hold that mix with this character and goes down. The run back in favor of Fudo. Studied and studious against this player who has been on the map. Fudo says no more of that. 40 points on the side of Oja for this first set. Insane.
Ooh. Completely unprecedented. Right? When it comes to how the matchups were during the actual Street Fighter League season, you know, it looked pretty difficult from both ends. I feel like from Nagoya Oja Body Star, again, they got their 30 points in the beginning of week number 1, and then immediately after that, or week 8, when it came to the run back, Saishun, Kansol, Kumamoto got their just desserts, right? We're seeing a whole different side of Nagoya Oja Body Stars with how we've seen them over in the playoffs. I think this is going to be one of the most difficult matches to see a conclusion to. I mean, it's going to be so hard to even tell who's going to be taking it down, despite it being a very significant lead, right? 40-point ball game for the side of Nagoya Oja Body Star. It could still be up in the air.
That's true, because we're going to have the switch right now. We're going to switch the away in the home side. And that will give that advantage that, you know, well, actually, what am I saying? Away was Nagoya Oja Body Star. They were working in the away side. They have a bigger advantage now on the home side. They get to deliberate on what Saishun Kansol Kumoto was going to do. They're going to be at a little bit of a deficit, having to set up their characters and their players up. This is going to be even harder for them. But as you pointed out, it's not going to be an easy win either way. I think when you're in these clutch situations, if you're a pro player, you're going to have new strategies. I'm sure they've thought about this, like, if they do make the run back, how do we come back? How do we, as Saishun Kansol Kumoto, if they come back and have something for us, how do we make the run back this next set? We'll probably see a different array of characters. If, for example, Nemo comes up, I'd like to see the Yuri in, maybe different positioning of where they put their players, but either way, it's going to be fire.
最春カンソル熊本はここからが強いのを知ってるぞ。 This is the moment where the order absolutely matters for Saishun Kansol Kumamoto. It's going to be a little bit difficult for, I feel like, Nemo to really hold his ground with either Urien or Nemo. At the same token, I think it's going to be very difficult to even put in YHC Mochi, as Dawson could be the most susceptible to the counter pick on Pickler. So, if I were to really hedge my bets, though, in regards to who's coming up for Saishun Kansol Kumamoto, it has to be, I'm going with the ones who have gotten the most numbers on the board, right? I'm thinking YHC Mochi, Shuto, as well as Higuchi being placed on the away roster.
I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. But I mean, this is still difficult no matter how you slice it, you know. You put your characters, as you pointed out, you could be still susceptible to those counter picks immediately, you know, the things being switched. The Goyo Ojibwais are having such a big lead, having such a momentum. And I think that if you were to put up Icy Mochi, I feel like Fudo could go up against that with the quickness, getting with the Mika, and really play havoc against a player that loves offense, but defense we've seen lacking. When he fought the likes of Daigo, that's going to be even more important. But it's going to be the Urian from Nemo, the Guile from Higuchi, and then Shuto with Urian.
So this is the formation we had literally seen during the playoffs when Saishun Kansol Kumamoto were set first on the away side. Yeah, Urian, Guile, Urian. This scares me a lot because of the fact that Nagoya Ojibwati Star only needs 10 points, right? I'd imagine if you would put maybe Higuchi first to set the pace, because it wouldn't matter if he goes like first or second in terms of the points. But I think momentum-wise, you would want Higuchi to go first, right? Granted, if you're on the away side, your roster is stuck. You're going to get counterpicked either way. I think this might just be the big W for Nagoya Ojibwati Star. And that's not to sound like there's absolutely no bias in this. This is based off of statistics, right? I think there's a lot to be said with regards to the Fudo Nemo matchup. I think Fudo has had his number for the entirety of the season. But if this falls in the favor of Nemo, I will say that is going to be the upset of this match. Oh, it's 70 points. My mistake. It's 70. So, okay, so it's a whole different story.
Okay. So with that being said, I mean, I still think this is detrimental because you don't want to have them have any points at all. Like, this is still, you might as well see it like that, to be honest, where this could be the end. You want to play like that because every point matters. It's such a hard climb for these players overall. And Fudo coming up with the poison, there's a lot of things that we've seen Urian able to do, but we've seen how masterful Fudo just was in that previous match. And that's just beyond fighting Shudo. That's just matchup knowledge, to interrupt in the right spaces, to know when to press, to be able to keep putting this character in a blender and save up bar for these right moments. That's just how Fudo, I feel like he's so structured up in this match, so ready. Fudo himself says the first set went well, but it doesn't mean that we would do the same for the second set because they've seen it happen in front of their eyes, so would surely like to win and advance to the grand finals. Nemo says at the playoffs, he had lost, so he'd like to take revenge. This Urian, I feel like he finally has that confidence, and part of that was seeing Shudo play throughout the seasons, I'm sure. We even saw him reference Shudo's book. Shudo came up with the book and was like, hey, this is what you should do. And you're talking to someone that put Urian on the map at the beginning when the character definitely dropped. So I like seeing him go back to this character. I like seeing him go with what he kind of came to Street Fighter V with.
Taking a look at the previous history between these two teams in both the playoffs and during the season itself, right? We've taken a look at both week 1 and week number 8. They had both gotten a 30-10 victory against each other, but looking at the playoffs specifically, Nemo had not found the success he's been looking for in his playoff run. But will this be the moment where he actually gets some points for his team? And I will also say this, I think in regards to Shuto versus Nemo, like who has the more proficient Urian, I think in regards to the information and the matchups, I think Shuto has done a really solid job of breaking down each and every matchup against each and every player thus far. But I think that information in the hands of Nemo might be something completely different. I think Nemo is a mixed master, right? I think he's one of the best when it comes to utilizing the Aegis Reflector because he has a Marvel mindset. He has a versus game mindset, and he knows full well how to mix his opponents and what they're thinking. His intuition, I feel like him being in the game longer gives him a little bit of an advantage in regards to intuition and what the players want to do. So we'll see if that's true or not. But what is guaranteed is a very difficult match between the two.
Yep, first of 2. Let's see what it do. Fudo back up on the deck again after getting a win on the first Urian. Would like to take down the Violence Emperor himself. But I definitely want to see how, Nemo approaches this matchup. I got to say, he's probably a lot more aggressive than Shuto too as well. There's that toe tap. I was able to get the counter hit, but he's already taking notes. Now Shuto played in that matchup previously. And more confident with the fireballs too at close range.
Oh, yeah, we get the trade off of that. Yes, the crouching heavy punch. Also, being able to trade off, you can immediately mash crouching heavy punch to continue the anti-air juggle.
The reversal with some distance and some great life, but man, the way that Nemo's playing, just getting aggressive with these raw tackles, V-shift, EX, the reversal keeps him locked up in the corner, but again, he is leading. Fudo was the one bleeding.
Yeah, still within time to get the anti-air. I love that from the Violent Emperor, that light headbutt. Oh my god! There's so much more mobility in regards to the way Nemo's been playing.
He's definitely dash heavy, which is taking maybe Fudo off his game a little bit too as well. And these raw tackles are helping out. The combos to fireballs too close range, giving a different look to Fudo. Trying to get a jump in, not going to happen. The crushing medium punch still has a lot of range on it. Still fantastic. EX again, plus her situation. Forced to block it out is Nemo. But utilizing these fireballs and gets space up in this place to V-skill up. It's going to help against the normals.
Anti-air? Yeah, he gets the trade still. I love that, the double crouching heavy punch. No, the back throw, losing all momentum. It's all Fudo. Now he has to face up against. That's great. That is. Oh, what? That was the sickest anti-mirror tech that I've seen. It was just enough time for Fudo to get that medium kick out there. So smart.
Fudo looking still ready for this matchup, no matter who it is. Medium punch trying to take back his turn, to make a turn, I should say, for Fudo. No one's minus. And now, put him in the corner with that V-skill. This is looking unfortunate. Don't want to be caught up in the corner. Lacking a slack in defense, it's not good. Might be forced to spin some of that V-bar. Fudo just backs up to disallow any V-reversal from happening in the first place.
Let's get the right defensive call. What was that? He did not mean to do that at all. He had gone in a crouching position while going forward, did it again, managed to get himself a critical art, a severe error. But it's not going to be quite over just yet. Just get a conversion off of the first mirror. Gets a back throw now. Where's the second mirror going to come from? He's going to be EX chariot tackle. No, he dashes up instead. The activation from Fudo.
He makes a comeback.
Oh, he got it!
If he makes a comeback, Vicious, that big mistake.
Roll, do it.
Oh, try to go through it, but that's a punish.
You talked about it. One big mistake, and he happened to fall susceptible to his own mind game, thinking Fudo was going to move on forward or press a button. Really unfortunate from the side of Nemo. He was on his way to a comeback, but fortunately enough for Fudo, managed to get a very nice and easy punish, I will say, against the misplaced chariot tackle.
I wonder what would have happened if, I mean, had that not happened, he would have had all that bar to utilize for like an activation, you know, all that bar to really make the most of that V-trigger situation. So there's a timeline where that mistake didn't happen. We might be seeing Nemo take that victory. Let's see if we can route it back and shake it off. And someone, as you pointed out, has been playing versus games. It is, you know, it's going to be hard to shake them just in general. They're like, okay, cool. Mistakes or games that happen where I lose, I'm fine with it. It happens. Let's move on. Next game, next round.
It was still pretty close, man. Pretty damn close between the two. Get the anti-air. See Fudo again in full control. So he ran into the fireball a couple of times over. I think he tried to get a standing heavy punch preemptively against Nemo, but I love the utilization of sweep from that far too.
Backing up, making sure it's hard to deal with. And that B-shift too is well coming through from Fudo. Oh, can't jump on him. EX headbutt, corner carry. Up in the corner, keeping the double light. That's good night with the headbutt.
We're starting to see a severe difference between Nemo and Shuto in regards to like anti-air decisions, right? Like Shuto's anti-airs were more so for control rather than damage. He would use standing heavy kick instead of crouching heavy punch.
Nemo accessing a lot more from the table here and getting corner carry and damage on the deck.
でも立ちキック。いやーゲージも溜まっているぞ。投げ。
Important tech. Fudo's just going to be backing off. We're starting to see the timing from Nemo trying to catch a delayed normal. Ooh! The defense and then the activation from Nemo. Heart rate what?
What if this
Not afraid of
I'm sorry, what if I was just rear his hitbox back, but just like that, the stun is done. He has the bar at the bottom. It's about to be a CA play right here. Man, Nemo, back from the brink. That earlier mistake did not affect him at all.
Yeah, so that strategy against heart rate, right? You had seen the roundhouse used specifically for avoiding the throw normally, right? I guess I think that's the read he wanted, but it also creates enough space, I feel like, for like maybe like a crouching jab to whiff or maybe like a standing jab to whiff. So either way, that option played out just fine. And even if it's blocked, it's not punishable, right? Standing heavy kick on Urian is going to be -2. That's a risk he's willing to take.
Absolutely. You pointed this out previously, and it's coming to fruition right here. That matchup knowledge. You really ingrain yourself with this character years after years. These small, minute details start coming through, and they're carrying Nemo. For game point, either player, though.
I love that. Yeah. EX lovely tender right out of there, right against the fireball. Fudo playing a lot more aggressive. A back throw will do it, and he knew it as well. Nemo waking up with violence every day. EX uppercut, or EX headbutt, I should say, but Fudo not phased one bit.
That aggression dealing with all these options has led Fudo to this set point situation. How can Nemo route this back? It's going to be difficult. Now some of these options are getting caught, and I like that heavy kick every so often here from Fudo to clip some of these lights and mediums that we see from the side of Nemo. Dash up, back throw, Batista bomb.
He just backs away, trying to get a delay. The back dash is there. Hey, minimal damage, not too bad at all for the likes of Nemo. Got rid of 2 meters. Oh, counter hit. No, nothing after that. Wasn't ready for it. EX chariot tackle. Catches Fudo off guard. Low medium kick to harass him and keep him in this corner. There is a counter hit. A full conversion from Nemo off of the headbutt. And down Fudo goes. It's up to Nemo to keep Saishunkan Soul Kumamoto alive in this final round. It's all tied up.
All tied up, but not finished just yet. This could be like the sun shining on the side of Soul right here. EX clipping right through the fireball. EX again, you can't do that, my friend. I told you, I showed you, old man. Fudo has a good plan right here when he has got the EX bar, but it is spit just for a little bit of damage. She'll get it back though. All that bar built up, she's a battery. Continuous with the hits.
More of a compact play style from the side of Fudo, trying to get up close to apply pressure. A back throw can do it this time, but it's wake up critical arc, all or nothing. And it's indeed nothing. Fudo taking it down off of the big risk that Nemo had put out there. And to be honest with you, I think like it was a valid strategy using critical arc. Fudo tried to be as risk averse as possible. He had no real risks to take there because he had the life lead either way. So Fudo, on top of the reads that he does usually make against someone like Nemo, taking it down 2 games straight. Now we're looking at a pretty close W for Nagoya Ojibwadi star, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir. Look at that. 50 points on the board. My God. This, again, every point matters, so every point might as well feel like you've lost everything. But, man, this is looking like it's further and further in the distance. This is a stronger hill to climb. And the longer these sets go, I feel like there's more and more strategies that are going to come through for some of these players. But I like that we're seeing Nagoya Ojibwadi star Meltdown try to end it right now with the quickness. 50 points up, Vicious. How do you make a comeback like this?
There's still plenty more games to play, man. I gotta say, despite what we had seen between Nemo and Fudo, it's still progress towards the greater goal, right? Taking a look at the current stats between the two, 5 out of 6 in terms of anti-air, pretty much on-point precision for the side of Nemo, and we've seen a different utilization of anti-airs that Shudo might take note of going forward if they ever meet again. 2 out of 4 from the side of Fudo. Hey, not too bad either as well, being able to catch Urien in the moments where he did want to jump. In terms of the strike throw game, I think, you know, Nemo did a great job of alleviating some of the dangers of throws after specifically a heart raid. I will say some of the more ambiguous ones in the corner were tough to manage, but still 1 out of 4, not bad. It's decent. You're not getting too much damage out of it. 3 out of 7 for the side of Fudo, however, you're taking a little bit more damage. It's kind of hard to try to anticipate what to do after a mirror's out there, so that number is understandable. But going into what's next, right? Higuchi is coming up as the second man for Saishun Console Kumamoto. Who do you send up? It looks like Daigo was talking to Akira about that, but who knows?
I like Akira. I like him coming up with that Kami. I like someone that's already fast, and we saw what happens when he overextends. It was a very dominant match from Higuchi. However, in the reverse, Akira was on point. There was a dominant match on his side. So I would assume that Higuchi has looked back at that match and say, what can I do better to make this more about how I get my victory rather than capitalizing on the mistakes of Akira and capitalizing on the mistakes that Kami makes and her having low health. What can I do better for this match? I think having that loss will definitely help out for the side of Higuchi. But on the other side, for Akira, he knows that if he can keep that sort of, you know, quickness, that speed star mentality and gameplay on lock, it's going to be hard to fight back against him. So this could go either way. Higuchi up right here is still fine. Same for the side of Akira. This might be really even considering the past 2 times that they have fought. It is dead even, I should say, but I think it's going to be still even in this match. I wonder what he said.
I think I'd imagine Akira was trying to interrupt Higuchi when it was his turn to speak. But
頑張りたいと思います。あとまだ今のところちょっと点数取れてないので、ここで10点取って流れを持っていきたいと思います。はい、頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。
So, before he got interrupted, I'd imagine that was from Akira. But Higuchi had said this is going to be his first game for him to play. He's feeling comfortable. His last league to play Street Fighter 5, so it feels like a graduation to him. He hasn't gained any points yet, so he would like to gain points and change the mood a little bit. I really want to know what had happened, that exchange between the captains. Or not the captains, but the 2 players.
Yeah, I definitely, I love these back and forth. It's a great thing about having this offline. Akira says that just like the playoff match, we have Daigo Guile practice, whereas the opponent has Hiki-kun to practice with. We would do our best. But again, when you fight Higuchi, and I'm sure Akira knows this, you fight Higuchi more than you're fighting Guile. I feel like that style of Guile is so different. His decision-making is so different. We saw what he did to Big Bird, where he did the knee bazooka that was minus and play up the tendency of Big Bird to tech and hit him with the super right after, even though he didn't have the frames to do so, or he wasn't even plus or had the hit. He went for it anyway. Higuchi's just so different with his Guile. He's such a, you have the game plan around him. Akira definitely was able to fight him in a way where it was hard for Higuchi to feel comfortable with his normals, feel comfortable with the close range gameplay. So I'm really curious to see what they're going to both bring. We talked about this previously. They're 1-1 in terms of their matches from the playoffs. What do you bring new if you're Higuchi? What do you bring new if you're Akira?
It's really very difficult to tell, as I am not a Guile main, but I will say this. I think it really depends on the information given in terms of the pacing from either player. I think that's going to be really setting the tone. I think Akira is not ever really one to shy away on offense and let the opponent strike first. I think that's going to be what's expected. It's going to be really up to Higuchi whether or not he wants to be firing off offensively, or he's going to be playing a little bit more of a passive style. In regards to what's to do, that's never a question either of us can really answer, right? It's just more of anticipation of what they're going to be doing. I think Higuchi might be able to take a little bit more of a backseat against someone like Akira and punish some of the mistakes that Akira can be overzealous with in terms of offense, in terms of like spacing and movement. I think both players are very much top-notch, but I think overall, I think Higuchi, character archetype-wise, might be the one that has more control on the ground.
Yeah, I think with the Sonic Booms and the normals being able to outrange this character, maybe don't lead into like a ton of damage or like combos all the time. You sit at a range where it's uncomfortable for this character until Whip Punish happens, until crush medium kick and a spiral arrow happens somehow, and then she gets that oppression going and flowing, and then she's bullying you, the 4-frame character. You have to rely upon good innate defense or being able to find a gap at EX flash kick and bet it all. We'll see who will fall between the two. The run back of the playoffs, we've seen these run backs be happening quite a bit. Higuchi, Akira.
Maybe this might be the tiebreaker, right? Because they had gone 0-2 against each other during those playoff matches, right? And it's going to be Akira already starting things off offensively. We talked about this being a possibility, and look at that, just navigating past the booms. Navigating past the normals, getting the punishes, and getting the stun, building some meter. A back throw will do it. And Higuchi knew it as well, took a big risk.
So you always got to be careful about projectiles on the screen. If you don't place them the right way, if you don't back up enough, and it's hard to do. She will EX spiral arrow through, and we've seen Akira prove that continuously. First round to him. With punish. There's that Oki. Weights and baits. Had that light just to stiff it out.
Oh, he took the dash. Just barely out of range. Did you get the counter hit as well? And the stun, and that's going to be more than enough damage. He has 2 bars just in case. We get the hooligan extension, EX uppercut. Is looking all Akira immediately turning around to his teammates in a whole different demeanor. It's not apologizing. It's not saying he made a mistake execution-wise. He was saying, yo, did you see that? Did you see that? I hope you did.
You see how I deal with that Sonic Boom? Huh? You like those reactions? You like where I space myself out? And I also like the fact that he has taken away the control of what Guile, wants to do. Guile's a control character. He wants to place these buttons out the right space and place. But even the crouch medium kick that Guile players like to poke with to stop people from dashing in, got deleted with the dive kick. And that shows that practice that he has been doing with Guile. Akira definitely knows this matchup. He's also jumping in ranges, even though he got anti-aired, where it's kind of hard for Guile to do a flash kick. Like, might seem trying to do like jumping leg kick right at this like weird crossover range, like right behind the head a little bit, where it's hard to get that flash kick as an anti-air. These aerial options are going to be hard for Higuchi to stop if he is not on point. You might have to back up a little bit and let these things whip. Wait for a dive kick. Might have to go for V-ship punishes. We'll see what he does differently in some upcoming match.
There's a lot that needs to be done, I feel like, for Higuchi, but at the same time, it's like Akira has had set the pace literally like sequence after sequence after sequence. He's been 2 steps ahead against what Higuchi wanted to do, right? He had thread the needle past the Sonic Boom initially in the corner. Then he threw out a preemptive dive kick against a low medium kick from Higuchi. So he's been basing a lot of his offense off of intuition from what he's seen Higuchi do before. But now, completely unhinged. Yo, Higuchi, he tried to get an anti-air. He spanned an EX up or EX flash kick against a dive kick that was really, really off the mark. Akira had baited it perfectly.
Yeah, just like a sim player. I like that here from Akira. Shows something different than you've seen in these matchups. Back fist gets the crush counter, V-skill, flash kick pick up. But this could all go away with that V-trigger and bar at the bottom play. V-trigger to kind of push him to the corner, or he'll just do this for the spiral arrow, but the flash kick again. Higuchi with a fantastic bet. He wasn't going to die from it, so why not send it out?
So huge difference, 2 crouching jabs. I guess he didn't have the charge to continue off of it. The anti-air is there, a lot more sharp. Oh god, a lot more sharper of a tool, but. Dive kick pretty deep in also. Yeah, we get the stutter forward. EX flash kick, get off of me.
So brave with it. Here's the EX bar spit with the dive kick. Spiral arrow puts him in the corner. There's more bar at the bottom. Higuchi, you know you can't stop him from doing it. For better or for worse. The throw pressure, corner pressure, go for this character. Activation. Got this corner situation. Got to get that push out with the baby boomers. The parade, how's he going to get scoot step through? That's how the dive kick doesn't get the hit.
Oh, no. A critical error from Akira. He had gotten the dive kick, but he thought he was close enough to get 2 crouching medium punches, as you normally would, from up close into a spiral arrow. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Or even like an uppercut, right? That was a huge mistake from the side of Akira, misjudging the distance off of the successful dive kick.
One thing I'm seeing though from Higuchi is it doesn't feel like it's all the time like Higuchi making mistakes and Akira making mistakes and Higuchi's like capitalizing. It's Higuchi being preempted too as well. We see the air throws as an aerial option every so often. That gives you an okay if you do the forward one. And I like how he's meeting in the skies, having an answer when he does get these jumps. Also crouch fierce too as well. Backs up, does crouch fierce, doesn't want nothing to do with these cross-up situations here from Akira. And is fighting back, having enough time to even activate, get the push out of the corner, and doing a good enough job of just staying alive so that if mistakes do happen, he capitalizes. If they don't, he's finding ways to play it in the neutral. He's looking a lot more, I guess I want to say, comfortable in this match than he did previously.
Very much so back and forth, which is what is expected in regards to the numbers game and their record going up against each other in pretty much what was it, last week, 2 weeks ago? I don't even remember how far back it was, to be honest with you. But from their last matchup in the playoffs, this is going to be so hard to tell who's going to get the upper hand. But I will say this, I think Akira starting things off strong, and Higuchi immediately making that rebuttal makes for an immense storyline for these two young players.
Almost dash round start, gets the throw. Wow. What a way to start. Getting that stun. Higuchi with the flash kick ender, has him in the corner, keeps it meaty with the double medium punch. Is back in business. Set point for him.
Still scooting right in there. A couple of dashes going completely unchecked. Akira does have Higuchi into the corner, does have the control now. A full counter hit conversion off of the standing medium punch. He does get Oki after this throw, but still it's Higuchi. He pressed the low short actually on wake up. It led to this very sequence now.
Flash kick, one more good hit, and the super will seal it. And he knows that a back heavy punch and a crush would be fantastic. Dash up, back throw, activation. Baby Boomer's gonna make this even more difficult. The neutral lockdown. The Sonic Booms jumps back with a jumping heavy kick, and that's it. Leads right into the super, the extension with the V trigger to seal the deal. Higuchi finally getting points for the side of Saishun Console Kumamoto.
The first set of points that we've seen from the team currently in the hot seat, it's Higuchi. We expected nothing less from that performance, and I gotta say, really good anticipation of the dive kick, having a very, very solid read as to what Akira wants to do on offense, right? That V-trigger, that exposure of being dive kicked on over and over and over again, having the right decision, the right state of mind to do a jump back and get a full-on punish. And that conversion is hard, man. That was actually really, really well done to get the double boom coverage, enough hit stun to get a cancel or a link into the critical. Very, very smart, very well done by Higuchi to punish that full dive kick sequence from coming from Akira. But that's going to be 50-10 thus far. Now, this is ever so important. This anchor match coming in for Nagoya Oja Body Star means everything, and it has to be Daigo Umehara stepping up to the plate, going up against the anchor that is Shuto and Izuri.
Absolutely. You send up the Batman of the FGC, send him up to finish the job, and end it here. Do not let this team get any more momentum, especially after Higuchi's play. Super dominant in terms of dealing with the aerial approach, which we didn't see previously, and even the two sets that had happened. And you're seeing it right here, 7 out of 9 in terms of anti-airs, 78% overall, and also 75% in terms of DPs. Held all the throws too as well, which you probably want to do against Cam and take the throw is definitely very important. But back to those reversals, it's to have that confidence to do those reversals definitely helped out. With those anti-airs, dealing with the aerial approach is hard for Cammy. For jump-ins or a mix-up, is she going for a dive kick? Is she going for a jump fierce? Is she going for a jump heavy kick, empty low, anything? And Higuchi was able to deal with that with crouch fierce, air throw. We saw the jump back heavy kick. But now, the final match definitely, as you pointed out, has to be Daigo. It really has to be him trying to close things, if not close things out right here, right now. 20 points, that'd be 70 points. That means Nagoya Ojabari Star Meltdown would move on to fight Good 8 Squad.
And this is going to be so difficult. I feel like, you know, we talked about Daigo having such great work ethic in the lab. He understands exactly what needs to be done in the training room and has spent hours and hours on end doing nothing but repetition and repetitious drills to figure out what needs to be done. On hand or on paper, Shuto had absolutely demolished Daigo in the anchor match in their first encounter of set 1 during the playoffs, where Shuto taking them down 3-0, right? But for the most part throughout the league itself, Daigo had been the one to get the W's against Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto. He was pretty much unstoppable against this team during regulation play. It wasn't until we saw Daigo falter in the playoff match. So this is going to be the big rematch that I feel like is going to be more so heavily weighed against Shuto because of the fact that Daigo never really takes an 0-3 beatdown for too long, right? I think there's going to be a lot for Daigo to really study up on, and there's going to be a lot for Daigo to really showcase for this particular matchup.
Daigo himself says that the playoffs, Shuto and I have lost against Shuto. So he said he lost against Shuto. He'd like to pay it back. It's an eye-to-eye, so he will win this in advance to the grand finals. Shuto said, how exciting. Still a slight chance to win the next set. We'll be on the home side, so we have the benefits to turn the table. At the playoffs, he had no confidence to get the Gao matchups, despite what we saw in terms of results. So he said he has practiced and prepped on his own too as well. But I want to go back to the fact that you said that Daigo is, you know, when he is prepped, he's hard to defeat. You know, he will not take that lightly. We saw what had happened when he lost against the Sim matchup against YC Mochi, and he came back dominantly, taking him down in the first match. And I think we're going to see something similar in terms of at least being able to have some fight in him against like Shuto. But then Shuto himself saying, hey, I prepped for this too. Despite the fact that I got my W, I'm ready, prepared to fight the Gao matchup, saying that he wasn't even, you know, confident in that matchup despite he got the W. I think that we're going to be seeing a lot of good looks from both these players, even more, and this may go to the limit. I would like to see this at least go to the limit, but this may also end here if Daigo gets that win. Remember, people, 70 points after the 20 happens here at the anchor match. The Nagoya Ojabari Star moves on. Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto has to stop him.
This is going to be so difficult. It's going to be so difficult to call, man. 50 points from the side of Nagoya Ojabari Star. We might actually get ourselves a real set. I think it might go the distance. I don't know, man. I think there's a lot that Shuto has covered in regards to the Guile matchup, right? It's not even just like the footage that he has against Daigo specifically, but he gets to face off against Higuchi on a daily basis. You know what I mean? I think there's a huge difference between the way Daigo plays and the way Higuchi plays, but I feel like it wouldn't be too difficult for someone like Higuchi to slightly emulate that and also be able to talk about it on paper with Shuto.
I think that's really true. I mean, we talk about how Higuchi has been like the blueprint for a lot of guys. Even Daigo himself watches Higuchi's sets. Even before Super League had happened, he was watching Higuchi. He was watching the CFN. And it wasn't about, I got to beat this kid. I mean, part of it probably was. But part of it was like, how do I acclimate to this new guy? So you kind of have the blueprint that Daigo's been studying from, obviously with his own style, that you can learn from and fight and practice with. That's really good practice here from Shuto. So Daigo just definitely have to introduce some different looks. His aggression that he has nowadays, him using back heavy punch, I should say, in more of these matchups, finding new ways to utilize buttons, new optimizations, spinning bars instead of going for CA all the time. I think that will be something different that Shuto will have to look out for. However, Shuto himself will do something different too as well. This may be the final match if Daigo gets it done here. Anchor between Shuto and Daigo.
This is it. This might be the final stop for Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto. If they can get past this hurdle, then they get to continue on, at least with set 3. But as it stands right now, Guile and Daigo, they just might be the ones to end it all here.
Could be. honestly, this match has gotten even better for Gao. That corner pressure that he has, even better. Less to have to deal with. We'll see though. Shuto proving that things on paper don't always happen in the match.
Do it again. He might go for a third one. Daigo do it as well. That is so smart. I thought that neutral jump would have been the ender right there against Daigo.
With the baby booms, locking down the neutral. Try to sweep him off the feet. Oh!
No! He gets punished on the fireball. He gets punished on the sonic boom. There was an error, a slight error prior to that. I think Daigo, again, you saw it. He might have wanted to get that flash. I'm sure he wanted to get that flash kick, to be honest with you, but he didn't have enough charge. So.
Step back heavy punch though. Getting the crush. EX gets on these limbs, doing something different, gets the back fist on his wake up, trying to put him to sleep. The stun's rising. Wakes up with crouching medium punch, gets a counter hit, he's out of the corner. What a button here from Shuto.
Oh! Skill 2, if he should break out of there. Pass the fireball. Oh! One more sequence could actually grant him a critical art win. Oh my god!
Oh, eats his own EX. Oh, the Drake up. Oh my god, Shuto with the super to seal it. Brother. What an unfortunate sequence of events here from Daigo.
He is cut from a different cloth completely. He actually managed to salvage the situation off of that scramble and also was able to confirm the correct way off of a crouching medium punch hitting normal. That is difficult in the heat of the moment. That was so difficult in the heat of the moment for him to do that.
Absolutely wild. An absolutely amazing awareness, but we expect that from Shuto overall. We've seen how he is in these minute decision-making situations. And for him to pull this out at the very end, fantastic. And also, his bar usage, how he doesn't utilize EX bar that often, knowing that he wants to seal the CA, knowing that, you know, EX share tackle, maybe we'll get clipped by a preemptive fireball or something like that. Just perfect expenditure of economy of buttons, of bar overall. Shuto does have a game plan.
I gotta say, this is gonna be so difficult for Daigo to take this laying down. He cannot afford to go 0-3 again. The big punish against the sonic boom. Shuto absolutely ready for it and also within the right space. That reaction was perfect. It's the counter hit, 2 crouching medium punches. Can't afford to get that throw. That was gonna be a stun. 1 touch, and that's gonna be the punish. Yes, sir. I'm pretty sure he can finish it off, especially if he spends the bar. Wait, what happened? What had happened?
Little mistake right there, and I think Daigo thought he was dead, so Shuto cleans up with a crouching medium punch into the EX fireball enhanced by the Thunder. But still wild though that he didn't get that last hit.
Spinning back fist. And that's kind of the more difficult parts about Guile, is that if he doesn't maintain that charge, he can get some of these hits that are cancelable, but he can't really cancel it into anything because of the fact that he doesn't have that charge with it burning straight, creating some space for him. Sits him down with the arrow throw. Immediate pressure applied, and now it's all Daigo looking to cash out on. Oh man, I was gonna say cash out on maybe some of the screen life, but it's all Shuto now. Throw will do it, and he absolutely do it. There's been literally 2 sequences in a row where he had gone for this exact moment to tech and forced Daigo to tech in this situation. He was above and beyond using that headbutt being throw invulnerable. That was actually super smart. He was already airborne, right? Not necessarily throw invulnerable, but you know what I mean. He was airborne, so you can't throw him like that. So that was very, very smart.
Might as well be. But also, leading up to that, the reason the fireballs too as well, it's difficult because Daigo has some of the best projectile game in the business. But to read these with the EX knees or the jump fears and get such a fat reward takes a lot of study from Shuto in terms of studying how Daigo wants to utilize the fireballs, or he wants to use them maybe around start, or how he wants to space out with them. He's been jumping in on Daigo consistently, and that's hard to do. It is very difficult if you watch Daigo throughout the years. Hard to jump in on the likes of Daigo, and that's something you have to have as a Gao player. You have to be able to anti-air with all the different buttons and the flash kits and all that stuff like that. But even more so, the legendary beast himself, Shuto, is looking to give him a 6-0 and keep his team in the game.
楽になっていくっていうところあると思うんで、
本当にシュートがうまくこうして
駆け引きですよね。
Don't let him do it to you, Daigo. Don't let him do it to you like this.
追い詰められている状
Will
況
we see another 3-0?
ダメージで返していく
We do get the punish on the tackle. V-shift break. We're trying to see a lot more control from this side of
少し渡辺
Shuto.
は変わってきた梅原
But it's Daigo now swinging away. Does get a punish off whatever normal it was from Shuto. He does get the whiff punish, but still, even after the air throw, Shuto still manages to get the back throw and switch it off.
タイミングが遅れてしまったか。
Heavy kick, a lot more of that standing heavy kick, a lot more buttonsy right here from Daigo. Back throw. Bar built up for that feature, will get off the overhead. Almost dead. Corner carry. EX been throwing that bar. For the, but the wake up super here from Daigo. If you're gonna spin, you spin big. Don't just want an EX flash kick to get some distance. You want to go for the kill. Daigo knew Shuto was gonna go for that button. It wakes up with a fat reversal. Staves off that set point.
Yeah, off of the reset, it's really ambiguous to see what it exactly is Daigo has planned up. But again, a risk he was willing to take. Great late on the tech with punishing the fierce. Daigo creating some space for himself off of that feet, but still, it is utilizing that V reversal to gain the space back. But now it's Daigo actually getting a lot of whiff punishes and also catching Shuto in spaces where he's trying to be to set up for the counter hits. Oh, that was such a sick confirm. Not gonna be quite dead. He walked up through anyway. Oh,
Activation. Was he able to finish up that crush fierce? It would have been a crush, would have been a lot more. EX, careful of the mirror. Same day delivery back to your house. Anti-air standing heavy kick challenges him and puts him down to the ground. You get all that range. You cannot leave the corner when that button is around. Shuto on set point.
Daigo actually tried to catch that normal. He had thrown out jump back roundhouse earlier to see if Shuto would react to the jump back. I get the idea, but it wasn't enough. Shuto was one step ahead. Ooh, a counter on the coil kick.
It's a V reversal, keep him in the corner as much as possible. Trying to find a jump in, but still lock him and getting that throw right after. Daigo with the sweep, trying to find a way out of this corner. A crush counter would be fantastic, but Shuto's keeping him locked down with the throw. Here's the activation though. Pray to Babe Boomers actually doesn't even need to, just gets a flash kick back to mid-screen.
We have the live lead. We're building ourselves some critical art as Daigo, but will he be able to weather the storm? I don't think so. We gotta throw away. Oh my God! And that's the most difficult thing to be under pressure by. Either a throw, either a low, could be a meaty, but either way you go, it's gonna be danger. And Shuto, 6 games against Daigo Umehara, but more importantly, it's the 3 today that he's gotten 3 in a row yet again against the living legend.
Dude, doing it to him twice, that ain't nice. This dude is ridiculous. How he operates in these matchups is, it feels so unfounded because you watch normal, you're in player, play a Guile, and they look lost. You know, it looks like what happens on the paper. Guile takes down Yuri, yada yada. But Shuto, how he plays the player, how he plays with this character, how he anti-air Daigo, as you pointed out before, with the jump heavy kick, dropping down the stand heavy kick, masterful play. And then when he gets these exchanges off B trigger, he's so ready for the scrambles, making the most out of everything offered from this character. Just a demon. 30 points. Soul still in the game. Very much so.
You're looking at the difference between the two, man. I gotta say, it's looking like a regulation season play kind of thing for Saishun Console Kumamoto, right? Technically, that is a 30-10 in set number 2, and now this is where it gets hot and heavy. Nagoya Oja Bodystar back into the away position at the advantage or disadvantage where they have to send up their roster first. And I'd imagine Fudo has to be the anchor yet again, right? There's no doubt in my mind that Fudo would have to be the anchor yet again. But the question remains between Daigo and Akira, who will be setting the pace first? I'd imagine it'll just be the same kind of order they had in set 1, right? I feel like in regards to momentum and both of these being 10 points apiece, I can't imagine this is something like that's going to be like pivotal to their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I'm not even sure who you would send up, to be honest, first. If you want to keep it how you had it previously, or you're going to keep that same momentum that you have right now, trying to go to this next match. It's difficult because all these points obviously matter. You want to get as many points as possible because you're on the away side of things. I think Daigo and Akira. I think Daigo in the first of 2, emboldened after that defeat, is going to be really angry. He's going to get that victory. You have Akira to try to solidify things and end things with the quickness. I think that may be the play. But then again, you can have Akira start off quick and then end it with Daigo with the first of 2. This is difficult, man. This is so hard.
I think you're trying to bait out 2 of the best players from Saishun Console Kumamoto to set yourself up for the anchor, right? I think that's like the best you can really do. Like if you get the first 2 games, obviously you win it all, you go to the grand finals. But I think more importantly, like if you happen to lose those matchups, you want to deter like the biggest threats early. But it's so hard to do so. It's really difficult to do so, actually. Come to think of it, Fudo doesn't have to be the anchor here. Fudo could be the one to set the pace and apply even more pressure by forcing the best player from Saishun Console Kumamoto to step up first. That's tough, actually.
What happens if Fudo? Yeah, but then what happens if Fudo loses and you have to rely upon that anchor position and Fudo is not around? You have to put up Daigo or Akira. Do you put up Daigo second and then Akira third?
It depends on who Saishun Console Kumamoto decides to send in pursuit of Fudo, right? I think if Fudo, if Seoul mismanages the strategy, if they happen to send up somebody who is not going to be taking down Fudo consistently or convincingly, I think they might fall short in the anchor match. You know what I'm saying? Like if they happen to send out Higuchi to fight off against Fudo first, like I think that's 10 points Nagoya Oja Bodystar is willing to risk. They don't want to give the heavy hitters the anchor spot for Team Seoul. So it does kind of matter here, actually. I kind of wonder.
So I see a lot of deliberation between the teams, both sides. I mean, this really matters here for the Nagoya Oja Bodystar. They're on the cusp of victory, 20 points away. But Seoul is starting to shine a lot more, and it is going to be Daigo, Akira, and Fudo. Predicted. See how this operates. I mean, I feel like this is still good. You still have Akira to clean things up, and you still have the anchor match also as well. Daigo, definitely just probably not happy about what had happened against Shudo. But I'm going to be real. With how dominant Shudo was, I think you should send up Shudo right now. I think you should send up Shudo. He's hot. That 6-game win right there has got to be glistening in his mind right now.
はい、先方はもちさんのダルシムで。
ありがとうございます。こちらも1巡目と同じくというところで
It's gonna be Mochi. It's gonna be Mochi trying to get that run back against Daigo. So this is what's going to be kind of difficult to try to decipher. Right? Can they go the distance past this last set? Is what I'm kind of like curious about. Right? They're still able to go into like a set 4 because of the fact that it's a race to 70 points. I think if Saishun Console Kumamoto manages to get a full sweep, that's still going to be so like mentally fatiguing, right?
Right. I definitely feel like Nagoya Oja Bodystar was so, aggressive out of the gate. Not only their play styles, but just like, okay, we're getting all these points, we're adding all this momentum, and they've been stopped and stuffed continuously now. And you want to end this here. I think you cannot let the other team get that feeling of, oh, we can do this. The victory's in our grasp now. Because now they definitely can see themselves at that finish line too as well. Where before it was like, you are not going to make this if you make any mistakes. Now it's like, this is doable, this is possible. And YC Mochi going up seems like it's a little bit of a risk considering how dominant was when he fought Gao, but we'll see if he has something, you know, in the bag this time, in the bag of tricks. In fact, he says, last game, I was poorly taken aback, responded to that, I hope to win this one, so hopefully he has something for Daigo, who says, won the previous game, same matchup as before, but I know it won't be the same, hoping to end this set with player 1 and 2. So first to 2 and first to 1. The first to 1 and first to 2.
This is going to be so difficult to even really consider between the two players. It's been pretty volatile thus far in regards to results, right? YC Mochi had taken the better half of Daigo in the playoffs. Daigo got a 2-0 straight up against YC Mochi during set 1. It's really going to be up to Nagoya Oja to take it all the way here. Like, I feel like whoever is actually being in the away position now, setting yourself for set 4 with the home field advantage might be something to look forward to. But we had already seen the results from what transpired in set 2, right? Like, even being in the home position, having that advantage, it doesn't necessarily spell out the same type of success. So I'm actually really invested to see who's going to be the winner here, because it's still such a close race.
Yeah, it still will be, even if this goes to the distance. I still feel like even though you have that advantage, you don't want to fight a team all ramped up, with their morale more boosted, they're getting even more powerful. Your team maybe put more of the aggressive sort of tactics on the deck, and now you have to pull and dig deep even further. Whereas before, the other team seems like they haven't. Even YC Mochi himself saying he was taking it back, so he's going to show a completely different new face up in this match. Now that he understands how Daigo wants to play, the onus is on Daigo to stop the opposites now. The onus is on Daigo to showcase something even more different, because he's already kind of shown his hand with the back fierce, a lot of walk-up throws and aggression and the jump-ins. And now that Mochi understands that, now that he gets how Daigo wants to play, it won't end differently. I think this is going to be a lot closer of a match at minimum. We'll have to see what happens. Every one of these points matter. Every one of these matches matter, no matter how you cut it, how you slice it, or you want to get the results and stuff like that. This could end in this set or the next set, but everything matters here.
See the run back here between two titans in the community. Again, YC Mochi has been setting the pace with Dalsim every single iteration of the game, I feel like. Well, I mean, Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5. But one thing's for certain, Daigo's been around pretty much since the beginning of time. This particular matchup, we're going to see who finally gets that W. Here we go, game number 1 here in set 3.
YC Mochi up too close, back fist for the crush, flash kick, getting the knockdown. Putting YC Mochi in the corner. This is where we saw him previously. We see those escape options. Beer Brossos definitely wanted to do it. But B-Shift, anti-air right there, ready for that option, the jump in.
A much more even game between the two thus far. We do get the activation, and we see, man, back-to-back roundhouses. It's YC Mochi trying to be active as active as possible, but it's Daigo now slowly pushing Dawson in the corner. But is it something that he wanted the whole time? It sure is. A lot more activity from the roundhouses.
That was risky. We saw that being punished, but he's hiding it effectively too as well. And skate stepping underneath the fireballs. Avoids a sweep off the feet, gets an EX pickup and the dive kick, trying to catch him attacking. Caught a counter hit. And look at this continued pressure overall for YC Mochi, denying some of the fireballs too as well and getting damage on these sweeps. Those aren't working out for Daigo as much.
We're seeing some of the burning straights really trying to catch YC Mochi off guard. We talked about that as a great crush counter tool to take away some of the limbs that Dawson can present in neutral, as active as it is. But I feel like from that range, it's a lot difficult for YC Mochi to even contest. But that was actually very lucky, stopping the EX Sonic Boom in general. And YC Mochi knows it as well. Gets a drill on in there, converts it into a full Yoga Flame combo. Getting the first game pretty convincingly, 2 ways of EX to get that 2-round victory in the first game.
Way better defensive in the corner, more via reversal, more sliding the fireballs, and just disallowing the sweeps. He's in a distance where that's not going to work. I think Daigo's doing that preemptively to catch a limb for like a lucky crush counter. Before he was a lot closer, but now he's too far in the distance, and YHimochi just simply peppers away with the limbs and gets a fat lead. And then the onus again is on Daigo to stop that obstinance and get that knockdown with the EX Sonic Boom. It's not happening. Get close. He's checked with the normals. He's lost so much health in the early parts of the round that the desperate comeback is not happening. YHimochi looking way more favorable right now.
We're seeing the roundhouses really come to fruition for YHimochi. He had found a lot of success in the first set, right? He had actually been punished a couple of times over and actually caught in both being up close and also jumped in on. But that's not the case for the roundhouses that have been landing thus far for YHimochi in this particular set.
Side switch here. So much health taken off from Daigo's side. Anti-air keeps it meaty with the slide. Force the block, does get the bazooka knee. No crush off the back heavy punch. But still, I like this pressure from Daigo. Close range gameplay. Where you want to be. Upside down kick. Catch the V-shift. Flash kick extension. That's a stun and the win. This V-trigger finally working out here for Daigo. And finally a round on the board in this match.
Oh, just to get the dash up throw. Sonic Boom brings him back so much space out of the corner, with that back throw being the great equalizer now, but it's YHimochi teleporting right back into place to at least reset the momentum. It's the anti-air as well. Out of there, baits out the flash kick. Gets another one instead. That was a regular flash kick.
I can hold on to a lot of bars. Gets to the walk-up throw. If we can get a hit in the super, it might be it. V-reversal gets some distance. YHimochi only needs one good solid hit. And Sim is a good closer, as you see right here. No fear right here. Set point YHimochi.
Meter advantage is pretty important here. YHimochi could actually start off with aggression with EX Yoga Fire if need be. He just needs to find the right activation point, and I don't think Daigo's going to give it to him for free. You do get the crush counter from the forward fierce. So much damage, close to stun, does get the tech is YHimochi, but the stun is there. That's going to be more than enough damage for Daigo if he completes the combo. He sure does. He's not going to let that drop one bit. Full critical art explosion, and it's Daigo rebuttaling right back with that critical art.
Man, Daigo operating a little bit differently. Less of the sweeps off the feet, just walking in that distance where that back heavy punch is going to work out, where the forward fierce is going to work out too as well, and just feeling confident in those walk-up throws continuously. That B-trigger 2 also utilized. You see that becoming a pain point, the extra amount of damage that you get off when you get those hits. Game to game, though, this is looking a lot more even than we saw recently. Daigo's got answers for YHimochi's answers. Let's see who comes out passing the test. Back into the match.
It's going to be it right here. Final match between these two titans. YHimochi starting things off pretty aggressively. Does get the crush counter off of the roundhouse, continuing off with the sweep. And now it's Daigo trying to jump into anti-air. They're successful from YHC. Crouching heavy punch to deter the movement from Daigo. But it's Daigo now finding and threading the needle against certain movements. And he baited it out. Yeah, YHimochi does get the punch to get the sweep. It's sweep anyway from Daigo because he had trigger backed up.
If it's solid, like that activation, roasting Daigo, a lot of great life, but Daigo's not deterred. Even with that great life on the deck, he knows he can hit him super hard with this V-trigger to dump out the damage. The Rainbow Edition. EX, corner pressure, real difficult. He's got the V-bar for V-reversal. YHimochi gets some space or knockdown up with EX Fireball, or any cross would be great. Oh, he's looking for the sweep!
Oh, he tried to step out the teleport. Oh, he's dead. No, he whiffed it. He even tried to eagle walk forward. He still wasn't in range for the rest of it, and YHimochi, very fortunate to get out of that situation.
It would have been set point here for Daigo. Puts it right back in the corner though. Gets the throw tag. Flash kick though from Daigo as a rebuttal on wake up. Anti-air right there. Daigo still with the lead. Tries to go in again. The anti-air is right there. YHimochi with the fierce, blessing his dome with the jump in. But Daigo getting aggressive. You have to build up that bar for that EX Sonic Boom to get the knockdown. Upside down kick at that range. Mid-range, I've not seen that button utilized. Is that knockdown? No surprise. It's final game, final round between the two.
It'd be very difficult. YXC Mochi does have full critical art up on deck. He could get a solid confirm into a big damage combo, or will he utilize the meter for something else?
Zoner, by the way. Definitely jump outside damage. That super or EX Fireball, as you mentioned before.
That's exactly what I like to see from YXC Mochi, utilizing the control of the Yoga Fire in this particular situation. Medium kick. Medium kick again. Daigo still trying to walk his way on in there. Sweep activation, via reversal there from the side of YXC Mochi, still stuck in this corner. A little bit of a trade-off, crush counter. Gets a sweep, a meaty slide as well.
Tyler right there. Can't come in for free. Pay with your life. EX Fireball again to enforce a reaction from Daigo. Another EX bar spin. One more hit will do it here. The anti-air again. YXC Mochi says you cannot jump in on me, my friend. Finally getting a victory against Daigo. Close set, but that's even more points on the side of Saishu Kansou Kumamoto. 40.
Ooh, this sets them up nicely if they can manage to get a full-on 40 bomb. If they happen to get that full sweep in this set, it is absolutely over for Nagoya Ojo Body Star. But it's so close, man. This race is absolutely so close. Again, Nagoya Ojo Body Star just needs 20 more points to move on into Grand Finals. Team Seoul needs an entire sweep. What's crazy is the odds of either one of these things happening, I feel like, are near equal just because of the talent. But I know mathematically it doesn't make sense, but that's just more speaking with the heart. I think the chances of both players fulfilling their win condition is very much so possible.
This is going to win. My heart can't take this. Saishu Kansou Kumamoto coming back, and so what we were talking about previously, where you start to get this momentum, you start to see the tricks of the other players, and then you start to bring your own sort of game plans. Like, oh, they want to play like this. I have something for them now. I have a game plan for them. And YXC Mochi showing that. One of the biggest things is just avoiding the sweeps, to be honest. Knowing that Daigo wanted that crush counter sweep off the feet, I think that was a very important thing to avoid any crush counter situations. Avoiding the fireballs continuously and the anti-airs. Definitely on deck. I mean, Sim's got a lot of good anti-airs. They cover a lot of range, but it's hard to stop that jumping continuously, especially when you're dealing with someone as aggressive as Daigo with this guile.
Man, I love also just the amount of control that YXC Mochi had towards the end of that set. And I'm glad that it came down to a situation where he didn't have to utilize his critical art. He didn't have to utilize like any sort of like big hit combo into like knockdown or whatever. I love him being able to control the pace with his limbs and still keep his eyes on when he could actually utilize EX Yoga Fire to set the pace and also bait out maybe like a Sonic Boom for a punish. That was really well played, and I think meter well spent from YXC Mochi through and through. I think that's overall just so hard to contest when you have something as durable as a Yoga Fire just creeping up on you horizontally. It's like, what are you supposed to do if he teleports against you? You're setting yourself up for a mix-up if you don't get rid of that problem.
Like a V-trigger. I've heard people talk about how good it is. It's like a V-trigger. It definitely enforces a reaction. And YXC Mochi staying to his name of making these violent comebacks and utilizing these buttons that were minus. We saw that same heavy kick be punished. You stay outside of range where it's hard for Guile to deal with, and peppers in other buttons. Now, who do you send in? I believe we have Akira in that second position. So I wonder who you send up against Akira. Oh, Oguchi, never mind, answer my question. He said, who, me? Another run back. So I love these run backs, bro. I love seeing this continuous rotation of these players when they come up in terms of like game plans and what they're doing in the matchups and stuff like that. It's really cool to see.
Yeah. But it's not the kind of run back that we had seen right out the bat, right? This was something that was expected of them from set number one, but it was actually Nemo who stepped up to the plate and put them in this predicament, right? I think Higuchi now just wants to nip it in the bud, right? He wants to make sure that he does not let this rivalry go on any longer.
はい、ドキドキしてます。で、プレーオフの時に似たような状況が、ファブゲーミング戦であって、勝つことができて、フードさんに2ライフ、もし負けたとしても4巡目が残ってるっていうような状況を作ることができたんで、今回も2ライフ作るっていう状況できればいいなと思います。頑張ります。
頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。
So we did have a couple of words from Akira. First and foremost, he was talking about his nerves. He said, "My heart is pounding so fast." He had mentioned about the previous experience at playoffs. We faced similar situations and at one, he was able to give Fudo a second chance at life, essentially, was what he was trying to say. And that even if we lose here, we still have set number 4 to go through. So they understand what the win condition is, but they also have a little bit of a safety net to lose a couple of games because of how dominant their performance was in set number 1, right?
Gave a little bit of wiggle room, but, you know, obviously they would like to not have to go to that limit if need be, but still the anchor position could save them. But we'll see what happens. In this run back, you know, Akira just so dominant in these matches just overall. Again, feeling sometimes where he's kind of faltering to himself more often than not. However, Higuchi doing a great job of just, when he is on point, it's hard to read what he wants to do as well. So I always love seeing these two play. After winning set 2, he says, I think the mood has changed. We'd like to end it here and end the set with a next anchor game. So Gucci is looking forward to the future and trying to not only end Akira, but also end the team by giving his all right here and letting the next person come up and end it right after, which is obviously what you have to do. But I think it's going to be an even match between the two. I like both these players playing super aggressive in their own play style. I feel like it's such a good back and forth between the two. And I'm not really sure what we're going to see here, but I know that Akira understands how much is on the line, despite the fact that the anchor position is still lingering just in case as a safety net. I'm sure he wants to end this right at this moment.
I wonder if there will be any sort of like a slower pace from Akira's dive kicks. I wonder if he's going to like maybe play on the ground a little bit more as soon as he has meter. I think him without meter and using dive kicks is fine, but him without it. Actually, let me restart that one. If Akira happens to not have meter, I think he's totally fine with utilizing the dive kicks. But when he has the meter, I think he sets himself up for a bigger mind game, playing the ground a little bit more, right? Because you have access to EX Spiral Arrow, you have access to EX Hooligan if you happen to know the spacing and know or react to timing of Sonic Booms and Punish. I think that's going to be a little bit more effective utilizing the meter that way. I think he could pump the brakes a little bit more as soon as he gets bar to bring the pace to more of his control.
That's a good point. I mean, that's the fact. It's like, even with that bar not being spit, it's just the idea where you can't use a Sonic Boom, where now Higuchi has to walk to you. And hey, you like that CQC. You like that close range gameplay if you can, because you harass a 4-frame player, or character I should say, continuously. And you get that corner pressure. Then you put him in the corner with the spiral arrow. Then you get that strike throw game that she's known for, where you take the throws continuously that just delete your health. That could be the play. I like that idea. Pump the brakes a little bit when need be and play around the idea of the bar. But flash kicks right there against the dive kick. Higuchi showing he's not going to let that go for free.
Ooh. However, that right there, the dive kick to force the anti-air error from the side of Higuchi, that was also really well played. I love this. Yeah, barely outside the range, does get the throw punish. Or the throw with punish.
Air throw. Oki goes for the V-shift. Resets, dashes in after a little delay, gets a counter hit. Back in the corner, you go with the throw.
The back throw tech immediately from Akira. Still within range. It's not going to be enough. This is going to be a huge threat. Akira can easily make this happen if Higuchi slips up with a Sonic Boom. Hence why he's not throwing it. It's the neutral jump that gets answered. Higuchi absolutely ready for that option, and Akira looking in disbelief. He's like, why did I even do that?
So much range on that flash kick. Higuchi ready with it. Has him in the corner. Again, pump the brakes just a little bit. There's the jump in off the jump fears, switching up what he does in terms of the aerial approach. And this corner pressure is so deadly from Akira. He needs to believe in this. Gets a counter hit, that stun, and it's done. No bar necessary.
That's totally fine from Akira, the way that he's been in complete control, does have full critical art on deck. That was a misplaced dive kick. He actually tried to, he did jump roundhouse in a timing where it should have been dive kick.
That would have caught the normal too as well. Would have benefited from it. Now he's so much help in sequences. The EX puts him right back in the corner. Here's Akira with the throw. That bar at the bottom also has activation. Bad situation. Clips him with the counter. Delay on the button. Not gonna delay for this damage. Dump it out for the super. Akira.
Oh, you gotta be dead. You gotta be dead after this.
The break.
There's so much damage behind it. Absolutely no breaks, sir. A huge recovery from Akira, especially with the way that round 1 had ended for him. He's so wise in regards to like how he spends his meter too.
ボタンを押すタイミング変えてると思う。いや、そうですね。にもかかわらず、
corner pressure, man.
カウンターヒット
That corner pressure, and also, as you pointed out, pumping the brakes a little bit. Don't make these big mistakes, because Higuchi will delete you for them. We already seen one, that neutral jump, but when he like slows down just a little bit and relies upon that good corner pressure the character has, he doesn't have to go to the air until he feels like it's really necessary. It keeps Higuchi off his game, and it hasn't been perfect, but it's enough where it's like there's so many options being rotated on the ground and on the air that it's hard to keep track of everything. And all of a sudden, after 2-3 seconds, oh crap, I'm in the corner. I gotta make some good decisions. And by the time you take all these throws, you get clipped with all the gray life, and you get hit with the V-trigger activations and stuff like that, the round's over. You don't even have time to flash kick or reverse or have even sort of rebuttal. So Higuchi might have to sit and do more of these early rebuttals in terms of like the X flash kick, V reverse and stuff like that. That may have to come to instead of relying upon V-trigger activation to get himself out of the court, which is what he's probably looking for when V-trigger's popped up, but it's not even happened. Akira's just too quick.
Even taking a step back from that situation in general, like we're taking a look at what's forcing Higuchi into these corner situations in the first place. I think Akira has done a really great job of manipulating Higuchi's reactions and what he's trying to do for anti-air options. There have been a couple of times where Akira had done a very shallow dive kick to bait out some of these options and had gotten himself a lot of success in punishing on the way down. So Akira, I think it's hard to control him when it comes to the airborne decisions, right? Again, we're seeing it back to back. Even in places where you think he's not going to dive kick, he does, especially around that burning straight that we saw earlier. And there's the flash kick. We're seeing a lot more movement-based because a lot more movement-based decisions because of Higuchi's decision to go to V skill 2, by the way.
Higuchi, yeah, that movement. Walk outside. Here's a call for the corner. Here's a counter hit. Spiral arrow, Oki, tech. Just throws. EX dive kick deleted with the flash kick. No bar spin. Activation. Can definitely run this back. Dive kick plus frames. Techs again. Look at this defense here. And upside down kick getting the win. Not taking any throws. Not getting opened up at all. Higuchi locking in.
Such a great tool, right? It'll definitely blow up a low-medium kick, a low-medium punch from the side of Cammy, so that tool is just going to be so hard to even try to counter against once you get the confirm. Trying to hit on the side of Akira, but a lot of damage coming in as a big rebuttal from Higuchi. Oh, and then the right spacing! And I love that anti-air choice. Just at the tip of that EX dive kick, and now the burning straight as the anti-air.
No chance. EX blocks it out. One more hit will be it. V reversal gets some distance. All the control back in the hands until the whip punish drops out, but still has another bar. Doesn't matter. The crouching light kick brings Higuchi back in the game.
Can't imagine what that actually was. From the side of Akira. The activation into V trigger, I think he was a little bit closer. He wanted to get like the damage off of like the uppercut, but I don't think that's really solicits him any sort of like okizemi afterwards. I wonder if it happened to be like an overlap with him trying to do a quarter circle forward after going forward first, right? Because I imagine like spiral arrow would be like the choice after a hit confirm off of V-trigger, because you bring yourself a lot closer to the opponent. If Guile didn't have meter, which he didn't, you could set yourself up for a jump in. I'm kind of curious as to why the decision was made to do V-trigger uppercut from the side. I'm genuinely curious about that decision.
Very odd. But what's not odd is him picking his costume. This still could be his. This still could be his win. He has to pull it back. These wild decisions, mistakes, starting to happen more. Obviously, Higuchi's getting really good in terms of deleting the dive kicks, having DPs, but we'll see. Final game between the two.
めちゃくちゃ大きなプレゼントになります。
さあここは砲台モード。ソニックでの
And I really like the choice of just VCL2 in general for Dial in this matchup. I think like it still puts him in like certain ranges where he's able to contest and react accordingly with anti-airs against a jump in. Oh, I thought he would have spent
That's up
it.
the damage.
Speaking of spending it,
Yeah.
everybody in the arena was shocked by this one. Just the walk up, the decision to just wake up with violence, walk up and throw.
We've seen that previously. Maybe not on knockdown. We've seen him walk up throw with just reckless abandon here. Higuchi. What's that point? Could block that low though. Switching up when he does the tip with the buttons is Akira. Anti right there. Back fist, trying to press the button. B skill flash kick, adding up and damage, building that V bar at the bottom too as well. Stuns rising. Spaced perfectly.
Higuchi manages to get this last sequence to build himself enough critical art. He might be able to finish off Akira. We might see ourselves in an anchor position match. Oh!
EX side kick, B reversal. Not a great life.
Ooh!
Sweep! Roll and wake up! Yo.
No, it's fine. I mean, he had V-trigger, right? He had V-trigger anyway. He's
Oh
totally
yeah,
fine.
you're right. Choo-choo, throw. V-trigger also lock. Looking for a cross activation. Gucci shoots first. Pierce, no cancel. Fades right through the boom. Final game, final round. Couldn't write nothing better.
That was a slight scramble from the side of both. Akira was not able to get a confirm initially off that hit. Higuchi thought he was able to get like a normal or a boom into like a V-trigger, but it was mistimed on both ends. Higuchi got the best of it. Or sorry, Akira got the best of it. Oh boy, reverse spin kick. Catching maybe a throw.
Gucci will take these trades, definitely. Keep up that stun bar. He's got the lead in health and a lot of bar to play with for the super to close things out when it gets to that point. Anti-air is getting close to that range.
Oh, it's too high up. He's gonna get a full punish on the dive kick, and now he's in full control. Look at the amount of meter. Oh no, that's one counter hit. It's a V-shift break after that. Forward throw.
Oh, didn't finish it. One hit. He catches the light.
No way. No way. It's not dead. It's not dead yet, but he does get Oki. He gets the dash 2 times over, and it's going to be guess for game. It's guess for game.
Oh.
I can't believe it.
Body star Milodon waits and baits Akira for his team, the captain. Sir.
He hits him with the unthinkable. He hits him with the unthinkable. He hits him with the meatiest dive kick. It's blocked. It sets him up for a very plus scenario. Higuchi tried to steal his turn, and he gets severely punished for it. Akira was light years away with that lead. Very well played. That was indeed double time over guess for game scenario. A double guess for game scenario.
Wow. We talked about a real impact, man. I love Street Fighter. I love Street Fighter.
Genius play. That was actually a genius play from Akira. That jump specifically, it's so smart because you think about it, initially, you're thinking about what the media option is supposed to be. You're technically in a 50-50 if you decide to do a media on the ground, right? So Akira doing a jump over into a dive kick at the middle of Guile's head avoids the EX flash kick.
Right.
That was his only chance to set up his real guess for game, right? That's what made it so genius too. The meaty dive kick placement, completely avoiding a reversal DP or EX flash kick. That was so good. That was genius.
We've talked about those weird ranges where flash kick is not going to reach. We've talked about how Akira will jump at where he can hit that crouching light or the jumping light kick at a weird range, even besides like getting a knockdown and stuff like that. He's so aware of where these options are going to land for the flash kicks, reversals and stuff like that. So smart, and he pulls it back finally. Even before that had happened, had pulled it back enough to keep him in the game. Even the scramble situation did not break down. It all comes down to this, Vicious. The anchor match.
That was like a near reverse perfect one. Higuchi had only taken very minimal damage prior to that situation happening. I'm still genuinely taken aback by that last sequence. Like, I'm gonna need a breather somehow, this is it's a lot, man. I legit have an inhaler next to me, and I probably need it. I legit have like this albuterol. I'm like, yo, I'm probably gonna need to take another dosage because that match has me like potentially wheezing. That's crazy. Whew.
The wild thing is we're not even done. We've got this anchor match to go through. Shuto, Yuri, and Fudo. Poison. Brother. This is going to be absolute heat. So much rides on this. The victory of both teams.
なんていうか忘れちゃったんですけど、ここ勝ったら60対60で、延長戦に行って、で、多分俺延長戦も出るんですけど、今までこうやってチーム救ってきたんで、俺はこのチームのエースだと思ってるんで、ここチーム救います。いいですね。頑張ってください。では両選手準備の方お願いします。
This is imperative. This is absolutely imperative for Nagoya Oja Body Star with the way that they've been playing thus far and the momentum they're about to ride on. They need to ensure this W. They can't give Saishun Kansol, Kumamoto any more chances, especially after that.
Uto says, I've said this before, but how exciting. What a demon. Been wondering why the Season League as well today, but I've been given so many opportunities to show the best in terms of match scenes. If we win this, it'll be a 60-60 and lead to an extra game, so I'll be playing that too. This is how I save my team. Me being the ace player of the team, so I'll do my best and play the next set too. So he's already revealed his hand, saying if we get this set, I'm going the next one, I'll take him down. Fudo says, think winning vibes is with us. Would like to do the same as I did previously. But Shuto, he's kind of speaking like a hero, and the way that he has been operating throughout this entire league, the way he's been operating at the playoffs, the way he's been operating right now, man, it's going to be hard to stop this cat. Even though Fudo was able to find the magic mixture to take him down last time, I think Shuto's going to present something different with him. I think Shuto's going to show him something way different. We've seen Shuto switch it up, have new options. We've already seen the Urian options too as well. Close range fireballs. I'm sure he's went back to talking to Nemo and said, what do I do here and there? You know, someone who has maybe more matchup knowledge for having years upon years with the character. And with those combination of two Urian brain cells, it may be difficult for Fudo to stop him.
It'll be so intense, right? Just taking a look at the previous record, I think Shuto might have the upper hand this time around. I think there was a lot that Nemo had done to kind of expose some of the tendencies that Fudo has, specifically with the character Poison. I think that was the game plan in its entirety. I think that was the exact reason why we had seen Fudo go up against Nemo in the first place. I think what's funny is, like, I think Fudo wanted to do more damage against the Urian players, but I think overall, I think it just exposed them a little bit more, right? Fudo did get the W against Urian, Nemo's Urian, but I think there's a lot to be said with how Nemo had navigated that matchup in comparison to how Shudo plays that matchup, right? I think there's a lot to really take in going forward, which might lead to Shudo taking the W.
You know what's wild? I feel like you look back at the Nemo matchup, I feel like if he just had a little bit, honestly, a little bit more defense. I think the offensive structure was fine with the close range fireballs. The toe tap, he was able to get that more often than Shuto was. If he had more defense with like the V shifts and the V breaks and all that good stuff, rotating those options, we might have seen him take the victory. Shuto may be able to do so. Shuto, Fudo, if Fudo wins, it's over. If Shuto wins, they go to a tiebreaker. He'll be right back up on deck.
We got a set for, you know, possibly, potentially, not quite in a tie, as it is 50 to 60 right now in favor of Nagoya Ojo body start. Oh, the handshake thus far. Ugh, I don't know about all that. I think he was trying to buffer that normal, but it just so happened to be Fudo within range. Just get the punish on it.
There's that crouch mini kick. It stops the X from coming in, but you can't stop Shudo. It's a full combo, forcing out the V-shift. But Fudo using V-shift in the break as soon as he lands. I like that. Get that Gray Life all built up, because that leads into even more damage when you hit sequences like this. Side switch puts him in the corner of the chase down. From Fudo, the burst.
Play defense against it. Short reset, and he was absolutely waiting for the V-shift. Can you kill here? You cannot. Throw will do it though. He's waiting for a meaty. You get the V-shift, or sorry, V-reversal from the side of Fudo. Standing right kick, heart rate. It's time for you to guess. And it's the walk back that gets caught. Shuto thought he was gonna be safe away from danger from the mixed sellers that was to come from the heart rate. EX heart rate at that.
First time we've seen crouching light kick too as well for a closer button. You up his EX heart rate, so already Fudo showing us something different. Punch, whirl punch, not gonna work though. Light punch checking the walk in. There's those fireballs here from Shuto. Close range, just like Nemo was doing.
Oh, not quite there for the anti-air. Not within time, I should say. Medium kick, standing heavy punch, a full sequence here from Fudo. Even if it's getting blocked, it's still doing some white damage with Gray Life.
The dash up immediately for that aggression. Fudo with these bursts every so often. Hits him with the throw this time. Another mix, counter hit, fade away, it's over. More than dead, Fudo.
And even if that last high heel kick didn't kill, well, V-Trigger 2 was already activated, so he was going to be just fine in extending that combo into the command grab.
One thing that we praise a lot from Shudo is like that good defense in terms of like knowing when to stand block, when to crouch block, when to walk back at the right times. That's all getting blown up by Fudo, and I gotta say, he must have sat in the lab, or sat in CFN, I should say, and read those moments, those tendencies that Shudo would love to walk back. And some of them are obvious with the EX heart rate, but some other ones are not, when there are moments where you see Shudo backdash, you see Fudo dash with him, with that aggression, and it's not it's just every so often, but it's enough to catch him off guard. And it's just it's that read on the movement that I think is really great. That means Fudo has really studied Shuto as a player. Even after they had their other set, you see this option come up a lot more. This was not something we saw when they fought previously. Like today, we're seeing it happen in this match right here.
I think that was just a smart read overall, right? You had Fudo put himself back into the corner, and his idea is like, well, technically I have the advantage here, and Shuto might think I want to put him back in the corner with like a throw, so I'm gonna chase his backdash if he's feeling that. So that was kind of smart. I think that was just mostly like a very solid read first and foremost, and then him being aggressive too. Yeah, that's pretty much on the money. Speaking of on the money, yo, Shuto already pushing Fudo into the corner. We do get a punish against the lovely tender, a little bit misplaced.
Trying to equalize the situation. This will help. E-skill. Don't have the fault, not just yet. X headbutt, forward tackle right back into the East Coast. Nothing behind that crushing medium punch, didn't have the charge. Still has all this damage here, so adds up in the Gray Life.
But still, that crossing heavy punch could have been punished, but Fudo wasn't ready for it. We're seeing Fudo really trying to collect himself out of the corner with some of these normals, but he's also trying to keep himself away from the medium, is what it looks like. And he's also anticipating Shuto from letting him bust out with the chariot tackle. I was just about to say. Fudo was looking for it earlier, a little bit overzealous, thought it was his time to get his whips going, but it was Shuto responding in kind, punishing with the chariot tackle.
Yep. Gotta be careful of that option every so often. Shuto holding on that bar for that exact reason. Up on a jump in, try to bait it out. This time, but I like the idea here from Shuto.
端は近づいてきたシュート。フードはシュートバリでした。いやー、
You are so sneaky. Fudo actually went for a stance cancel, getting himself a dash up and catching Shuto off guard, not being able to check the dash in time. Didn't get a counter hit. To a full sequence counter hit versus critical art. Oh. Activation off the roundhouse. Into the corner. Very important. Watch out for the throw is there. Anti-air. No, not quite.
Dive kick deletes the standing heavy kick, but it's not it. It's not over. Shuto. How's he going to utilize this bar? Does he have a way to get in? He's got the cherry tackle, but the crouch spear saves the day.
And that was going to be just fine. Yeah, utilizing that crouching heavy punch despite being very much so punishable, Fudo had V-trigger to back it up anyway. And I will say this too, Shuto is so, he's so reliant on standing heavy punch, or sorry, standing heavy kick as an anti-air. He hasn't really utilized crouching heavy punch to get some of these trades that Nemo had did earlier too. Right, that jumping heavy punch from Poison, that is very active and it reaches very far down.
Yeah, I gotta wonder if that would be a way better option. We'll get the East chair tackle on the ground, looking great though. Gonna make this corner pressure count and not let Fudo get these dashed out. Try to get that back though, not gonna happen. Shuto with the tech. He's some locked up in the corner. The idea of the EX chair tackle could come through too as well. We're so worried about that option. V reversal for some space.
I love this decision to go for back-to-back V reversals to bring yourself back to mid-screen. Fudo is now trying to take control. There's a lot of gray life. That's a big cash out, a decent cash out, I should say, against Shuto.
Confident with that crouching wing kick. Careful with that button. Answering back, trying to find a button. We'll find an activation either way. The backboard play. Reset. Flip out. That's so smart from Fudo, but gets clipped with the low. There you go. Shuto evening things out.
That was so smart. There was a little bit of a stutter there before he actually started to throw out normals for the second mirror. He deliberately had thrown out that delayed low medium kick to catch Fudo making that mistake and getting exposed down below. That was really, really smart and well played from Shuto. Having that bravery to just kind of stand still for a moment and force Fudo to flinch.
His corner pressure overall has gotten a lot better. Against the likes of Fudo, who wants these dash outs every so often, we saw him tech that dash out throw immediately. And it's hard to read because we've seen Fudo kind of hide that behind buttons every so often, especially that crouching unit kick. So Shuto acclimating right back to Fudo. This could go the distance. This could go down to the wire. I would not be surprised if we see a final game, final round.
It'll be so close to even call. We do see Fudo already getting himself ready for the third battle. The third game, I should say. I wonder what happens though. I mean, like Fudo, again, he's established the pace really well with his spacing of low medium kick. He's covered around what Shuto had wanted to do back in, you know, these last couple of games, but I feel like that great equalizer of Aegis Reflector is just such a big problem, right? That's just like kind of the understatement here. And now making the mistake thinking he had the punish for the chariot tackle, or at least was in space to do so, wasn't the answer.
Like more reversals, but this is unfortunate. Shuto with the punish. Has the call for the corner. Try to get that fierce interruption here from Fudo. Dashes up again. Counter hit. Call him lacking. B-skill. Fierce again. Adding up the damage. Shuto right back in with the EX cherry tackle. If Fudo do whatever it takes to get that bar in terms of stun, but it's done. Shuto catching these dashes every so often. I do like overall that Fudo is going more for these reversals because I feel like V-Trigger hasn't been an equalizer on his side. He needs to find a way for that to happen. Oh no.
Oh, wait a minute! Not fast enough to stuff out the crouching light kick. What was that? Shuto didn't even get a full punish. No. Not like this.
It's a V-reversal. Call for the corner gets poisoned. With all this real estate, not very fun. You do have an EX cherry tackle to get through. But that fierce, that confidence here from Fudo will make it difficult. Tex goes for the V-shape from the break. I like that. Don't fade in that mirror. That's what he wants.
Oh. Get the dash up. Delayed crouching medium punch, defended against it successfully. Fudo is trying to create some space away from the Titan. It's air. Anti-air against the knee drop. You already know it. Plus frames against the heart rate. The defense is there from Shuto. Defending against it again, but no, not quite. A little bit of damage, not too bad at all. And he gets to confirm. Not quite dead. And it's Fudo standing jab on Wake Up, catching Shuto, walking forward into the all-out line to secure it. An expensive round, but still a life-securing one. Very well played, very well set from Fudo. The tenacity to press a button on Wake Up in that moment.
Shuto, though, finding an answer for that crouching medium kick. When you're in the right range, that medium punch could come through in the clutch, but just to get there might be kind of difficult. Now you're worried about other buttons, crouch fierce, but Shuto, if he could get that standing medium punch against these crouching medium kicks consistently, could lead a corner carry, could lead to damage. You see that button a lot more often. A little more consistently.
You get the confirm off the standing medium kick. Although I think that was in range for a buffer. I got to see that again, but either way. Fudo making the most out of his meter. Back throw instead. Shuto having the right answers against the heart rate.
Great right on the side of Shuto. Don't get hit. EX. Crack kick did a ton of damage. There's the activation. V reversal again. Fudo holding on to that V bar for defense for these pivotal situations. Oh, off the backboard. Not a lot of damage. Oh.
So close. He threw a fireball and it stands short. Stand light kick to do it all for Fudo, at least in game number 3. Shuto, I will say, that was quite the tear. When he threw out the metallic sphere, I thought Fudo was anticipating that. I thought there was going to be a heart rate coming to trade off against it.
It's a classic play with Poison. Leading the fireballs to the table, take the trade. Long range gameplay. But also, I like Fudo utilizing V reversal. I think that defensive option, since V trigger wasn't working out, has been paying off the dividends. If he can hold that V bar, especially for the end, to delete that great equalizer, it'll help him stay in the game. We literally just saw it. And we also saw V-shift and break 2 as well. So he's not caught up in this enforced mix that Aegis does. And that's why Aegis is still one of the best in the game. You are caught up in there unless V-shift and V-breaker on the table. And most people by that point have pop V-trigger. We've seen that for Fudo. He'll pop V-trigger trying to make a comeback, but at that point, Shuto says, I've got mine too as well. So we'll see if Fudo can keep that same sort of energy, that same sort of heat, and make it the defeat right here aside Shunkan Sokumoto. One more game.
It's so close. It's absolutely so close between these two. I can't even tell. Woo! Even the slightest mistakes could lead into big scramble situations.
Like that, like damage. One whiff crouching medium kick. Fudo prepared. Another whiff, another hit. Off the fear starter this time.
Oh, we got that preemptively. Anti-air. Dashing up, V-shift. It's Fudo in full control right now. Oh, does get the coral punch, full extension. It was a counter hit on that. Forward thrown out. Shuto slowly bringing Fudo into the corner. Trying to spend a V reversal to catch Shuto off guard. Slow medium kick now, setting the pace. Heart rate as well. Crouching heavy punches. All the tools in Poison's arsenal is now backing Shuto down.
Counter hit, that's it. Fudo putting him, enforcing him in a mix of his own. Without V-trigger, just with that EX bar. And his team's about to go far. Nagoya Oja Body Star Milodon looking to put down side Shunkan Sokumoto, getting their revenge. It could be the end. This is set point Fudo. Not gonna prophesize the demise of Shuto. We could find an answer. He's gonna find one soon.
Cross up. The first time we've really seen aggression from Fudo outside of the ground game. Oh, V-shift, break. Heart rate now, V-reversal, excellent choice from Shuto, letting go of that early. Doesn't want to be susceptible to the heart rate. He wants to maintain this positioning against Fudo here. The crush counter is there.
So for you, the activation this time. Can he land that damage that he needs? We'll get the grip. Finally, one command grab. Got more in the tank, but wait. Caught the dash and crouching medium punch starter in the corner. Stays in front. Good blocks. Can Fudo get a combination, get him to drop? He's got that command grab. And then could follow up with the super right after if he gets the confirm.
My God, he stays alive. What are you supposed to do when he gets you locked down in the corner like that? I don't even think he had any more meter left in him to V reversal, to V shift. He had critical art. If he had nailed him with it, that would have been so heartbreaking. But Shuto, EX chariot tackle. He just wants to lock down Fudo into the corner now. Defense against the heart rate thus far, doing pretty well for himself. Shuto with the advantage position-wise. Ooh, the whip punish against the Fierce. I love that.
He ready. Counter him. Fierce, crush, gets the pickup. Chariot tackle keeps him nice and close. V reversal here from Fudo. That might be the better option. The V-trigger has not really been working out. He's got all that bar. But disallowed Shuto with the super.
Oh, I thought it was going to be dead. Not quite. He's trying to tap with the low. Just needs one more touch. Shuto backing away. Anti-air, no! Oh, Fudo gets a couple of more hits. He's trying to sneak some ways in there with the dash. A lot of gray life is building up. He does have trigger. He does have critical art. And the low forward, or the low fierce gets punished. The low fierce gets punished. Shuto jumps on in there. Fortunate timing for him. And gets a jump light kick. We got ourselves a real match here in set 3 of game number 3.
Fudo was aligned. This is going to be an exciting match. This going down to the limit. No other way I feel like this could have went. The alterations of options from both players has been fantastic. Fudo, sometimes we're going for V-trigger, sometimes for using the V-reversal to get some distance. Shuto taking to the skies every so often with different looks. Jumping light kick and calling out Crouch Fierce and these other buttons as well. This could go either way. In that bar, I feel like the pins, it dominates so much the narrative of the neutral. If EX bar is on deck for Shuto, he's got to weigh in. Even the idea of the weigh in might kind of deter Fudo just a little bit. Same on the side of Fudo's side. He can ensure the mix off a +1 situation with the EX heart rate, forcing that good defense to come out on the side of Shuto and forcing him to guess right. Bar matters so much, resources matter so much, and right now, it's going down to the game.
This is the second time we've seen a huge comeback like that happen. We had literally experienced that previously in the earlier matchup against Higuchi and Akira. We're starting to see a similar fate between the two anchors now. That's just how evenly matched it is in terms of the skill level. Shuto in full control now, forward throw. He's gonna try to go for another one. No, instead, it's the coral punch for the counter. Looking at set point, will we go into a set 4?
Shuto looking dominant in that corner. We should go for the crouch medium punch, switches up with the coral punch to catch Fudo off guard, but here's Fudo. There's that EX bar spin for the mix, the throw. Catching him leaving a bit. Crouch medium punch, no charge behind it. But Shuto trying to peck. Oh, but the light connects, interrupts the EX chariot tackle preemptively.
Oh, I love the whiff punish despite all that pressure. Fudo had been laying down the format for all the mediums to hit, or at least force blocks from Shuto, but it's Shuto who still has it, having the presence of mind to get the whiff punishes. Speaking of, let's get a very important one off of this one. Into the back-to-back reflectors. Gets to go into another sequence. This might kill. It actually is going to be more than enough. He builds a critical art. It's Shuto bringing the team alive into set number 4. Skyrocketing their team with the utmost confidence. That's 60 points now for Sai Shunkan Soul Kumamoto.
Shuto, the demon, the absolute demon. This man excited to fight matchups that other European players might consider bad or even or whatever. This man excited to fight the best of the best and putting them to rest. Shuto has been too deliberate in this corner, varying up his pressure continuously and taking on the likes of Fudo, who showed so many different looks, but just couldn't alternate those defensive options enough to put him off his game. Shuto even things out 60-60, everything right for this next match, and he even said himself, he is coming up the bat next to finish the job against the Goya Oja fighting star, Miladon. 66.
Woo. Couldn't ask for a more intense ending. I feel like, yeah, this is going to be the tiebreaker moment. This is indeed the tiebreaker moment. You're right, man. 60-60. Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto, who are they going to send up for the final matchup? I will 1000% back this.
Okay.
I think it's going to be Shuto. I think it's going to be Shuto all the way.
スタッツの準備が整っているのでこちらまず見ていきます
Why not set up the hot heat right there, the ace machine, the one that's been putting up too much work. But who do you send? I mean, like, you put up Shuto. I feel like he is going to be, hot. I feel like at that rebuttal, you have Fudo going up. As a rebuttal,
It's going to be Shuto
Fudo goes up again.
It's going to be Shuto Fudo, man. It's absolutely going to be Shuto Fudo. Right? Like, as close as that was, in regards to like the set, I think Fudo has to go up again. There's no way like Fudo is gonna take that like completely downloaded for that final part of the set. I think Fudo has a little bit more in mind to get himself this W, or at least get himself a more formidable match for this final part of the set. It has to be, man. This is like duel of the fates right here. Fudo versus Shuto has to happen.
I would want to see the people want to see it. I bet anyone. I think everyone wants to see that right back in Fudo. I feel like after you lose, you probably, as a pro player at this high level, you've already been taking notes in your head like, if I get this run back, if I fight him again, even if it's like 2 to 3 minutes away or weeks away, I'm gonna have something for him. And they're focusing on Fudo right now. It's gotta be him. And there's no better story. There's no better story, man. This is going to be ridiculous. It's the first of 2, so less time to really deliberate on what these alterations options are gonna happen. This is tense.
Full transparency, I am having such a hard time breathing. I kid you not. This is hard. This is difficult.
Okay.
I have not fully recovered, but this is like, this is pushing me to the limits. And we're not even in grand finals yet.
We still have another match to go after this. Whoever wins this goes on to fight the Good 8 squad. Whoever wins this will move on to fight the top spot. Brother, we still have way more to go. And it's going to be even more great action. Street Fighter League Japan has given us so much week after week throughout the league play, and here today at the grand finals, it's even better. It's even better. Every match has been ridiculous. Every match has been exciting, but it all comes down to this final. First to 2, Shuto, and I'm assuming Fudo, back up on the sticks.
こちらアウェー側となる最瞬間ソル熊本こちらオーダーの方根本選手から伺ってもよろしいでしょうか
What if they throw the Gucci in there?
はい。じゃあシュートのユリアンで。
Yep, Shuto. Yep.
ここは宣言通り決定戦にもシュー
The
トがや
ace.
ってきましたシュートユリアンの登場です
Who else has had a winning record against
では
Shuto?
続きまして対する名古屋王者ボディスターミルダブこちらもリーダーよりオーダーの方を伺ってもよろしいでしょうか
That's hard.
さあこちらはまだ少し悩むかいやーこれ悩みどころですね本当に
何の感情
No way.
いやでも選択肢は多
Oh,
分
they're looking to Akira
そう
to
ですよね
make the decision. I thought I was like, Akira's not going up, right? They gotta send up
Nariku.
Fudo.
対策は大きく積んできたこの
No offense to Narikun, but even on paper, it's just that's not a fun match at all. So,
It's not. It's not. It's definitely not.
oh god, it's awful.
そうですね、もしかすると第3号がまだ
第
いや
3
それは
号
絶対あると思います、
ありますよねただそれを出すか
そう今その相談ですよね
1号に2号にまた立
1号
つか
2号に行くのか
I'd love to see what Akira's saying, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie.
泣いても笑ってもこれ
Yeah,
が
there's
決
a lot of
定戦
deliberation
そ
coming
して
in
昨年も
for the side of Nagoya Ojo Body Star.
この重要な一
I
戦
can
が
only
ありまし
imagine
た
it's them convincing Fudo to go up.
ただ雰囲気は非常に良さそうです
Or they're also trying to talk about like the strategy
こん
behind
な簡単に決
everything
め
that's
られ
been
る場
going
面じゃない
on.
ですからね
But
そうですよねここは
the body language that Fudo is kind of exhibiting, it makes me feel like they're trying to encourage Daigo moving up to the plate.
What do you think about that, though? Daigo losing already 6-0? Can he really prove himself today? I mean, we talked about pros getting prepared 2 to 3 hours, minutes later after they've lost, but that was such a dominant 3-0. Again, the side of shoot, though, you have a first to 2, less time to make that download happen.
まとめてる
おここでおまとまったいですね
すいません、お待たせして申
いえいえ
し訳ありません。
とんでもないです。
梅原ガエルでお願いします。
Oh,
マジか。
no way. No actual way.
今年も来ました。
Bugging. No way.
梅原
Bugging.
選手が
Daigo coming
called
up.
it.
にやってきました。
I hella called it. No way, dude.
では両選手にこの試合の前に意気込み準備整い次第で伺っていきます。さあこのようなオーダー
This is
があり
scary,
ましたね
man. To be fair,
This is
okay.
horrifying.
Looking at the record through and through, right? During regulation season play,
わかんない
Daigo had not once fought up against
前回も
Shuto.
ミルダウンビーストの時に
But
この選択を
Overall
迫られたん
presence
ですよ
of
ね
mind to like face off against a Urian, like he's had a lot of experience. Obviously, it's Daigo, right? He's played off against
昨年は
Urians in general in his entirety of the game. So I'm not saying there's a lack of confidence at all, but I will say that facing off against Shuto in the momentum that he has right now might be the task. It's gonna be like quite the momentous task to ask for Daigo.
勝ったことによってその差異
It's
で
just
出る
I'm
ただその時にこの梅原
After how
選手が
dominant
いやでも
Shudo
本当はフードの方が良かったな
defeated Daigo, and
みたいな
beyond just, oh yeah, he
そういう
beat
こと
him
を話
3-0.
していて
It's the dominance of
も
his
し
game
かした
plan,
ら
the
だから
comfortability that he
その
had
対策まだ出し切れてない
in
んだ
that
ね
run
って
back.
いう
It felt like he showed even
ことかもし
more
れない
different
です
looks
ね
in that back heavy punch gameplay that Daigo loved to do with the lead. The firewall gameplay wasn't even a problem.
全然あるんじゃないかと
Shudo comfortably jumping in on Daigo continuously. Corner pressure was ridiculous.
そうですね
そう
That's
I'm
back to
very
back too.
curious to
That's
see.
it happened in the playoffs and it happened in set 2, right? You had
Yeah.
little 6-0 against Daigo. Who? I don't know. I feel like it was Fudo that was like, Daigo should do this.
チームでしっかり話し合って決めた
It looked like
挑
it,
戦
right?
4巡目決定戦
Kind of seemed like he was rubbing the back of his head saying, you know, maybe I don't have a game plan right now to go up to him, or whatever I tried wasn't enough, and maybe didn't feel comfortable enough to go up, and Daigo said, hey, maybe I can do this.
まあここ勝ったらまあめっちゃかっこいいと思うんで勝ちたいですし、ここ負けたら今までの俺と何も変わらないんでここ絶対勝ちます。
頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。
Brother,
Not
that is
not too much really said from Shuto, right? I mean, like he was talking about if he wins this, it'll be super cool. So he'd like to win. If he doesn't, he'll still be the same old him. He'll be the same old me, is what he said. So he'll win this for sure. But Daigo had something else to say. What did he say, Sinkola?
so much responsibility, won't let the pressure get to me, and ganbarimasu.
There it is.
Yes,
100%. 100% execution.
All right, let's see who's got the execution right here to be executioner of either team. Shuto, Daigo, ending out. This is the last match between the two teams, going to the absolute limit. Saishun Kansou Kumamoto, Nagoya Oja, Body Star Milodon. This is it. This is it right here.
してくるところにまあ差し返しですとかしゃがみ一番地のカウンターを取
It's
って
looking
I'm at a loss for words, I
very.
ain't gonna lie.
打撃が通った時のリターンは
It's looking very much so in Shuto's favor. If you are a statistics person, again, Shuto has had a very dominant performance against Daigo Umehara in not only today's set number 2 in the anchor spot, but even prior to that in the playoff match. Shuto had set the pace against Daigo in the anchor match, 3-0 in set number 1. They were on the away side. Daigo had stepped up to the plate as the counter pick. Daigo had done the same thing in today's matches. He's doing so in this final moment. This is pretty much do or die time. This is the breaking point for both teams. The winner of this brings their team with them into the grand finals to face off against the ones that are at the top of the mountain. That is the good 8 squad. So this scares me the most, man. For Nagoya Oja Body Star Middle Dom Beast, I think sending up Daigo, it's not necessarily like a poor decision. I don't think it's a poor decision at all, but like based off of the stats, it is slightly questionable. I will say I think Fudo would be yielding the most success percentage-wise, but
Right.
we'll see if Daigo has it to be in the clutch factor.
Looking at what happened previously, you're jumping on a guile, doesn't matter, Street Fighter 2, EX, 4, 5, you are definitely locked in. Shuto versus Daigo though, this is another run back, another rematch, and this determines who moves on to the finals of Fight Good 8 Squad. First to 2, let's get it.
We're about to see who swings first. Immediately, Daigo hovering around the ranges, trying to force out a Noble from Shuto. Shuto actually was the one to fire first with the low medium kick. Now, it's Daigo looking for possibly another normal to counter, but still, okay, not able to get an anti-air in time. Shuto managed to get a full jump in, and now it's all Urien into the corner, but it's Daigo. He's been backed into a corner plenty of times before. Oh, could be dangerous.
Yup, could have been an EX Sonic Boom to catch that crouch fierce, get the knockdown and the side switch. EX mate here from the side of Shuto. It's headbutt. Look at this corner pressure, all fantastic. We've seen the Shuto all dang day. Heavy kick though. Daigo has been the one to operate outside this corner with this character and will do so with the activation. Back to mid-screen with the flash kick. Locking down the neutral with the baby boom. Crush, follow-up.
He wasn't able to continue the combo. He gets punished for it. He absolutely gets punished for it. That standing heavy punch was trying to be linked off of that light baby boom, but instead he mistimed it. That's -4. That is indeed punishable. Shuto took full advantage of that.
I'm gonna be so ready for like an arrow like that is fantastic. They're trying to find a jump in. No anti-air from the side of Daigo. Watching the kick, counter hit, corner carry once again. Counter hit on the crouching medium punch, keeps it nice and meaty. EX, follow-up, had it nice and high. Let's a high kick fly right here. Saw the flash kick, waited and baited. Shuto. EX connects, and another one to get it done. Game point Shuto. Side shoe console. The sun is shining on them fishes.
That sequence, that entire round for the side of Shuto, I will say this, it looked mighty free. F-R-E-E. No doubt about it. Shuto immediately got it from the seat, went back to congregate with his team and discuss what had just happened. Daigo looking a little flustered, especially with the way the first round had ended. Wasn't expecting to be run over in that manner in round number 2.
A lot of immediate corner carry, a lot of optimization on the side of Shuto. A few jump-ins here and there, but honestly, that hasn't been the entry point. It's been just confidently walking down Daigo. And someone who's confident with their buttons, has a lot of range to keep at the same space that you're able to play at. We've already seen how he utilizes back fist and back fierce and things like that. And walks in confidently with the throws and stuff, with the sonic booms. All of that is just not coming to fruition at all for Daigo. It's all getting stopped. He's being put in the corner, losing half his health bar, and then you still have to deal with the great equalizer that is V-Trigger. What's Daigo do?
He tags in Fudo mid-set. I'm kidding. So this is tough. This is absolutely tough. I think Daigo, again, hasn't really been able to force Shuto to play that he wants him to play, right? He was trying to antagonize him with movement and try to get like a counter hit game going, but Shuto knowing full well the ranges of his normals, right? He's gone through that visage that Daigo wanted to implement, right? He was trying to use movement and trying to whiff normals against him, but Shuto keeping the discipline there. A little bit antsy on the jump in though. A little bit aggressive on the start. The anti-air absolutely there from Daigo, ready with the crouching heavy punch. And speaking of crouching medium kicks, Daigo definitely has one of his own.
Oh, caught in the corner though. No finesse and bless right here from Daigo. Not getting opened up. Block out these lows, block out the crouching medium punch. We want to get that access. But Daigo does have to find a way out. EX, Sonic Boom, or a flash kick to get that distance that he wants. But again, only bar split here is from Shuto for his extensions for the damage. Batista bomb throw. Here we go.
One of the mini booms, the backdash was there to avoid the throw. Now it's up to what we talked about earlier, the great equalizer. The defense has been absolutely sturdy up until that point. That throw doing a decent amount of damage, tacking on that gray life on top of it. Not too bad, but Daigo just needs one confirm. That could have been huge into critical art, but it's still Shuto having full control. No, on the other side, Daigo had outmaneuvered him. Exactly what he was looking for. That walk speed right under the EX tackle, or sorry, EX knee drop from Shuto. getting him the first round of this game.
I like him using that. That's one of the things that we don't state enough about Guile. That great walk speed as an anti-air. But Shuto, not to turn it all. With push against the back, we haven't really seen it. Walks up with the throw. Anti-shimmy. Shuto still has that corner position though. And the lead in health.
It's the forward throw. Oh, reverse spin kick. Does get the counter hit. Does get the roundhouse counter hit as well. Via reversal, keeping Guile contained into the corner is what needs to happen. Shuto, he's going to activate. Yeah, he's going to go right into critical, I should say, and get himself into match point. I do like that idea, right? If you have the opener for the kill, you got to take it. You don't want to play with the food.
No, not without that bar at the bottom. We've seen Daigo make some desperate comebacks with the V-trigger, but this is looking desperate. Shuto has him in the corner. Charges the fireball in front of his face like eating toothpaste. That's insane. No flash kick, no rebuttal here from Daigo.
Did you say like eating toothpaste? Did you say like eating toothpaste? Is that what I heard?
In front of his face, like eating toothpaste. Shout out to him, but shout out to Shuto for taking so much health of Daigo in the corner.
Quick! Did you get the EX? Trying to reset the situation, and Daigo bringing it back to mid-screen, right? It's ever so important that he maintains this positioning.
With the neutral jumps, the blocks as well, switching up.
The backdash again! Good call out from Shuto, knowing exactly when Daigo wants to push him into the corner. The anti-air is there, that crouching heavy punch. Oh.
You'll block out these fireballs because you know what's about to happen. The super at the deck, to throw that B-trigger, sends it out, the lock. Daigo down, the throw, the Batista bomb. He gets hit with the mirror. Oh, he could go for it. It's getting closer and closer to the tech. Daigo's fighting desperately. Gets away into the EX Connect side shoot console. Taking down the Goya Oja, Body Star, Milodon, and moving on to the grand finals. Shuto.
There was so much in that final sequence that could have gone the other way. He bet it all on a standing roundhouse and anticipated Daigo moving forward to trying to get a throw. That was an excellent read from Shuto, taking Saishun Console Kumamoto to the next stage. You're looking at the math behind it. Standing roundhouse. -2. You're thinking to yourself, Daigo's gonna walk up and get a throw, maybe for the kill. He can't punish it, right? Shuto immediately goes for a crouching heavy punch after the roundhouse is blocked, taking his turn right back from Daigo, catching Daigo walking right into that normal and converting off of it. Had it been walked and blocked, if Daigo had just walked up and blocked and sat there, that would have been game over. That would have been game over for Shuto. He bet it all on that last moment and stealing the turn. Actually insane. It was so brave and it was so worth.
Look at where it takes him to the finals, but man, again, taking down Daigo, another win. And honestly, in a different sort of style. There were some jump-ins here and there, but that corner pressure, what he would do after testing the crouching medium punch every so often, you see a crouching medium kick, you see a walk-up throw, a dash-up throw. Maybe it didn't always work out, but it was enough to keep Daigo down and out in terms of health for the majority of the rounds, and that would build up all that bar, and you see Shuto walking and blocking. Willing to take the blocks off the booms to build up that bar. He didn't use it for super, but just that wherewithal to be like, I have the idea to hit you with the super, so you have to play even more pensive, even more afraid, even more scared. Shuto, if people didn't think he was a legend already, what he's done for Street Fighter League and Wolf Warrior, they're seeing it now.
With the way that all of these players have played thus far, man, it's actually kind of wild to see that like only one of these teams had to move on. It's so wild to see that it played off in the way that this did. And this is the best part about the statistics game too, where numbers at the end of the day don't matter if it doesn't get you the W. Look at the amount of zeros from the side of Shuto, right? No anti-airs because there was no attempts. No EX reversals, or EX invincible reversals, I guess. Not necessary. 0 out of 1 throws teched. Not too bad. Different story from the side of Daigo though, right? 3 out of 4 in terms of the jump-ins. He did get punished on one of the Sonic Booms. 0 of 1 with the EX flash kick, and then of course the throw game, so difficult to contest against the great equalizer. So difficult. Could have gone either way, especially in that final moment, man. I'm telling you, Daigo could have easily just walked up and crouch blocked. Shuto might have just committed to crouching jab EX headbutt.
We'll see a different timeline. But now we see side shooting console Kumoto in the away side against the home position of Good 8 squad. Man, again, overall, this is not to discount anybody on the Team Seoul. It's not to discount Seoul at all. But to see them moving through, when I look at people discussing Street Fighter League Japan, they don't really put them in that top spot. They don't really say, oh, I think they're going to win. It's usually, oh, I think Daigo's team's going to win. Or I think Tokido's team's going to win. They have the most Lukes on this team. Or Daigo and Fudo are like the masters and stuff like that. So I'm going to hedge my bets on them. This new generation really coming through. Higuchi and Shuto really showing out for their team. Plus Mighty Mochi. Not saying Nemo didn't do anything, but those two star-raw players were doing the most out here and carrying their team to victory, it felt like. More of all because they were once getting the most victories and the points. It's wild to see Seoul go up against Good 8 squad, but well deserved.
We are going to get the winning interview from the team that clawed their way back to the top tooth and nail from the entirety of their playoff season. Sorry, from regulation season play, even in the playoffs, even to this very moment, right? They were at the deficit the entire time. They had been set down below 0-40 in set 1. And then what looked like a dead end, right? Being placed on the away side, being at the disadvantage of being counterpicked, they clawed their way back. They got that 30 back. They managed to take it down in set number 3 and get the tiebreaker. Something that rarely ever happens in the realm of Street Fighter, to be honest with you. But looking at the winning interview, we do have to talk about Nemo as we have Shuto talking right now. So Nemo had actually said that he's so amazed with the young players, and from here on out they'll be prepping for the grand finals. I mean, that's the most he could actually say, I'd imagine. So if there's any other translations, I would love to hear it, but for the most part this has been exactly what, or the most of what Nemo had been saying.
Shuto says, I'm so excited, feel hyped, and not sure of your question, Aru San, so I'm not sure what Aru would ask him, but he said, I'll see myself as being a lucky one. And if there is a Street Fighter League god, I was blessed to be able to showcase climatic scenes and been able to play mini games, and he wasn't nervous at all. He definitely played in a way that was very confident. You talked about that standing heavy kick that he bet it all with, and that confidence was key in his victory.
アキラ選手に今年はリーグ3位という結果となりましたが、今のお気持ち聞かせてください。
はい。やっぱり
Getting words from the losing team.
このチームが終わってしまうっていうのが悲しいっていうのが一つと、悔しいは一番なんですけど、それでも今ちょっといろいろ思い返すと楽しかったなとは思えるこのストリートファイターリーグになったなと自分自身思います。でファンの方々に、長期間だったんですけども、長きにわたって名古屋王者ボディスタミルダムっていうチーム自体を応援していただけたことは本当にありがたいことですし、本当に自分の人生にとって貴重な時間を過ごせたかなと思います。ありがとうございました。あ
りがとうございます。そして、梅原選手にも一言伺えればと思うんですが、最終戦、延長戦かなり難しいところでの、出陣となったと思いますが、いかがでしたか？
いやなんか去年もちょっとこのグランドファイナルの場面で振るわなくて、それがすごい自分的にはなんか不甲斐ないなと思っ で今年かなり捧げた、今年っていうか、去年かなり捧げたつもりだったんですけど、同じ結果になっちゃってすごい残念だなと思ってるし、申し訳ないなと、2年連続ちょっと似たような結果になっちゃったんでって思ってますね。
ありがとうございます、さあそしてもう少々お話伺えるお時間あるということなので、じゃあお隣フード選手にも、はい、今年の名古屋王者いかがでしたか？
いや、すごい楽しくできたんじゃないかなとは思います、
かなり初めはその50対0というところで、いい形だったかと思いますが、
いやけどやっぱり全然これあるなと思ってたんで、しょうがないなっていう。で岐阜から笹間君呼んだんで、ぜひちょっと熊本さん使っていただいて、決勝の
ありがとうございます、
はい、グッパチでも頑張ってください。
スパーリングパートナーとして、ありがとうございます。それでは、成君選手にも一言、たくさんの応援をいただいたファンの皆様にお願いいたします。
そうですね、ちょっと今日はこの組み合わせ出ることできなかったんですけど、やっぱり間近でこの3人の熱い戦いを見れて、皆さんの応援もあってすごい盛り上がったのではないでしょうかと思います。もうちょっと自分自身も精進していきたいなと思いますので、今年1年すごい楽しませていただいて、皆さんチームメンバーもファンの皆さんもありがとうございました。
But we do get a little bit of a gist of the conversation, right, Sinkola?
So like Daigo said, last year he couldn't do his best and feels disappointed because it was the same year, it was the same result as last year. Dedicated himself to this, he feels bad, it's the same result. Fudo actually giving his energy to the other team, saying overall it was a fun league, felt like it could end this way. Samazan-kun is here from Gifu. Sazama-kun. Apologies. Is here from Gifu, so use him as your sparring partner. Prepare for the grand finals against Good 8 Squad. Nari-kun says he couldn't participate, but was able to watch the matches closely and enjoy the semifinals. Thank you to the teammates and the fans.
Now, it's really unfortunate to see, a team so talented as Nagoya Ultra Bodystar Mildom go home. It's really unfortunate, but they're still trying to, improve the overall quality of the Japanese scene, the Japanese Street Fighter scene, and level everybody else up as well. But this is just how it goes, man. It's now time for a little bit of a switch up as we get ourselves ready for the grand finals between Good 8 Squad and Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto with Hamiko's Choice. This is the breakdown where we... Well, I was gonna say this is the moment where usually where Hamiko kind of breaks down his decisions for what's gonna be happening between the two teams, but instead it's gonna be about Street Fighter 6, right?
Yeah. I heard something in there, so we'll see what they have to offer us. Definitely hyped for that game. Definitely super excited to see what's going to happen with that game. We're only a few months away, and I know the tournament scene is going to be popping. The online scene is going to be super popping too as well. And I can't wait to get into Character Crisis mode because everybody looks fun.
Those are words I definitely recognize. We have the Street Fighter producer Shuhei Matsumoto-san, as well as the Street Fighter director Takayuki Nakayama-san. Both of them very much so a huge pillar of everything right that had gone with Street Fighter V. And they are blessing us today with a lot more with Street Fighter 6. Now, you might have seen a couple of Street Fighter 6 footage roaming around the streets of social media, and Twitter specifically, from the Street Fighter account. Well, that is due to these two right here, actually. They're going to be blessing us with a ton of goodies today. They're going to be featuring a bunch of gameplay between the new characters.
Yes. Actually, I have not watched any of it. I've closed my eyes. I didn't want to see any of it until today, so it's all going to be new to me. So next is definitely excited to see that new footage. I know we got a little bit, a couple weeks previously, but as a reminder, this is coming out real soon in June on the 6th. So make sure y'all pre-order if you haven't. Get on it right now.
No.
On the 2nd.
June 2nd. June 2nd.
June 2nd. Yeah, my mind read that wrong. Even sooner, people, with all these different editions, standard, deluxe, and ultimate. The Metro City boxes y'all saw previously. in the intro of Street Fighter League Japan when everything was going with the slides. You saw that too as well. We'll probably see it. But there's a lot of additions. I'm probably going to get the highest one because I'm a sucker for those when it comes to fighting games.
Oh, without a doubt. I think there's going to be a lot that goes into Street Fighter 6's release. It also includes, you can see down below for the Ultimate Edition, a bunch of goodies too. Even if you pre-order it now, you do get access to 6 different alternate colors for a handful of characters. I do believe it's like Chun-Li, Jury, Jamie. I think Manon gets one as well. I think they're gonna go through it as well. I forgot who the next. I think DJ is a part of that roster as well for the extra colors. I think Ken is the last person. I think I named all 6. On top of the goodies that you get right here, you get the Mad Gear box. It looks like an Elite Trainer box, but this is definitely the Mad Gear box. You do get the Luke and Kimberly figures. If you do follow Nakayama-san on Instagram, he'd actually shown off the production of these 2 figures on his Instagram. You do also get yourself the magazine. I think it's like I think it might be like the Game Informer magazine that covers Street Fighter 6 as well. You do get the alternate box of Street Fighter 6. I think there's also like different orders you can get from different regions. Determining in what region you're from, you might get either Luke or a different character. You also get a bunch of goodies down below on the left. You get a bunch of stickers. A lot of cool stuff that comes with the deluxe edition, especially if you are a Street Fighter fan.
Please don't say that about it being different in different regions. My pocketbook is already in pain. We'll have to buy it all the same. Definitely a good look to have those like cool action figures or figures, figurines, but also having a lot of good goodies in there, good content, DLC costumes. Hopefully one of them is DJ because from what I saw previously when they had the very quick showcase, DJ looks super cool. So hopefully that costume is really cool too as well as the coloring. The other ones look really good. Ken look really sick, but hopefully DJ's looks cool too as well. So they show it.
Yeah, they had mentioned that during one of the other Capcom shows that they had done where they first showcased the new characters with the other hosts around. They were talking about what comes with the pre-orders. So yeah, DJ is definitely a part of that, included in the extra colors. We did see him in like a red and also like a blue type of coloring. So I'd imagine like they'd have to release a little bit more, right? Like, more than just like 6 characters for getting the special color.
Yeah, I feel like how good the colorings are. You can't just leave it to just a couple, a handful. Give me more. Show me more. But again, I think we're going to be seeing more of that footage. If y'all have already seen it, on Twitter and stuff like that, that's great. I'm glad that they put it out. But this is your first time. Join me in watching it for the very first time with fresh eyes.
Didn't you literally just say you saw DJ and he looked cool?
Well, I meant in the previous time when they showed him for like one match. Where it was just like a little bit, yeah. Trying to see more. First, Manon and Marisa.
Yeah, so this is gonna be pretty cool, right? I think for the most part, like we're fully, we kind of fully understand like the mechanics and how the game kind of works in regards to like what is the drive gauge about, what the overdrive's about. But one thing is for certain, this is the first time we've actually gotten to see what Mano's move and what Marisa's moves are all about. But look at just the way that Marisa moves is so good. This right here is messed up. Look at the amount of damage. Oh my god. So she goes into the stance, armors up, and goes into the extension of it, which is the command grab. She has like other options to go into. She can do a strike, she can do like a pushback, but she also has access to a command grab. It's so much damage.
Off a drive rush right there, that is deadly. On the wake up.
Could be, yeah. It could be.
Does she have a command grab outside of that?
That I'm not too sure of. It's just based off of the footage. And this is going to be pretty pivotal, right? Increasing that metal level that you see on the top right from Mano, the more you get off of command grabs, the more you increase that level. What's also crazy is you just witnessed an EX uppercut, right? It's EX anti-air canceled into a special. Like, that is a grounded anti-air that is cancelable into a special. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. And speaking of huge, metal level 4 and another command grab. Look at the damage. Oh my lord. That's one command grab. I didn't know the metal level goes past 4. I genuinely thought the cap was at 4, but it's clearly not. Look at the damage. Oh, you're getting
super? Oh. Yo, this is so tight. The smoke clearing. Oh, that is so cool. Puts him against the wall on the other side. I like that corner carry.
Yeah. It automatically places the opponent into the next corner. Oh, dead.
Brutal.
The worst part is she knocks you unconscious, right? And then as you're sitting there, she kicks you so you land on your back and then carries you home.
That is like one of the best win posts I've ever seen in a fighting game. It is so sick. It reminds me of Fist of the North Star or something. But overall, both these characters look dope, but I think Marisa, I feel like that is something, a character I probably see in maybe Idom's hands, possibly. Man on the type of, for Brutus or such. The big burly characters with a lot of damage.
I think the character has a lot of control with her normals. I think her normals occupy a lot of the screen. I wouldn't actually be surprised to see maybe like character players like Idom utilize his character, because Idom had kind of leaned towards using Jury because he likes Jury's like normals in the space that she could occupy with like medium kicks or whatever. But yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if Idom picks up this character specifically. Although landing the command grab will be kind of tricky. It's not, from what I've noticed, I haven't seen like raw command grab. It has always come out after the stance that looks like a blocking animation. Like the cover-up, it's always come out from that scenario. So I don't think Marisa's gonna have command grab raw. I think Manuel for sure is gonna have command grab raw. So it might be a little bit different. I think you know, both of these characters are gonna be utilized by a lot of like the brawler archetype players that really enjoy this style of controlling with normals and then also harassing up close. So we'll see. I think Marisa is going to be a problem. Mano, however, I'm still at a loss for words. I'm not too sure what her normals are about, like thoroughly, obviously, but her command grabs could be a real problem. Like if she's powered up to level 5, like her metal level is consistent. Like it stays round after round, so she can build up off of it, and it leads to a lot of damage. Like you've seen that single command grab that tosses somebody up into the air. At level 5, it does like 25% or like 20 to 25%.
That's the Idom character right there. Wow, I gotta watch these breakdowns when people go through it, because it's never enough just to watch it one time. Especially not right now. I definitely gotta go through these, but both these characters look sick. They're so different. The options that they present to as well, the gameplay options, already so different.
One of the really cool things that Mano actually has also is, I think from the start of the round, we did see like a punish counter from her. I think it was like a standing heavy punch. The heavy punch drags you in and leaves you plus enough, I think, to either press a normal or even get like a command grab right away if they're not reacting to it, right? They'd have to like, the opponent would have to guess command grab and preemptively jump. But a lot of the times I think Mano is going to be a type of character that would be forced into like a plus scenario and like force the guess between command grab and a strike. But this is the matchup that I've been looking forward to, right? I really enjoy both of these characters and the way that they've been designed. You get dash of Oki? It's so sick.
Really? I definitely want to see how Sim was operating in this game on like classic controls, obviously, and what they're going to do differently with them. You know, there's going to be more recovery on the limbs. How is Perry going to operate against those limbs too as well? Having a different defensive tactic might help out in letting him be a little bit stronger if you have a way against the limbs. So let's see.
A couple of obvious things that people might have noticed. One, obviously that anti-air right there. He does have a very consistent anti-air. Two, he has his regular Yoga Fire back, which is huge. He also has an air fireball now, which is also going to be a little bit of a problem alongside Yoga Stasis. We've already established that a lot of these moves that he's had in 5 are now coming back with some of the more traditional stuff that he's had with regular Yoga Fire. But some of the newer things like the anti-air, which looks like the startup of like Yoga Legend from like previous iterations, and also Air Fireball, that's brand new, at least in like a normal Street Fighter series. That's gonna be really exciting. But DJ, look at that, the Just Cool feint, or I think that might have been like a Fireball feint, like EX Fireball feint dash up.
He a mixed character? DJ kind of looking tight. Nice.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying DJ look cool. These fake outs.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty important to know exactly when DJ is going to be throwing a fireball at you. I think that sounds like a medium punch. I feel like speed-wise and like the sound, I think that had to be like a crouching medium punch from Dawson.
That's all that range. Definitely looking at DJ right here.
Whip punish. So sick. That was actually kind of cool.
And there must be there's a little bit more recovery in these limbs, possibly.
I think he did it on a reaction. I think it does linger quite a bit off that standing medium kick, but this is going to be huge. Look at the damage. We get the pop-up, extension. Granted, he could have killed with the level 3 or a super art, but I do like him showing off the overdrive moves anyway. I do appreciate it. I wonder if he did like, if he did maximum punches, if that would have killed him.
It already looks like it does a lot of damage in this game normally, so. Okay. I am just infatuated right now about DJ. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be huge going into like the Dawson matchup as well. And so yeah, DJ's fireballs are pretty much back from the way he was prior. Like he does have the double up with like the heavy punch fireball. His EX1 makes it a lot harder to like even try to crouch under. You see it right there. You get the double up off of heavy fireball. Just have his traditional sweep off of crouching medium kick.
Ooh, overhead too as well on the stance. And just having like a feint in this game in general seems like it's gonna be pretty powerful to maybe call out parries and stuff like that preemptively. I don't know if that recovers in time, but in general, they're very up that oppression and approach. DJ looks super interesting. So does Sim though. I gotta give him credit. Sim still looks dangerous.
Get okay off of this. Dash up. It's a throw bait. That's gonna be huge. Level 3. I actually forgot the name of this move. It looks like an enhanced version of Yoga Shangri-La. That was like what, Ultra 2 and 4? Cool.
Ultra 4?
Ultra 2? Ultra 4?
Do I mean? The throw?
Oh, the overhead? So sick off the Just Cool. Let's do it again. Oh, you know what the sickest thing is off of Just Cool is he has an inherent throw bait, and if they manage to throw and he goes for like the low ender, that's a punish counter. I think there's gonna be enough frames there to like get a link off of it. DJ is looking so good.
He is looking mad cool. I love like feints on characters and stuff like that. The stance switches, switching up in that corner pressure. In a game with parry, in a game with like having good like reversal options, having something different that you can introduce is gonna be really cool. If you get to recover in time, I'd have to see all the frames and stuff like that. I don't know, but even in general, it looks like it's a powerful. Like he looks really powerful. So does Sim. Sim looks like he's still strong, but not obnoxiously strong like people complain about Street Fighter 5. Sometimes for good reasons, sometimes for not. But he definitely looks like he has a lot of great tools. Different than Street Fighter 5. Some of the limbs look more whip punishable. Maybe I'm bugging a little bit. I have to watch it back, but he still looks like the same old Sim, but strong.
We don't. Yeah, we can't tell based off of just looks alone whether or not limbs are like more punishable or not. It really depends because the speed of the game is entirely different, right? Like your fastest normal is now like 4 frames. So that's just one thing to consider as well. But I think overall, I think they've done both of these characters justice. I think DJ returning to the series is great. I think the representation of DJ players that was in 4 are finally getting the love they deserve, to be honest with you, because I think DJ was kind of overlooked a bunch until like the later end of the series. I think DJ had a lot of potential, but like execution-wise, it deterred a lot of players from reaching the success that they were looking for, to be honest with you. And Dawson players, well, they're gonna be feasting just fine, right? I think a lot of what is established in Street Fighter V with this character might be able to carry over, but that's just speculation, right? We may not see the same kind of like big time punishes off of like a crouching heavy punch, fully spaced out or whatever, into like Yoga Fire loops. So we might see something worse. We might see something even more dangerous, but who's to say? I will say for what it is right now, I think they've done Dhalsim pretty well, right? Giving him back his Yoga Stasis for mobility, giving him his traditional Yoga Fire back for like, you know, fireball threat, and also like a pretty decent anti-air from what it looked like. We've only seen the anti-air once, but it looked pretty nice. So I really enjoyed both characters getting all the tools that make them really fun and not limited.
Seeing Sim with like a good defensive option, like off the rip, like with the system mechanics, I feel like that's always going to make him like a strong threat. I mean, obviously we don't know yet, you know, that's the overall meta, but I like that he's got the parry to back himself up, and you have a parry too as well to fight back. So letting Sim be strong might be a-okay this time. You know, it might be okay to have a way to fight back against Sim with parry. Him having a good parry system or having parries in general for defense also might be good for him. But again, this is all just like things I'm just rummaging around my head. I gotta watch all this footage back. I'll probably have to watch your stream because I know you're gonna go through this probably when you're able to recover a little bit. So I'll be peeping that.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be out of commission until probably after Capcom Cup due to doctor's orders. But I will say this, JP versus Blanca, this is the matchup that I had no idea how to even call, because JP has been quite the conundrum. Like, brand new character, he plays more of like a distance-based game, but even from closer ranges, he still seems to be pretty effective. But for the most part, we're going to see, look at that, the juggle based off of the anti-air projectile. It's pretty good, man. And what's even scarier, I think Blanca, I will say this, like I'm not the biggest Blanca fan, but I will actually admit Blanca looks mad fun in this version. Like he's looking like somebody I would want to try out. And I've been avoiding two characters throughout the entirety of Street Fighter, and that's Blanca and Chun-Li. Both those characters I want to play in Street Fighter 6. And I've literally told Nakayama-san and Matsumoto-san the same thing the last time I saw them. Like, dude, you guys make the characters look so fun.
Just like that, I feel like the same way with Ken in Ryu, like in this game. Like, surprisingly, Ryu seems way more fun. But actually, right now, I can see what you're saying about Blanca. That movement looks even better. He's got a lot. It seems like even more options. But JP, though, I think for some people wanting to be that bison function, he's not, but he looks like his own original sort of style, and that's A-okay. Let him be his own thing.
That was actually pretty sick. So what's funny about that is I can't really understand what had just happened. Like, he did a normal cancel into a special, right? But what kind of confuses me is that I didn't know like JP had like some sort of armor behind it, because you notice he did that against a EX Blanca ball and he didn't die. He didn't die from it. I don't know if he took damage from it.
JP not having possibly a reversal, I don't know yet, but like having armor, that'd be kind of cool.
I think so, because literally after that super, he was just like pushed back.
That's a Blanca ball or Blanca doll. That I want to see how that operates in this, like the Blanca doll backing up Blanca.
Yeah, so from what it looked like, Blanca's able to set one down, and if he wants to activate Blanca-chan, he has to do electricity. That was sick. So, medium kick, I feel like that's what that normal looks like, where he kind of like turns his back and does like a back kick. I think I like that better than his traditional, like, his double knee thing that's up close. But I don't know if that's like a command normal or not either. I do like a lot more access to like further range moves that are possibly cancelable for Blanca.
Like, how about that neutral that, you know, in Street Fighter V that he has problems with, where he has to introduce a lot more chaos than anything. But, whoa, what? Hello? That combos?
I don't think it combos.
That's for full screen.
But I think he just went up to apply pressure with drive rush into the slide.
I didn't see the counter, my bad. Thank God.
当初よく見てますね。ふんだんにドライブ。
Classic.
受け止めた。
あ、いい入れ替えですね。
I love the fact that Aru is voicing his lines while it's going on. Oh, command grab.
危ない危ない。これは遠距離から仕掛けられ
The
る。
dimension rifts.
遠距離から投げがあるんですね。なるほど。遠距離戦をしながら崩せるんだ。はい。ワンガード暴れやり込んでるなこれ。
I was gonna say all those dots up there. I think that's just like a CFN thing.
That's level 3, right? I'm pretty sure this is.
That's
Jeez.
sick.
It looks so good. And I'm really happy they brought back the older stage. Brought the older stage. That's super dope.
Yeah. The favorite version was Alpha 3, but this one definitely might take the cake. And honestly, Blanca looks, can't believe I'm saying this, kind of cool. That super might be one of my top 10. That was actually really sick. But JP,
Top 10, how many characters have been introduced thus far, man?
Well, I mean supers in general. I mean super. I like the viciousness of Blanca right here up in this game so far. I mean, he's had the Blanca bite with his throws and stuff like that, but the way it plays out here in this super, it looks really good. Like, I kind of agree. I don't know if I'll play Blanca, but he looks really good in this game. No small feat.
I think I'm gonna make it a point to like give all of these characters a chance because everybody looks just like so much fun. That anti-air from JP is so far away. Look at how much damage you get off of an anti-air as a zoner archetype. Like I think they've already established JP as like trying to be like the zoner of the cast, considering like his current toolkit, right, with his dimensional rifts and whatnot. But being able to get that much damage off of an anti-air is pretty good, and you get pushed back to play the way that you want to play as JP. That's also really advantageous for his archetype.
Having an armor option, if that suits some of the moves, might also help in that defense if they do get close. Also, want to see how that command grab works out. You know, where you can place it, how fast it is, all the things, the nuances around that. I know some people wanted that to be like this dude to be like a bison function, but I'm glad that he has his own thing. I'm glad that he has his own sort of set and his own sort of style. I guess I would say he looks really cool.
かなりストリートファイターに今まであんまりいなかったタイプなんじゃないかなと思うんですよ。
There's a lot to explore, and I'm really just itching to get another beta. That'd be super cool if they introduced another beta with all the characters, but it's been very, very difficult, I feel like, considering how hard at work these guys are for preparing for, obviously, Street Fighter League. They have Capcom Cup right around the corner, literally in like a few more weeks. Man, it's crazy to say that. You're going to be flying over in a couple of more weeks, man.
And we're going to be flying over to commentate stuff in person, players in person, which is wild to me because that'll be my first time, you know. Like, that's going to be wild to see these players play it out at a Capcom Cup, not a season finals, which is great that we had that. We had something for the people because we had to make do with what's around COVID. But, man, I can't wait, brother. Already itching.
I actually kind of missed that too, just that feeling of like having everybody for the final moment, right? I think there's a whole different atmosphere that comes into like a 32-man bracket, but it's not 32 obviously now, it's like 47 with the inclusion of the last chance qualifier. But overall, it's going to be so... Man, so fun to watch. But we actually kind of missed it. Blanca, I didn't realize it, but he also has his V Trigger 2 intact. I think there's like an install that he might have had. I don't know if like he has that in his kit normally, but he had like Blanca Ball, and then he had like the follow-up Blanca Ball after it, just like he does in his V Trigger.
It's pretty cool that they're pulling things, elements from other games, other Street Fighter games. We've seen that in the influence when they go into Burnout State and such. Some of the moves coming back, the reference to Third Strike from Ken Super, and putting it in the game and making it work without it, you know, oh, this is just V-Trigger, or this is just that, or whatever. It's not just that sort of function. It's integrated into 6 in its own way.
Yeah, I've actually been able to talk to both director and producer, right? Like, in regards to what their mindset was in regards to like the creation and reintroduction of some of these characters. They actually talked about this earlier to public. They wanted to make this sort of like a love letter to all of the previous versions of the characters, like for all the Street Fighter fans, right, that had been able to play all the versions of Street Fighter and are so used to seeing like some of the moves. They wanted to make sure that they had like all the moves, all the moves that made them the most memorable and give it to them, rather than like kind of reinvent the wheel and try to redesign like certain moves, or not necessarily redesign certain moves, but like reintroduce certain moves and also create new moves. I think they've done a really great job of balancing both and trying to give the classic feel and also make it look so new. And just overall the new characters too. Like that's been pretty wild.
Yeah. That makes me very excited to see what they do with the other characters that will come out after this, all the DLC and stuff like that, how they'll take these older characters and make them work, and maybe make tools that were not powerful in like 5 or 4 and make them powerful here, or workable here, or have like a purpose. And sometimes you play a fighting game and you see a tool and you're like, this is really like really niche. Maybe it's like in 1 or 2 mashups or whatever, or maybe you just never see it or use it. But it feels like with this game, at least so far, you can see the ideology with making every tool have like a purpose, or every move have a purpose. It's obviously early days, but it feels like every tool has some sort of function compared to maybe what you've seen from like 5, where some of the buttons maybe not, like standing meter kick from Abigail, you rarely ever see that button, right? That's something typically see, but it may not happen like that in 6. So hopefully that ideology is carried through and is executed well.
It seems that way. I think there's been like proof of that in the past 2 betas. I think there's a purpose for every single button that's been put into the design of the characters. We're getting like the final words from both the Street Fighter director as well as the Street Fighter producer. I'm really looking forward to seeing what's in the Mad Gear box for the Ultimate Edition. And I also want to get my hands on World Tour mode. I feel like when we get more news on that, I'd be very excited, because single-player content, I feel like, is something that's been a little bit like lacking in the Street Fighter franchise as a whole. So introducing something like a World Tour mode is something I've been really excited about. It's like, it makes it feel like, you know how much fun it was to play Final Fight for the first time? It's like, I feel like you're going to be able to experience that with the realm of Street Fighter. Right? Technically, the world of Street Fighter is in Final Fight, or whatever. But I think like being able to grab like Street Fighter characters and make it feel like a beat 'em up, like a side scroller beat 'em up kind of thing, is really fun.
You got me grinning ear to ear. I love Final Fight, so that's music to my ears. I also think it's just great to have something where it's like a rest stop, right? Maybe you're salty from a multiplayer match. You could go in and play with your favorite characters, beat up on the AI a little bit. Having good single player content is also good for casual players, what make up most of the sales. So it's good to have a full, complete package. Like World Tour mode also too as well, like that one back in the Alpha 3 days. But overall, it's good to have a full, complete package. 6 is looking like it.
Whew. And I'm glad it is, to be honest with you, man. I'm glad that all the care and attention that it's getting is really paying off. Like, I feel like the fans' reception to it has been nothing but positive for the most part. People that do decide to hate, I feel like they just hate just to hate, and they don't really mean it, because once they get their hands on it, they're going to be like, oh, damn, this is the game. I'm really excited, man, because it's going to bring out so many players in the fighting game community, whether it's the older generation, a newer set of players that will be getting used to seeing. Maybe we'll see new Ending Walkers, even though Ending Walker is brand new in terms of like age. We might even see new Punks. We might see new Brutuses, new Just the Kids. We might even see new St. Colas, Viciouses, Tasty Steves, you know? Who knows? This is going to be the birth of a new era, and it's going to be something to really look forward to. And I'm really excited to see everybody kind of join in, because now's the best time. Really, now is the absolute best time to get into it.
I think it's the best time too is to get to Street Fighter 5. You know, even though it's at the end of its season, it's in the twilight years. This last couple of months, you can kind of join in the tournaments, get a hold of the scene, kind of understand how things are going and flowing, and then get prepared for Street Fighter 6. Different games, but you'll get the general idea of playing Street Fighter. However, I want to go back to how you were saying everybody's getting Street Fighter 6. If you look at how the beta tournaments were going on, you have people from different scenes, different communities. I saw Graham Wolf playing. That's wild to me. I haven't seen that cat in a long time. So, as you said, old, new cats coming through. 6 is going to bring everybody in. I think the tournaments are going to be super packed. So when those tournaments do open up, make sure y'all sign up with the quickness, online or offline. You're going to get stacked.
Yeah, we will definitely be doing our best to accommodate everybody when it comes to Street Fighter 6 because there's not going to be any sort of restrictions in regards to what area you are from. They've done a fantastic job over at Capcom to make sure that the netcode works effectively. This is also kind of sick. I didn't know this was a thing. Excuse me?
This art is godlike.
It's the Capcom Fighting Collection as well as the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection in one box. Man, as if I don't buy your games enough already. I feel like this is going to be a good decorative piece just based off of the art alone.
It looks absolutely amazing. Yeah, I would buy it just for that sleeve right there. Obviously, there's a lot of games you can play that come from the Capcom side. We already talked about Street Fighter 5, Devil May Cry, Raccoon City, aka Resident Evil, and The Village, which recently got some DLC. But again, y'all can get into Street Fighter right now. Play 5. It's no better time, to be honest. Still a lot of people play of various ranks. As we said before, on the 2nd of June, Street Fighter 6 will hit. I can't be any more excited. I'm going to tell you that now. Y'all don't know. Please give us another beta. I would love to see one more beta just to hash things out. Maybe an open beta this time to really put the servers to test.
We got to run another first to 10, St. Cola. We got to see what happens in the next episode of our matchups. But looking at what's going on again, just a little bit of a preview of what to expect in World Tour mode, right? Being able to traverse around the world of Street Fighter, being able to do all of the mini games is really something I'm looking forward to. Teaching you how to do special moves as well. But again, we are just pretty much rehashing what had been talked about earlier with Street Fighter 6 and what to expect. We do have all of it ready for pre-orders, but to kind of let you guys know what's going to be coming up along with today's broadcast, we're going to be taking a break a little bit after this to get you guys ready for the grand finals, right? It's going to be Good 8 Squad going up against Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto, who fought for their absolute lives in that last scrap against the Goya Oja Body Star Milodom Beast. If there is a time to tune in, it is absolutely now. And if not now, maybe after the break. But I will say this, you guys do not want to miss the conclusion of Street Fighter League after months and months of insane battles, right?
It all comes down to this. In a few hours, maybe more than a few, we will be seeing who will move on to fight the EU and the US at the World Championships. You do not want to miss how things break down. Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto riding in hot, but they may be stopped by the likes of Good 8 Squad, who sits at the top once again, looking for the win, looking for the W. They weren't able to get it last time, but this team has been getting accolades after accolades in between while waiting for the championships, and they're here even stronger than ever. To call who's going to take it, I'm not sure. Vicious, I can't say that you were sure, anybody's sure. Could be anybody's game, but make sure you are locked in, tuned in. If you missed anything, hit the VODs while we're in on the break. You may not have enough time, but you can at least review some of the great parts and matches. If you like things that you see, clip them, share them. Hit us up on Twitter and Capcom too as well. Grand Finals will resume after this break. Make sure you keep it locked and loaded on this stream. Don't even go nowhere. Maybe for some snacks, but come right back to the end of the action. That is Grand Finals. Again, that is Good 8 Squad, Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto for the last match of Street Fighter League 2022 Vicious. I can't believe we're here.
Well, guess what? We still got plenty more to go. It'll be after this break where we see the conclusion of months and months long battles here at Street Fighter League Japan. Who will be the champions? Who will be facing off against EU and US? Well, we're finally going to find out. Again, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Get your hydration, get your snacks. We'll see you after this break.
会場から出られる際は座席 ID パスを必ず首からかけるようにお願いいたします。お知らせは以上です。
アルさん決めていただきありがとうございました。
それではここから30分の休憩を挟み、いよいよグランドファイナル決勝戦グッド8スクワット対最瞬間ソル熊本をお届けしてまいります。
あの男は常にこの力を扱える器を探していた。
お相手します。
ぶっかわいがってやるよ。
実に光栄です。
動くんじゃないよ。
ここからよ。クライマックス。
無駄なあがきだ。
終わらせましょう。
Street Fighter 6。
ストリートファイター35周年記念ライブ。ストリートファイター初となる一夜限りの音楽イベントが開催。楽曲映像とともにストリートファイターの歴史を紐解く。チケット好評発売中。
オーダーはこちら。先方ネモユリアン。
先方フードポイズンでお願いします。
はい、先方はフード選手。
フードが来るっていうのは結構予想できたので、かなり CFN とかで研究はしてきました。その成果を出したいなと思います。
はい。
頑張ります。
頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。さあいよいよ始まるストリートファイターリーグ2022プレーオフ。フードポイズン対するはネモユリアン。いってみましょう。
これじゃあ使ってしまいました。お互いゲージがありません。
体力リードはフードのポイズン右手側。
おいナイス。いいよいいよいいよ。
そこから手段は1。
はいはい。
まだ
投げ。
ドン。体力が戻
あるあるあるある。
どうする両ゲージマックス。
強化発動 CA っていうルートを狙いつつですね、フードは。
俺はいや足りない気がするな。行ってください。
つながっている。届くでしょう。
おい。ナイス。さすがにね。
声の出し方よかったよかった、全然よかった、ちょうどいい塩梅だ。オッケーです。この調子で頑張ります。あれでありがとう。うるさくもなく、静かすぎる。嬉しい。一番じゃあなんでミュートしてたんですか今まで。あれはうるさかった。それはうるさかった。
むしろ先端を当てていく。シュッとブレイク白ゲージからのかなりナイス。フードのうまさ。
でかい。はい
間に合っていた。でもどうするか。
でかい。はい
偏り始めているか。どうするでもさあフードがさばく。
うわでかすぎる。どこまで。はいじゃんナイス。ま
ずはフードこの表情お見事。
はい、大将梅原ガエルでお願いします。大将戦任せてくれた味方の3人の気持ちに応えるためにも、ここ勝ちたいと思います。
ありがとうございます。
ちょっとここでもう出番なくなってもいいぐらい頑張らないとなと思ってます。最後の力を振り絞ります。
ありがとうございます。
頑張ってください。チャンスはシュート。
ダメージどう出るか。
なるほど。
うわ歩いてきたリバース歩き投げ。
うまい色してるんで。
いい差し返し。
ができなくなる。
ドンピシャ。
負けない。
掴んでいる。
おいナイス。
どうするあと一発。
あこれたまったね。
きた。確認していたか。確認まずはシュート。
マジで置き攻め通ってないので、この内容に勝ててるから、めちゃくちゃ自信持っていて、正直だってあれ置き攻め半分ぐらい取ってるはずだから、そうね。それでもっと6年勝ってるから、ぐずらないで俺だったら結構。いやなんかね、無だろ。無だろ。いきましょう。
下手に削るとエイジが止まっちゃう。
これで2対0。今ね。
すごいだ。
バックジャンプ。
上。バックしてる。
起きるんだ。
無理でしょ。
これはなんか返し頼む。
ナイス
そしてエイジスがある。ヒットから発動している。
運んで
1本。
2枚目もあるし。
投げて2枚目がある。
手前これはきつい。ニュートラル。
ナイス。やばマジ。
大事な大将戦。落とさずに勝つか。オーダーはこちら。先鋒アキラキャミ。
はい、先鋒は樋口のガイルで。はい、頑張っていい。やっぱさっき負けた試合の反省を踏まえて。
ね、樋口でしたね。
ですね。
ゴンシル。
そこボールはチャンスになる。投げ切れた。投げに来た。ゼロドットからの逆襲。
勝ちたいと思います。
ありがとうございます。
さっきの感じを思い出して、焦らずじっくりちゃんと廊下に立ち回ろうかなと思います。頑張ります。
さあここからが2巡目。果たして10ポイントはどちらのチームに渡るか。果敢に攻めるアキラキャミ。上。
いいジャンプ。
はい。よう飛んだ。ナイス。はい。
白ゲージを取る。
足元。
ワンステップ。
ナイス。
かなり深く。
ナイスです。
読みで。
そうですね。
ナイス。
ストライクが入る。
当たる。
流れは変わったか。
いい精度ってるよ。
アキラがチャンスを掴んでいる。
ナイスだぞ。
一切なければあるいは。樋口はどう受ける。
してる。
オッケー。
守るから。
はい。
これでさあ一気にまずは1試合目。
来なくていい。来な
くていい。来なくていい。来なくていい。よし。
そのままいけ。
ミスんなきゃいい。
はい。
ミスんなきゃいい。頑張る頑張る。いいんだこれが。
お互い取りがあります。
はい投げちゃって。
そろそろゲージが止まりそう。
ナイス。素晴らしい。
画面端。
一気にチャンス。
リーチはかかっている。
いや祈りましょう。届くでしょ。
さあどうだ。
やっぱあんぐらいの方が良かったです。自分の動き。かしこまりすぎて動きは確かに。中堅持ちダルシムで。いってらっしゃい。お願いします。
頑張ってください。前回のチームメイトなんで、いろいろと思うところあるんですけど、フードにつないでプレーオフ勝ちたいです。
ありがとうございます。
頑張ってください。
戦ってきた中なんですけれども、今回は敵同士ということで、樋口君とガイル戦はやってきましたんで、そこが出せればいいですね。
OK ナイス削り。
はい、ベージうまく取っている。
トリガーと CA。
あ、うまい。右足からだったかギリギリ。
はいいいよいいよいいよ。
はい。
トリガーに相手。
大フェージは止まった。抜けていく。
見事。
これは
被弾しているが。
その場で後ろテレポしたら歩いてきたんですよ。そうできるかわかんないですけど普通にきついなと思ったら梅さんの前テレポしてみたんで。
ね。リバスと投げ。も画面端相当でかい。
ミスは許されない。後ろ。
ナイスいいよ。嬉しいな、スパーした相手が勝った。マジで。いや、良かったです。かなり。
さあ最春カンソル熊本50ポイントにリーチ。
はい。
さあそれではここからは大将戦です。
はい、大将はシュートのユリアンで、ここを負けてしまうと40対40ですごいドラマティックな感じで先鋒戦行ってしまうんで、まあそういう形にさせずにしっかりと、締めたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
ゲームがありますが、もうちょっとダメージをね、フルが稼ぎたい。
おっ、
ナイ
ス。見事。
全然いい。いや、圧あるから。いいんじゃない？はい。はい。はい。
さあ2試合目を見ていきましょう。
お
っと、ここでミカ投入。さあここから始まるか。
ダメ。
やっぱり
ナイスグラップ。うまい。チャンスが出て。はい。はい。はい。
はい。落とす。さあ。これは？
いいね。ブライト。最適解。マジの最適解。はい。はい。
そうですね。
うまい。はい。はい。
間に合っている。これで2対0。
いいよ。いいよ。美味しいんじゃないですか。はいはいはい。ナイス止め。全然いい。はい。はい。はい。
いやうまい。ここもダメージを取っていける。
ナイス。ナイス。
多分スト5で初めて自分がこういう大きな大事な場面で勝って、グランドファイナルに行けるっていうのは本当に嬉しいですね。去年の結果もあるんで本当にこれは本当に嬉しいです。チームのみんなもありがとう。
Fighter League Japan, and I do mean grand finals. Only 2 teams remain. Only one will walk away with the trophy and the right to fight the US and the EU at the World Championships in only a few weeks. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Good 8 squad, Saishun Kanso Kumamoto, going at it for the final match of the day. My name is St. Cola. I am doing Vicious. Dog, are you ready for what probably some of the best Street Fighter 5 you about to see in your life? Are you ready?
I feel like I'm as ready as I ever really can be, to be honest with you. I mean, there's been so much ambiguity as to who's going to take it over who, just based off of that semifinals alone, right? We couldn't even tell you exactly it going down to the wire and the way that it did. We had no idea what was going to happen into the final moments, despite this being a week ago that happened. And to be honest with you, I'm really excited to see the conclusion, like the finality of it all, the big send-off for Street Fighter V. But not only that, but you know, we get to see the culmination of everybody's hard work from the very get-go, right? We've seen so many different storylines pop up. We've seen some names come from Japan that have pretty much solidified themselves in the halls of hype and halls of greatness, really. Those such as Storm Kubo as well, who's now joined them on the commentary desk. I gotta say, man, it's gonna be such a bittersweet send-off as we get ourselves ready, one step closer, really, to Capcom Cup with this Street Fighter League Japan finale.
You're definitely not lying when you say bittersweet, but what's sweet about this is that we get to see a team that, again, maybe people just didn't have in the running as much. Maybe weren't selecting in terms of the pedigree when you look at the other players, but Saishun Kanso Kumamoto has been defying all expectations. I can't even talk right because I'm so hyped to see them come through and how dominant they were against Nagoya Ojo Body Star in the playoffs. And then taking the victory, only points away, all done by the ace himself, Shuto. Definitely solidified and definitely deserved the spot at the top. But they have to fight against Good 8 Squad, who last year weren't able to close it out, but I feel like this year, even stronger. Look at this team. We talked about this. Multi-game specialist champion on there. EVO online and offline champion. Capcom Cup champion. And a champion of World Warrior events. Pugera. It is a boss battle here for the Team Soul.
Broken team, man. And we did get a couple of words as we get our introductions to the teams, right? With the Good 8 Squad's captain, Gachikun. There's been some time since Street Fighter League, but they have practiced a lot with the team. This is the final game for the season, so they would like to show and prove that Good 8 Squad is the strongest team of them all in the very end.
Nemo, only a few words of Saishun Kanso Kumamoto will win this. Shuto says we'll start off from the away side, but we'll drive them into a corner and we'll run through this. I like that aggression right off the bat here from Shuto. Nemo, man, a few words, but mini mixes.
We're going to see the full introduction potentially from Good 8 Squad, as we haven't really been officially introduced to them yet. We did give a little bit of the accolades behind each and every one of these players, highly decorated and highly talented as well. Looking at the full, complete roster of the Good 8 Squad, there is no big surprise that they have retained the #1 spot yet again as the dominant force throughout the entirety of this season of Street Fighter League, because of the fact that they have been so well practiced and such a good squad together that they fully understand what needs to be done to take the W. Right, we've talked about Saishun Kanso Kumamoto being a very well-compositioned team, but this one really takes the cake, right? You have Gatsuku, Pugera, Kawano, Dogura, how many different accolades you could possibly ask for. I can't count them. I don't have enough fingers on my hands to really count them. And any more would probably give me a headache. But I will say this, Good 8 Squad is going to be the squad to watch.
Definitely, but it won't be easy for either side. Saishun Kanso Kumamoto showing what they got just previously. I think we're going to get their introduction right here, starting off with the monk that has been showcasing himself against the likes of Daigo at the top with the sim pick to do it. YC Mochi has been definitely showing us a lot of different looks all day. It was a fantastic sim play. We'll need everything, considering a lot of these matchups on the side of Good 8 Squad are actually good against him, but he will not be deterred.
Followed up by the man who had scored the most points in the most clutch situations, and it is indeed the little devil Shuto with that tried and true Urien play, ready for all different types of matchups alongside with his very own notebook that has been collecting all the data as well as all the souls of his opponent.
Up behind that, we talk about the young guns. We also got to talk about Higuchi. We got to prepare for him beyond just the guile. We've seen how he just deliberately takes back his turn when need be and how aggressive he is. It's hard to stop him. He is the blueprint for how you play this character. Many have looked up to him. He's looking to really score some more points and become another ace for this team. He's already stood as an ace, but today he needs to be even more so of a pillar of his team to take away the Good 8 squad.
Of course, the captain rounding out the squad, the one who wakes up with violence each and every morning. It is indeed the Brute King, Nemo, with not only the Urian play, not only the Gil and Falk play, but also a mastermind of masterclass Street Fighter. This man has been at the very pinnacle of being at Mixed Masters. He's been a part of so many different iterations of the game and also a very vital part of the FTC as one of the legends. This is going to be what composes your Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto contenders that have made it all the way from their spot in the playoffs to the grand finale. But this is going to be their ultimate challenge because of the fact that they're facing off against the #1 seed, Good 8 squad coming in hot. Let's take a look at who this squad really is. Starting things off with the winning devil, as if we had enough devils already. It's Dogura and that patented bison. This man has been well known in the scene for a decade plus, a master of a multitude of different fighting games, as well as just games in general. You can show it on the stream as well, but without a doubt, Dogura, one of the finest minds in fighting games.
One that's been really showing out for the next gen, it is Kawano. Winning EVO, winning Japan Open, winning EVO Online. The accolades are dang near endless with this cat. Showcasing that Colleen is so strong, it might have some more characters in his bag of tricks. We saw the Lucia as a pick against like Fudo. We might be seeing more like that today.
We're definitely going to see a lot more, whether we like it from Kawano or not, because Pugera is also on the roster as the Cosmic Boxer, the one who had taken it all the way in the World Warrior events for Japan, the most stacked region, respectfully, if you do ask for my opinion. Pugera had made it all the way through to Capcom Cup via one of the hardest qualifiers you could ever ask for in the region of Japan. He's here today to back up the Good 8 squad.
Rounding things out to Hiroshima Predator himself, Gachakun, Capcom Cup champion, and the best Rashid in the business. Many cite him as being the complete package, and it all rounding out to confidence. If you beat him once, it's hard to beat him twice because he's going to have more bags of tricks right behind. He showcased what he can do with this character and still making this character look like they are top tier out here. This is just a top-tier level of competitors. If you look at the characters that are on their side, this is going to be difficult for Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto.
Well, I'm glad you actually mentioned that last statement because the fact that during their regulation season play, they had encountered each other in week number 7 as well as week 14. Obviously, both of these teams have had the experience of going into the away side, right? In their first encounter at the deficit, right? Good 8 squad had actually encountered Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto being on the away side first. Good 8 squad actually were able to get the W 25-20. A very, very close call. It came down to the very end of the tiebreaker between Higuchi and Dogura. Dogura happened to take that last 5 points. In terms of week 14, Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto, they switched it off, right? They were on the away side. They brought it back to a tiebreaker scenario against Good 8 squad, and it was up to Shuto, who happened to get the 5 points in the tiebreaker against Kawano. Now, all things considered, it's been dead even in regards to point accumulation between both teams, but this is going to be the problem for Good 8 squad. Who do you send up against YHC Mochi, Higuchi, as well as Shuto?
Man, I mean, first of all, looking at YHC Mochi, you've got the sim pick, and they're already focusing, or he's, I guess, discussing, but I think that you pull up with Rashid. I think Rashid's one of the best matchups to fight the likes of Sim. You can catch the limbs with the dive kicks. Once you get in, it's hard to get him off, and we've seen that actually happen. Last time, Gachikun fought Waitimochi, he beat him. So it could not be the same thing. Obviously, it's been weeks upon weeks. We've seen Waitimochi show us different looks with this character, with this sort of play style. We feel comfortable enough to utilize the buttons. But it's going to be hard to do that against a character that has many ways, very easy ways in terms of entry in. Dive kicks, light mixer. If he puts him in the corner, it's hard for the likes of Sim to get him off.
Yeah, I do think both the player and the character happen to be the complete package in the realm of Street Fighter V. But if anything, it taught us, or if the previous results from the semifinals had taught us anything, it's that past results don't necessarily translate into the same kind of results you would get from a grand final scenario. I think with Waitimochi, right, he'd be coming in against Daigo Umehara, and that challenge of trying to fight him off again, he was pretty much half successful, I would say. So even though he was defeated the first half against Gachikun, who's to say that maybe he's going to be the one to take it down against Gachikun this time?
It's true, that is fact. Gachikun said it was so annoying and frustrating to have lost last year on this stage. So I've been working hard with the team together to not go through this again, to bring the good flow and vibes. I'd like to win. Waitimochi had said he had this matchup against Gachikun, and just as he has expected, it will be a tough one, which it cannot be helped. Ganbarimasu. We'll do his best.
There it is.
Right.
Now we gotta figure out we gotta figure out all the other extra Japanese stuff on the way forward. But I feel like this is the only time you're really gonna be utilizing it. So either way, pretty good job. Gachikun, Waitimochi. This is a matchup that we've seen before in the previous part of the season, but I will say this, it could be completely unpredictable. I will say that with the matchup itself, you had mentioned this a little bit earlier, right? With Rashid's mobility and ease of access with being able to like close the gap, I think his normals are a huge threat, right? His fierce normals are allowed to really be considered. Having a fireball could also be a little bit of a problem in case like Yoga Stasis wants to be involved from certain ranges. It's kind of hard to maneuver against that, right? I think there's been a lot of anti-fireball techniques that Waitimochi had utilized, especially with Yoga Stasis and bringing it all the way down with the heavy punch. There are certain moments where if you like miscall it or you misjudge like the spacing and the timing, Rashid can catch you with like a whirlwind shot, right? And could lead to like a big juggle scenario, corner carry. So one of the things I do want to see from Waitimochi is out the gate, I guess, trying to create the space for medium buttons to safely land.
I think that's going to be very imperative. Also, the economy of buttons being spent, not read like a dive kick, allowing that character to get in. I let the goat rock. You gotta let the goat rock.
Always. Always. Here we go. This is indeed game one of the grand finals between Good 8 Squad and Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto. It's Gachikun versus Waitimochi.
Taps with the anti-airs right here. Almost getting the stun. Good economy of buttons. And also just checking the sky approach. How can you route this back? You gotta put him in the corner. That's the win condition for Rashid. Mid-screen damage, not a lot, but in the corner, we can put that mix potential on. Not gonna happen. One more hit to do it.
Oh no!
Until.
And the snipe, yeah, just within range to the jump back jab, all he needed. That was actually a pretty explosive start for Waitimochi. I think there's been a lot of callouts too in regards to what Gachikun wanted to do for movement. Again, being able to let these mediums rock have been the big thing that I've been looking for as Dawson. I wanted to see this kind of set the pace against Rashid and Gachikun, but one way or another, he will put you in the corner.
Yeah, even on block, that light mixer got him there. Counter hit, EX, B-shift, gets a punish. We're going to see a side switch, of course. He's not going to be put up in the corner. That's where Rashid wants a party. Fly, keeping it nice and meaty, getting the conversion. EX pick up. Ooh, jumping medium kick to get the hit, and dang, this is looking mad different than what we've seen previously.
いや勝負手になったのがですね、V シュート取って内側が
A little bit of a tide turner, to be honest with you. The way that they started out in their previous matchup months ago, it was YHC Mochi had taken the deficit. But I will say this. This is a little bit unorthodox, I feel like, from Gachikun. He's looking a little stumped in regards to the neutral. He did manage to put Dalsum into the corner in the second round, but the defense from YHC Mochi was something that Gachikun was not expecting, hence the results, right? I think there's a lot to be said in regards to the pace that YHC Mochi had been setting. There's a lot of the medium bindings being utilized that Gachikun has not been ready for thus far. But we'll see. Again, Gachikun, one of the players to kind of take a slow roll in regards to getting those W's together, getting all the data and all the information processed to figure out what the counter strategy is and take it all away. So we'll see, again, if Gachikun has what it takes to stuff out YHC Mochi right here and now. We see the crush counter off of the startup with a roundhouse against Dalsum, and now into the corner.
Talking about those medium punch buttons. That got clipped by the crouch fierce. Nice finesse and blast. Now you see a fat jumping combo. This is the Gachikun you definitely want to see if you're on Good 8 Squad. One more touch to seal it. And there's a throw. Perfect KO from the likes of Gachikun. That crouch fierce may be the play.
I think it's the spacing and the timing that he's been going through, and I love that, changing it just at the last second to give YHC Mochi a false sense of security, right? He thought he was going to get the anti-air, but he got clipped instead. Now we get to see YHC Mochi backing away a little bit. There is the roundhouse crush counter, still gets a meaty sweep after that, gets the jump in. Is he going to have enough for the loop? Not quite death yet. To get the anti-air and the conversion off of that because of the fact that he was airborne and juggleable.
There's the chase on the V-shift. Stuns rising. Anybody's game though. YHC Mochi finds a way out of this corner. Gets that one good hit. Teleporting in front. That was a mistake.
There's no way I can even figure out what that was. I don't know what the intention was behind YHC Mochi doing a teleport to the front. Right? I don't think there's anything that would like overlap. I'm trying to think maybe like EX Yoga Gale, but that's not even like the same kind of input. I don't know. That was actually a tough call.
Either way, dominant play here from Gachikun. First round especially. Second one, a little bit done by YHC Mochi, but maybe that's a part of nerves or the situational in terms of like there's so much mental pressure for this character. He puts you in a corner, you have to watch out for so many options. And the way that you want to play with your autonomy of buttons is spent so differently than you're fighting a character without a dive kick, without an easy way in. Even on block, he's so close. And without, if you put in the corner, it's going to be real deadly. So we're all evened out here. Gotta be careful what you do.
I love that thus far. Quite the even exchange from both, but it's going to be Rashid who gets the upper hand, forcing YHC Mochi into this corner. Gachikun has done a pretty decent job of closing the gap against Dalsum. He took a little bit of damage right out the gate, but now, look, he's just inching forward, trying to find and choose his spots timing-wise to throw out some of the mediums. I know he's looking to catch the startup of some of the normals that Dalsum has because it's going to be a little bit on the heftier side, and he's banking on getting some of these counter hits or getting some of the startup normals to start his offense and get his initiation towards the corner. To YHC Mochi, oh boy, that could have been a big punish. He missed his opportunity to punish the view reversal.
Tair still puts him in the corner. Puts up the side. Careful now. Gachikun has a lot of bar, has to find the right way in. One good crush counter, try to V-skill in. One touch, activation. Off the crush meter kick, side switch. Good blocks here from YHC Mochi, but gets clipped anyway, not enough for the finish. For the jump back jab. Again is the win.
I couldn't tell what the normal was from Rashid. I think on the startup of something. I think it was either a jump forward or like a standing roundhouse. Either way, it got clipped. YHC Mochi successfully fending off the previous Capcom Cup champ.
Low punish right here. Knock off in the corner. This is where Rashid wants you to be. Off the backboard up. Not going to happen. No slide though. to get the knockdown out of the corner. And now you see Gachi go for more of these throws, switch up his pressure up in the corner instead of just running the mediums. Counter hit, set up shop. Back rise to avoid the slide.
Oh, loving it. The tenacity and the control coming in from Gachi-kun. As soon as he's within the space, he's able to harass YC over and over and over again without any fear of repercussion.
All this throw pressure once again coming through. B shift, base it out. Bar used here for YC Mochi. Gets the side switch. A lot of EX bar. It's hard to enforce anything with like an EX fireball because we've seen the B skill come through. A lot of options for Rashid. Fine with these normals though. Just fine.
Oh! Oh, the punish! He was just out of range. It's YC Mochi rewriting the pages of history. Gachi-kun had actually thought he was in range for the standing roundhouse to connect, but instead he gets whiff punish. And I gotta say, that sequence of YC Mochi against Gachi-kun in the corner was pretty damn good. His usage of Yoga Stasis to tease the idea that Gachi-kun was able to anti-air him effectively was so good too, because again, if you do get the anti-air against Yoga Stasis, it does put Dawson in a juggleable state, but he was just outside of that range, and getting the heavy punch in, that's pretty aggressive and it's pretty risky, but it paid off so much for YC Mochi.
A lot of things paid off too as well. Taking a lot of these throws definitely led to the demise in some of these rounds going down. But overall, his core defense was fantastic. Getting anti-airs, being able to get the side switch when need be. Few mistakes early, but he cleaned it up with the quickness. And this is what you need to do against Rashid. You cannot let this character run over you in the corner. That's what Gachi was looking for. First game.
That's gonna be huge. That's gonna be like the biggest trend setter that you could ever ask for. We've talked about the dangers of being on the away side and having Dawson be such a susceptible character, right? Most of the time, especially from what we saw during the season and even the previous seasons, a lot of the times if there was a Dawson player, they would be so reluctant to put that player up on the away side. They do not want to see this character on the away side because of how much they're susceptible to the counter hits. But in this occasion, it's been like the adverse effect. I feel like they're now forcing people to like put their strongest players up on deck first, which is kind of hard to say with Good 8 Squad. I mean, everybody here is a contender, but I will say this, like forcing the captain up this early and having him take this L has got to be a huge mental blow to Good 8 Squad.
And Seoul has been riding on that momentum of getting that W, a close W, but it's like you can see the finish line in front of your eyes. They're all warmed up after playing, and Good 8 Squad's been waiting in the wings. They haven't had that chance to as well. You know, I'm sure they've been practicing in the back, but that's different than actually being that tournament mindset, that killer mindset this entire time. Now you have Higuchi stepping up to the bat, and I keep wanting to be like, well, put up this character to match this character, because Bison, I guess, I was going to say, you know, Dogro would be fantastic, but Pugera also fantastic too. Last time Pugera played Higuchi, he got the victory, but again, history could be rewritten something different. We just saw that with YC Mochi. Could see that here too as well. But Pugera also has been enhanced by the fact that he did win the Warrior tournament. That is the most difficult, I think, in any region.
We do see a little bit of a reference to that. Higuchi had mentioned it earlier. He's lost many matches against Pugera-san in Street Fighter League, but that's probably why Pugera-san was chosen in the first place. So he had talked about his the previous match with YC Mochi, obviously. Mochi-san had won a tough game, and he'd like to win and contribute to the game as well. And of course, he closes it out with the traditional Ganbarimasu. So, very straightforward from Higuchi, acknowledging his losses. He understands what had happened in the past, and he's looking forward to changing it out.
Need some words from Pugera. Apparently the comments don't quite make sense. He's always been a unique character when it comes to his quotations, or his quotes, I mean, when it comes to Street Fighter League, always saying some wild things. But when it comes to his gameplay, you definitely can see how strong he is in every single matchup, his movement, where he spaces himself out. It's so difficult to deal with him in terms of breaking down that wall of defense that he has, and that just sets up for that just awful awful offense that Balrog has. I mean, this character hits you at 40%. Couple that with good defense, it's hard to just fight someone like Pugera. We saw that in the Warrior tournament, taking down favorites left and right, and coming back from the loser side, and qualifying for CPT. You know, he's definitely one to have to watch out for. In this matchup, that KKB, that B skill, is going to be a big deterrent against the fireball play that sets up shop for Guile. That's like a whole half of your kit just gone and punished continuously. Even if you are able to space out your fireballs really well, the risk reward is just not in your favor. So this is going to be a hard one for Higuchi. We've already seen it happen, but hey, history could be different. We've already seen one win come from Rice Mochi. See what happens here.
アカウント名かなたさん、初の現地観戦でひいきチームが決勝まで。ネモさん、シュートさん、樋口さん、もちさん、最後まで戦い抜いてくださいといただきました。ありがとうございます。
Getting a couple of words before we get into our next matchup between Good 8 Squad and Saishun Console Kumamoto, but it is in fact going to be Higuchi with that Guile against Pugera and that Balrog. And again, I really do enjoy seeing this type of matchup and this type of caliber of the matchup, because I still feel like Balrog has a pretty sturdy place within the realm of like the upper echelon of battles. I think Balrog still can be like a pretty big threat. And now I'm not necessarily saying he's like top tier or whatever, but I will say that Balrog in the right hands can be such a detrimental force to the opposition. I think like the way that Balrog plays this matchup in particular is going to be very much so centered around having the right normal placements. I think also getting around the sonic booms with, as you mentioned earlier, with KKB. I think Pugera has a firm understanding on how to get past the fireball strategies that Guile can implement and rock it out with this, right? I think Pugera has done a great job of calling Higuchi out even during the World Warrior, and I think there's nothing in me that has any weights against him. I think Pugera might have the matchup against Higuchi yet again, but we'll see. We'll see. This is the most exciting part. I want to know exactly what it is that Higuchi had taken down in his notepad or on his phone to counter his demon.
I want to see what he has for Pugera, especially on this next run-in. I wonder how the button usage is going to be, because for Pugera, Fierce is fantastic about this matchup. He interrupts fireballs at a range where it's hard for Guile to safely get things off. We've mentioned these fists be flying. I think Fierce is one of the best buttons for that exact reason. I feel like that frustration may lead to Higuchi to jump, and that's an easy anti for likes of Pugera, who has proven that he can take you down if you go to the skies. But Higuchi is someone different, and again, has been able to work around matchups that aren't so favorable for him all the time. He's been set as one of the strongest Street Fighter V players by many players. They've seen his strength worldwide. He'll definitely not make this easy.
Without a doubt, Pugera has been a long-time name to really acknowledge. He's had a very powerful Ibuki in previous seasons. He's also had very powerful Ibuki in previous iterations. And just overall, a very, very firm and solid understanding of how the Street Fighter mechanics work from like years and years and years ago.
That's Sam Fierce again. Going down with these crush counters. She's out of there, gets a flash kick, puts him in the corner. We're wrong with like the beat, can only really challenge with the 3-frame. Be reversal if need be, but there's a V trigger.
Huge confirm. Oh! A little bit of a mix-up. That. Oh, you get the command grab. Higuchi now able to apply pressure. Actually, after that throw, he alleviates all the pressure. But this is the range he wants to try to play at. But the whip punish is absolutely there. We saw the burn straight get absolutely swept up from underneath the Pugera, striking first blood in round 1.
Such a good button for that character. I like that Pugera has an option already on the table for him. Haven't we seen anything against that Stand Fierce though from the side of Pugera? See if Higuchi has something, anything. There's a crush interrupting again, another fireball. That was an EX. Backs up for the medium punch anti-air. B skills in safely, spacing that out.
なきゃいけないところにも噛み合っているという技選択。
バックルに対しても差し返しを見ている。
カウンター、おお、下が見やられなんで EX 作りすまししている。
Activation, trying to create some space. Pugera might have tried to jump and escape the options, but he got a meaty for it. And now, speaking of meaties, we're actually one sequence away after this throw from getting the stun. It's going to be the stun. Yes, sir. Even after that throw, back-to-back throws from Higuchi. Getting a full, evened out match in terms of the rounds, in terms of the critical art down below. We're going to see who strikes first. It's Higuchi who's trying to throw out the EX Party Blooms. No success. Dash grand blow, catching the low. From the side of Pugera. There's the Fierce again, calling him out.
Rush. The presses 20 buttons. Preemptive with it. Stuffing the fireball, stuffing. Back heavy punch. EX does get the knockdown. Back rise, no surprise. He's still double dashing in to get the throw. Higuchi though has to be careful with that burn straight. We've already seen it with punish. Sweep. EX gets a corner carry, spinning both the bar to put him in the corner. It's about to end this. Waiting for that activation. Yeah, backing up, not wanting to get that hit to allow Higuchi to escape that corner. Gonna do so anyway with the sweep.
What's going to be the activation point for Pugera? Is he even actually going to activate, or is he going to utilize the reversal, V-shift break? That's going to be the reversal. Very important tech. Could have been it for Higuchi, another tech. He can't afford to make any sort of mistakes at the very last bit of it, and whoops, pow, surprise, hits him with the EX dash straight. Pugera getting the first game between this exchange.
Man, again, that fierce situation has been adding up in terms of V-bar, in terms of damage, and building up also in general. And he has been utilizing when he wants to use that EX dash straight throughout the entire Super League. He makes it so ambiguous. You don't know when it's going to happen. It's like a surprise. It's like a jump scare. And even with like the most average Balrog, I wouldn't say it's easy to call out, but you can kind of get a rhythm on how they want to utilize the dash straights and the EX every so often. With Garrett, it's hidden so well. You also see him also the anti-airs, not just the upper. I thought about that being a big option for him, but he's even disallowing like close range jump-ins, like, you know, if they try to cross up and stuff like that, he'll dash under and do a medium punch. That's masterclass spacing, masterclass awareness. Pugera is just on one as per usual.
立ち強パンチ、そのプゲラさん選手の方が立ち強パンチを効果的に使っていて、であれはクラッシュカウンターすると
Pugera looks like such an anime character when the hair flows right above his face, right? But there's only one opening where it parts in his hair that's just showing off his eye. That is like the sickest look, man. Pugera looking like a full-on anime character in his scene. That's got to be like a panel in a manga someday. Like that's got to be like Gachi-kun comes up to give Pugera advice, and you just see the one eye is like, you know, it's pretty beast.
Yeah.
I digress.
Yeah, first game, doing a fantastic job of stuffing a lot of what Higuchi wants to do. And I think this is even beyond the matchup. He's reading the button presses of Higuchi very well with the Fierce over and over again. Taking a break though, back to the character select screen. Ice him for a little bit. No switch up.
It's still going to be the same type of V-set. And I do appreciate him going for V-Trigger too. I think there were a couple of instances where Trigger 1 would have done a job in terms of continuing the combo and finishing it up. But either way, I think I like the threat of Trigger 2 more so to break open the defense if they're adamant about sitting there and blocking. Because like, if you can't get that opening with the dash punches, right, I think having V-Trigger 2 really alleviates that that part of the strategy, or at least remedies that part of the counter strategy against someone's defense.
And that's something you just have to worry about too. That just helps on the mental stack, especially when you get to that point where it's like one command grab to do it. Which with a lot of things to worry about. Better off this round though than we've seen him. Until commentator's curse. This is the worst. He's caught up in the corner. Back throw though. Gave him all the space.
You see how meticulous Pugera has been playing it, inching in and out of the ranges. Couldn't even get a counter poke going. We saw Higuchi throw out that constant medium punch, double checking Pugera's advances, but now it's going to be Pugera looking to be the offender, but he's slowly pushing down to the corner. You can see it. You can see it in his movements. It's very deliberate, but it's very like minuscule movements.
So scared for Higuchi right here. Those buttons he'd like to use will get caught with the Fierce. However, he does get the knockdown with the EX Sonic Boom. Pugera definitely unafraid at this point. He's got the bar at the bottom. Don't let him convert.
Man, he's taking a ton of steps forward, trying to force a delayed button from Higuchi, but he is not budging. Oh, that's counter hit!
Hit again. Pugera getting the win. Set point for him. Even in these tense situations, not backing down. Dash punch, beginning of the round immediately, letting it rip. Nice whip punish, and that distance, teasing the idea.
I love the whip punish back from Higuchi.
So I'm seeing a real answer.
And now it's Higuchi commanding the pace against Pugera, now put into the corner. This is the first time we've seen in a while. But no, the Fierce springs out, catches the counter hit. Frames after that, the overhead. Here it comes. What happens now? Don't get command grabbed. He knew.
Oh, you just told him.
He can do it again.
One more.
He can do it again. Oh, it would have worked.
The whip punish. Beast goes in. There's another command grab to end the set. He heard you and said, I'll respond in kind. Pugera getting the first win for Good 8 Squad. That command grab is so deadly. So many more options you have to worry about in the corner that Balrog didn't originally have. We pointed this out previously. More things to have to deal with. Higuchi already suffering this matchup.
Ooh. And Pugera was absolutely the right choice against Higuchi. Someone who looked near invincible throughout his entirety of this year of CPT, as well as in Street Fighter League. Pugera is the only one who has brought him back down to earth, and also 6 feet under, I should say. Another 2-0 victory from the side of Pugera. 10 points awarded to the side of Good 8 Squad, finally kicking things up.
Shuto in the anchor position, who has been on an absolute tear. I think to calm him down, to ice him down, the likes of Dogra would be a great threat. Let me look back at their statistics, though. Dogra has not fought him just yet. He's only fought Nemo's Urian and defeated him. I don't think they fought at all in the league so far.
Yeah, the only contention that Shuto has had was Kawano in Good 8 Squad, and both of the times Shuto had absolutely dominated Kawano. Well, actually, that's not necessarily true. I think in the in week 14, it had gone down to the very last game. Shuto had gotten 3 in a row, but that's not before getting put into a near-death situation. Kawano actually had match point, and it was in the final round where Shuto had made his full comeback happen, which led into the draw game scenario, the sudden death, and Shuto managed to take it down while staying on the hot streak. But yeah, again, in regards to anyone who's taking down Shuto, the only one who has his mark from Good 8 Squad is Gatsukun, and he's already played.
That's true. But again, on paper, I'd like to see Dogra with his bike. So I think it'd be a fantastic stylistic thing. Also, from in terms of a player, like he's the type to kind of walk you down. It feels like he's psychic when he presses the buttons too as well, because he interrupts a lot of these players preemptively. It feels like they can't really get anything off. I think I want to see that defensive sort of style from Dogra go up against the likes of Shuto. But it's gonna be Kawano Luke? I'm so sorry. We promised there would be no Lukes. What?
I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. I want to know if this is actually going to pay off for Kawano. Because I'd imagine Shuto has had a lot of experience with this character, right?
Right.
We're going to get the full interview actually behind what Shuto was thinking. So he had mentioned this earlier. He's practiced using 5 to 6 characters, which Kawano would likely use. And within those characters, he'd imagine Luke would be one of them. So he's glad he had thought of that prior. He finally came up here, or he finally came up to this position. He will win this. Very confident in his matchup against Kawano.
I mean, I'd be confident too after I've defeated one of the best Lukes in the business like Tokido continuously. Shuto definitely has the accolades around that. Kawano says, I've been working lots on this, so I'd be happy to showcase this. You know, I'm a little surprised because I think Luke at this level deserves to really learn the matchups. Really spending a lot of time with that character, no matter how strong he may be. And I don't know if Kawano has that same sort of time with that character. The fact that they mentioned that he's got 5 to 6, like I'm not gonna, try to say that Kawano's bad with having multiple characters. I think he's like Mina and Punk, where he can have multiple characters. He's proven with the Lucia, but is it enough against someone who's had a lot of practice against this character, who has painstaking amount of practice against Luke, who hates this character with a passion, and has found answers against Alexis Tokido? Obviously, Kawano can present a different look, but is this the right move?
I think it's a valid observation to make when you talk about the fluidity of changing between characters because of the amount of skill a person has. Right? You mentioned Punk, you mentioned Mena being able to traverse the difficulties of learning a new character, or at least like utilizing a new character in a tournament. But I think Kawano obviously has that skill set. He does understand the game to its core. I think one of the biggest things that we mentioned, like we use the Fudo matchup as an example, right, as maybe like a benefit towards Kawano, but I feel like as good as Fudo is currently, I don't think he had enough matchup knowledge against Lucia specifically with the way Kawano played. Granted, it was off by a little bit, but like not significantly. But I will say this, I don't think anybody in the current atmosphere of Street Fighter V would be slacking in regards to the Luke matchup. Like everybody, as soon as this character was out, everybody had to have practiced against this character a lot more. Like if you were to think about it, like all the top players, would they have grinded out more games against a Luke, or would they have grinded out more games against a Lucia?
100% a Luke. I mean, heck, that's all you see up in rank. That's what you see in a lot of tournaments. Your top players are going to switch over. Yeah. Oh man, so, do you remember back when we commentated this with Kawano and he switched to Vega? Do you think this is similar?
Oh my God! Yeah. This is the man. I really hope history doesn't repeat itself, because that's, if you guys had missed it, Good 8 Squad was actually in this exact same position. Gachikun had actually mentioned it before. There was a scenario where Good 8 Squad had actually maintained their, established a lead against the V6 plus FAV squad. Kawano had decided to go with Claw, with Vega, and he lost. I think that was like a very imperative moment for him to get a W, because I think the next couple of games would have netted them the entire tournament. But he decided to try out a new character at this stage of the game, and he's doing it again. So not necessarily a new character but in his arsenal, but this is something that hasn't really been exercised throughout the entirety of Street Fighter League for Kawano specifically.
It's a risky bet. Let's see what he's learned. In the meantime, he is an EVO champion, and maybe at this point he's understood that mistake. It's weighed on him, and he said, if I come with this character, I better come correct. But this is Shuto, and already getting the round start chariot tackle, put him in the corner.
I'm just glad it's not Vega again.
That's true. It was not so good.
Get a little bit of a drop there. Missed his combo all the way down. And speaking of, I think Shuto had thought maybe he got an opener. I think he was trying to buffer his way into like trying to get a chariot tackle, but he was still way too close for that to happen. Does get a counter hit conversion, not dropping it this time. We do have a mirror coming up. Oh, actually not. It just might be straight up death. It sure is.
We're taking a confident sense that, thank God you picked this character. He is so ready with it, but Kawano's Luke isn't super bad at all. He'll fall to that EX knee drop, counter hit. Let's see what we get after that back rise. Just back sway shoot though. Oh, that's okay. Anti-air right there. Okay, Kawano. As soon as I said that light EX, back to mid-screen.
And another misplaced tackle from the side of Shuto. A lot of confidence behind that maneuver, and it's going to be... Oh, I don't know about all that! I genuinely don't. Now you have to face off against the man in the mirror. Well, shortly after, I'd imagine. Oh, activation. Well, sit him back down to earth.
You are for defense. Dash into the crush when he punch. Wasn't able to commit EXDP. What is
actually happening? The big risk from Kawano staying alive in this game. I love that counter hit conversion off of the standing medium punch. It's the forward throw. Not going to really get Oki after that, but still gets to walk up and check with the low medium kick. No, I guess he can still get Oki after that because it's the forward throw. He just can't dash. Oh, there we go.
DP. Switching up with the on Oki situation with the forward Pierce. Nice DP anti-air right here. You know you were a Shoto player. Kawano clips him with the crouch medium kick. We'll get the side switch. There it is. Got another mirror. Keeps hitting you with the crouch medium punch too as well. How's your defense, Kawano? See another bust out. Waits for it. And that's it. Another throw. Shuto brings it right back. Luke isn't super bad. The Luke isn't super bad, but I don't think it's good enough so far.
There was an attempt to defend against the mirror. You did kind of see that with the crouching jab, and that's kind of common, right? You want to kind of fend off Urien while you have that gap to at least throw out a normal. Other than that, though, I think Kawano has not really been in full control. I think there's been a couple of scramble situations where he'd gotten kind of lucky with the EX uppercut, and I do mean that kind of lucky. I think there was like a certain sequence where Shuto again shouldn't have let him escape and even give him that chance for the EX uppercut. But some of these are bound to hit, man. So Kawano again exercising the right to kind of chill. He does have the right to change characters if need be, considering he had lost the matchup, but. Something tells me he's going to stick to Luke.
Please not again. Please not again. I mean, he does have other characters, and I'm not even sure what the full six are, to be honest. Colleen, Luke, Oro. I've seen him play Honda every so often, but I've never seen that in tournament. In fact, I've never seen most of these characters in tournament, if at all. It's just been Colleen this entire time, besides like the random Lucia pick that we see for, you know, to get things or people off their guard, but it's still the Luke.
基本的にやっぱりカーノ自体がもともとすごく歩きガードがうまいこと、そして差し返しの反応ですよね。そうですね。こういったところ持ち味なんで、長引けばそれが出てくるんじゃないかなとは思いますね。
A slight surprise, but now it's going to be maybe even better for Grenade Squad. Maybe it's something Kawano's figured out. We do see it, full counter hit conversion. Not the biggest combo, but it's going to be just fine. Stun is racking up. We do get a meaty off of that if the roundhouse is correct, or at least a plus scenario, I should say.
Corner play right here. Hold this throw though, for only a little bit more. Once the crouch mini kick will seal it. He'll get the sweep off the feet, and the crouching light kick counter hit. That'll do it on the wake up of Shuto. One thing that he's doing better, I like, is that same sort of like backwards movement that we see from Colleen, who has a great backdash. Maybe not the best in terms of backdashes likes of Luke, but it's doing work out here. And now he's already put him in the corner. Simple stuff. EXDP, getting the stun.
We're starting to see a lot more activity from the side of Kawano in general right before this very moment. Now he's playing a little bit pensive. He's playing the life lead game as he should, but now it's going to be Shuto getting the big confirm into the Aegis Reflector dash up. We'll see what the situation. The tech is there, creating some space a little bit. Sweep into the mirror. Got to bait out a little bit of that V reversal as well. V reversal again from the side of Kawano. Not quite dead yet. Shuto, yeah, couldn't risk it, but he tried to. And that is the anti-air in place. Kawano with the Rising Rocket.
Part about this character, the crouch mini kick, medium punch range is kind of difficult for Yuri. He'd like to be outside of that, just too close for comfort. This couple of rounds actually look a lot better and less about the mistakes that Shuto was making and more about I'm fighting crouching light, punch confirms, punishes, getting the knockdowns, the simple stuff that Luke is kind of known for, plus the footsie game. A lot of the backdashes come through here from Kawano. That same sort of movement that I see him do with Colleen here with this character, obviously not as beneficial, but similar sort of style implemented here, and it confirms, even though not as optimal as other Luke players like Chris CCH and such, are working out in terms of dumping out enough damage to keep him in.
そのコンボが独特だなって思ってて、確かに一ゲージ使った時のコンボの締め方があまり他のルーク使いでは見られないような締め方をして、画面を運ぶプラス
If Kawano happens to take this down against Shuto, there's going to be a lot to reconsider for Saishun Console Kumamoto, to be honest with you. I think having a Luke on deck could really make or break your team in regards to like playing on the defensive end, like having to be on the away side and having to play off against like a Luke, like who are you going to be sending up, and you have to like kind of rearrange your thinking in regards to like how you want to set up player after player. So we'll see how successful this loop really is. Starting things off, does get the counter hit off of the medium punch. Again, taking full advantage of how aggressive Shuto wanted to be based off of how the games have started between the two. The crush counter is huge. Could possibly get the stun, but he's going to let it rock from here out instead. He does get it. It's going to be unscaled. Oh, he dropped it!
Dropped is what it is. This allows Shuto to make that comeback. He's got that bar at the bottom. Sound crouch blocking quite a bit. Try not to open up the crouch medium kick. Oh, but still gets hit with the coral punch, a forward medium punch. Coral corner carry. More bar, more V trigger. It's all coming from the side of Kawano. Wow. These round starts have been fantastic for him. Just hitting counter hits off the medium punch. He is doing pretty good with this loop.
ですね、タッチパンチ、アラミジパンチ、打ちどころがものすごく良くて、ここまでかなりそれが通っている。これですね、こういった動き。
Counter hit again off the standing medium punch, and now counter hit down below with the crouching medium punch. The mediums have been working out so much for Kawano. Kind of wondering why, what it is from Shuto that makes him want to press buttons on wake up against Kawano.
The side switch, of course.
Off of the coral
Here's
conversion.
the activation. This is hard. V-trigger, able to deal with. A lot more range to play with this character now. Shuto will make a desperate comeback if he locks him at the corner. See, got like maybe two good mixes.
Oh, oh, not gonna be quite dead yet. The one throw away will do it. Oh,
oh my God. Meek with the loop. Kawano on game point. Caught the walk back from Shuto. His confirms have been great. His counter combos have been great. He's been making Shuto sweat on defense. Well, we haven't really seen that happen. We haven't seen Shuto press like this on defense so consistently after getting countered. He usually won't take his options a little bit. Maybe wake up, delay tech. Maybe also wake up, walk back. You usually see that from Shuto. It's not happening, and it's just allowing Kawano to dump out 40% in a few sequences.
I think there's going to be a couple of times over where he caught himself moving forward on offense, or at least just within neutral. As soon as the round starts, he'd been pretty aggressive. Shuto might be... Yeah, he's probably getting told to pump the brakes just a little bit, but I feel like this is going to be the time where Kawano makes the right read and starts to be the aggressor himself. I think there's going to be a lot to really consider just based off of the beginning of this matchup. I think, or at least beginning of this round, this next coming round is going to be what determines the rest of the outcome. I think if Shuto manages to make the right read against Kawano in this particular beginning of the round, I think it might be his game.
Ooh. See what happens. I think I actually agree. I mean, the same way he was playing against Tokido, I'm not really seeing it here. I need to see that same sort of aggression. He started to get there when he whip punched the forward fierce, when he was outranging this character, but not seeing as much. This round starts just not working out here for Shuto.
Kawano immediately became the aggressor. If you notice, he had dashed up, thinking Shuto was not going to move, and he called it right, but now it's going to be Kawano. We talked about him being the aggressor. Shuto is looking to be the counter poker here. Oh. Tackle, forward throw, roundhouse. No, not at all. He gets a counter hit, a delayed off of the crouching medium punch, and now it's going to be forward throw again. Roundhouse here. No, not quite either. Plus frame still. Forward throw. Watch out for the great equalizer. It's got to be coming up sooner rather than later.
Love to get that on hit. A crouch medium kick, anything. Shuto can't get touched or tapped or leave anything negative. We'll get it here and get the corner carry. Look at that, getting so much damage. We'll get sequence in a super. Action might see. He's got another mirror to help him out. EXDP this one. Find the right sort of way or reaction. Good play. Kawano on set point with the loop.
With the right reactions too. Absolutely flawless in regards to the anticipation of the Aegis reflected. The second one at that. Not quite the same as the first one, right? A little bit of that startup involved. You get the counter hit off the standing medium punch, full conversion there from Kawano. Very standard that he's seen thus far against Shuto and his forward movement. But now we get to see a little bit of the Sandblaster come into play.
Just love to have a crush. Ooh. Recovered in time to stay fine against the EX Cherry Tackle. And this fireball pressure adding up in damage. Also hiding the attention of the other moves, the medium punch back heavy kick. Dashes in with the aggression. EX gets the knockdown off the flip. Look at that Oki in the corner, wakes up with a super, is Kawano blocking? No, he gets clipped.
No. He actually tried to throw. You saw a little bit of that throw startup animation. Made him pay dearly for it. Activation off of the EX. Oh my God, he actually shimmied the heck out of him. He had dashed up, backdash, avoided the throw altogether, and that puts Good 8 Squad in a very, very dangerous position. The Luke is real, ladies and gentlemen. The Luke is absolutely real in the hands of Kawano.
Man, could have seen get much higher. I'm gonna tell you right now, I did not expect to see the Luke at all. I even was like, bro, there's no way. There's no way anyone pick a Luke. But I did see matchup knowledge. Using the EX tackle with that armor against a fireball was actually super smart, and he was putting in with the oppression continuously off the Oki situations, off those lights, off those mediums and things like that. And as you pointed out, did not want to let Shuto get a handle on the match, got aggressive round start. Even though it didn't always work out in terms of getting aggressive, it was enough to put Shuto off his game. And we see walking away with the Luke victory, 30 points to 10 already.
And again, to remind you folks at home, this is a race to 70 points. We could potentially get ourselves into a tiebreaker scenario that brings us into 4 sets. But as it is right now, Good 8 Squad, they're looking to be the better team right now. Taking it down set 1 with 30 points against 10 from the side of Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto in a way that we did not expect. Again, St. Cole, I mentioned it just previously. Luke in the hands of Kawano, a dangerous, dangerous threat.
After proved me wrong, I was like, there's no way this Luke is going to be more than enough ready. And that, as you pointed out previously too, is going to be a big pain point. You could put Kawano so many places, in so many of these spaces now that things are going to be switched up and they're going to be on the away side, and they got to worry about 6 or 7 different characters. Who knows what Kawano's going to pull out for any of these players? It's all going to be deadly. And then you back it up with the other characters that are on this spread overall. It's going to be even harder, even though Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto is on the home side this time. I still feel like with Kawano having that Luke and those other characters that they're so worried about now, and proving that it's real, this may be one of the big tie turners, and I like that it's not like the Vega we saw last time where it felt like he kind of just wanted to go to a character and find some sort of answer and just was kind of fumbling in the dark. Now it's clear cut. He definitely picked that for a reason. It was definitely ready, prepared. We saw the matchup knowledge with him, and this is a different Kawano. Evo changes the man. Japan Open changes the man.
You saving it for nationals, man. This is the exact moment. Now, we're taking a look at the side switch, right? Good 8 Squad is now being placed on the defensive end. Who are you actually going to be putting up in the roster? I think Dogra is definitely going to be involved in the mix for one. I don't know if Pugera will be involved, but he had a very successful run. I think Gachikun is itching to get his W, so I'd imagine he will be putting himself in defense. But I will say, I think overall it might be Dogra, Gachikun, and Kawano.
I like that spread. I like that spread. Give Pugera a little break. You know, Gachikun wants that heat. He wants that run back. And Dogra, to start things off, he's just going to be a threat no matter where you put this guy. We've seen him be one of the strongest in the league and one of the best Bisons in the business. And it's wild that I don't see him mentioned enough when that conversation comes up, because I feel like he has such a good handle on how to play Bison instinctively. And I've talked about this before. We've talked about it when he fights players. He just interrupts people with standing medium punch continuously. It feels like that standing medium punch button and stand fierce too as well will stop the other player before they even are able to activate or utilize their buttons. And he just walks you down with that pressure, puts you in the corner, and then gets super aggressive and has V-Trigger to back it up. So I like Dogra going first, Gachikun middle, and Kawano, God knows what he'll pull up to end things off if need be in the ankle position.
There's a lot to really reconsider for the side of Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto. Despite Shuto having said he practiced and anticipated the moves that Kawano would be pulling off, especially with this pick of Luke, it did not pay out in the way that he had initially thought. So with that in mind, if Kawano is set on the defensive end to defend for points, what will Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto do with this brand new information and this brand new threat? As it is right now, Good 8 Squad up a whole 20 points. They have 30 going into set 2. Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto getting themselves only 1 win, but a very impressive one at that. It was YCC Mochi getting the better half of Gachikun 2-1. Completely unprecedented. Well, let's take a look at what the order is from the side of Good 8 Squad. It is going to be Dogura, Pugera, as well as Gachikun. Sorry, Dogura, Gachikun, then Pugera as anchor.
Still a fantastic team. Still very strong. Pugera, we've seen him in anchor positions, winning multiple times. Again, cleaning up a lot of these players in the same similar fashion like Shudo, where I feel like he really made his mark out here. It was like, okay, this guy's an actual threat. Once again, though, like, no matter where you fit these players, their characters, they're going to operate fantastically. First match is Mochi, and you know what? I agree. He's hot. He was the only one to get a win. I feel like he's really found himself in the playoffs and in the grand finals so far. His style is hard to deal with. Yes, he lost to Daigo, but he got that run back, and it had a pretty dang convincing match against Gachiku in terms of dealing with that matchup.
Dogura always has something funny to say, but overall, I'm taking a look at his previous performance. Ooh. Let's go. What a beast. I'm ready. He called him out straight up. Dogura, full translation. Are you sure about this? Don't see him? Immediately hits him with the I'm ready.
あとはやってみないと分かりません。はい。頑張ります。
頑張ってください。
Saying he was prepped for the Bison matchup, so he sure did. Others not so sure until he actually plays them. But you know, on paper, this is going to be difficult. I think Bison is one of those picks that people kind of forget about when they fight Sim. Even though we've seen the Sim players take down the Bison players every so often in the league, on paper, Bison does pretty dang well. Standing heavy kick deletes a lot of these buttons that you'd like to utilize in terms of mediums, medium punch, medium kick, get crush countered. When Bison gets in, it's hard to get him off, even from the likes of Sim. But there's one good thing that Sim can do is get the knockdown and force out options like V-Bar's expenditure from Bison. So it's not completely free, especially it's got better, I think, as V-Ship and V-Break have got introduced. But I still think this is slightly in Bison's favor. I still think that someone like Dogura make this very difficult for Alexa Mochi, however hot he may be, to be taken down.
The only time we'd actually potentially seen a Dawson matchup versus a Bison, I believe it was in the hands of Torimeshi going up against Naba. So other than that data, this is going to be kind of hard to tell between these two players specifically, not characters. But in terms of the player matchups, I think Bison does have a little bit of a hard time, I feel like, trying to get around some of the normals, but I think he's still one. A well-placed one would be pretty good. I think having Head Stomp is also pretty pivotal to getting around certain anti-air normals. But there also are moments where, if timed correctly, he could like dash through certain normals and bypass that. But other than that, other than like movement alone, I think Bison also has some pretty decent normals to whiff punish the normals that are sent out by Dawson. So overall, I think this matchup was developed like year after year to make it seem like it's been quite even. But overall, I still think Dawson gives Bison a very, or you know, a decent difficulty in regards to like a bad time.
I mean, it can be like that because there's a lot of things that Sim can do to be stable in that match, and you see it more like Mr. Crimson fighting like Hot Dog. I know Mr. Crimson, when I talked to him at UFA, he's like, well, I don't want to fight Hot Dog and stuff. But I've seen them play before, and it definitely looked more even than the Sim player might say. I know that, you know, Bison can definitely have the advantage in certain moments, but there's not like, it's not impossible for Sim. Like if EX Devil's Reverse comes down, you can slide underneath. There are defensive plays that you can do, and with V-Ship and V-Break, it can save you from bad moments. We'll have to see Mochi versus Dogura. Is he ready?
Yeah, I mean, like taking a look at even Street Fighter League EU, right? I feel like there's been so many moments where Mr. Crimson had been like avoided by Problem X and vice versa because they don't want to play that matchup. But I don't even think we even get to see that matchup too often, even in that part of the world. I think more often than not, like Problem X would probably switch over to a different character. But let's take a look. Let's see how it plays out between these two players. Already off to a great start, closing the gap almost instantly is Dogura. And he knows how to play the patient game, right? And of course, who could forget about Scissor Kick?
As an anti-air of all things right there. Keep him locked up in the corner. Flip out. Punch. There's the crush to stand heavy kick. blast right after. I'm going to keep this meaty. Whips the light kick, gets the back to Waitimochi. However, it's still pressured by all this EX bar spin by Dogura.
Oh, and I love the Yoga Stasis in anticipation for the slide, potentially into activation. Ugh, just enough damage. That Great Life was just lingering there. Enough damage for that forward throw to kill.
Standing heavy kick.
Dogura actually
get a crush counter.
Trying to get it 2 times over, actually. You saw it at the start of it twice.
It's punished. To add to a lot, though. That's the problem. So much adds to the side of Bison, dumps out damage. Death by 1,000 cuts by Sim, unless he gets those good extensions. Ooh, with the knockdown and the drill.
Now we're in the dangerous territory of, okay, I was going to say the command grab threat, but also susceptible to the Psycho Crusher, but YC Mochi definitely understanding where the strings are, or at least where the gaps are in terms of block strings. I love the V reversal right there as well. Nice and easy. A lot of control from YC Mochi.
Difficult to do against the down forward Fierce, but always going to try to interrupt when you can. You need punch lands, you need to kick too as well. Waitimochi utilizes these buttons. Down forward Fierce trade, not a crush, luckily. Waitimochi real aggressive, and I like this. Pressure this character, especially with the air approach. Base God Agni won't get that stun, but close to getting done if he gets that last hit. He shifts. Oh, that last hit with the sniper.
At least he wasn't susceptible to the stun. Recovering from that, but it's still a very difficult situation to be in. YC Mochi just needs one sequence. Actually, even closer than that. Yeah, Yoga Stasis into the Fierce, punishing the sweep. What are you even supposed to do about it?
Second time we saw that too as well. You see Dogura scratching his head saying, I probably shouldn't do that. Because we've seen Waitimochi take this guy's continuously looking out for that option and looking to punish too in kind. Also, I like Waitimochi, honestly, just being super aggressive on the lock of this character and keeping it as aerial as possible. Yes, we've seen scissor kick anti-air. Yes, we haven't maybe seen like hell attack and stuff like that, but I like him going for these weird angles where it's a little difficult for Bison to kind of get in. Or at least anti-air, I should say.
It's kind of looking like that's the case too, right? I think there's a lot in regards to Dawson's offense that Dogura hasn't really had the answer to, per se, but she's up here for a reason, right? I mean, good 8 squad that's sent. Well, not sent, but they had chosen Dogura up front for a reason. They had anticipated this exact matchup. Dogura seemed pretty confident about it.
Saw it coming. See what Dogura do to close things out. I don't know. Waitimochi definitely has a great game plan. Maybe more of the hell attacks preemptively. Does get a jump in off the jump heavy kick. The throw.
You get the V reversal to recreate that space for YC Mochi. Already at half health. Gets clipped with the tail end of the EX scissor kick, and now it's going to be a little bit more chip damage from the side of Dogura. Yoga Stasis just trying to use that roundhouse to push Bison back a little bit as well. Not even hitting anything, but it's just the threat that's trying to intimidate. But Dogura willing to give that space up. He does have enough life to kind of make these moves happen, play the life lead game a little bit longer. But now it's YC Mochi building up a little bit of that damage, little by little.
5,000 cuts, scissor kick coming through. Lightning Inferno, back rise, there's the throw. And B trigger is on the deck. He's got to find a better way than slide activate. Waitimochi looking for an exit point. You'll find in this mid-range, anti-air with the crouch fierce, gets a pickup and puts him down with a Psycho Crusher this round. This is what I wanted to see from Dogura. How are you going to anti-air when given the opportunity? Crouch fierce is one of the ways when you're close enough.
Something YC Mochi needs to keep in mind on his way up. With further usage of Yoga Stasis, a little bit of an awkward exchange there. I don't know what it was that made him want to go into Yoga Flame, but I will tell you this. Dogura going to take full advantage of that. Nope, instead the crush counter does manage to land for YC Mochi. Gets himself out of the corner. There's the Yoga Flame. Setting up with Stasis into the drill kick. Forward throw, meaty slide. It's all YC Mochi right now.
Ooh, what an option. Scissor kick to catch the slide. Wasn't able to get too much off that B shift. Staving that off. YC Mochi in the lead, and again, V reversal in that gray life. Don't win the V reversal, but the sweep off the feet. This is a big bet right here for Dogra. No defense on the deck. The hits connect. YC Mochi going in with the pressure in on set point, and definitely making me rethink this matchup. I ain't gonna lie.
そうなってきたときにその持ち側もフロートを増やすっていう展開だったんですね。でそこに一回しゃがみ込まれての対策を見せたんですが、今回通ったものその後しっかり持ち側を守りきることができました。
But now it's going to be YC Mochi who's still within the range, and a backdash just in time to catch a punish on the EX scissor kick. Ooh, fresh counter. The amount of damage and the amount of corner carry as well. Watch out for that throw. V shift, he knows it. V shift break. YC Mochi finding the mark again. V reversal just trying to deter the momentum against Dogra.
Flies, who up the feet, Fierce. Nice conversion, has the bar for the activation. There it is. Caught the corner situation. Careful of the grip, or even the Psycho Crusher if you throw out a fireball. Try to get back up and up to make that plus. Don't whip a dang button, wow. Watching light kick. Slight tap.
We do get that W from the side of Dogra. Don't want to make it easy. Don't want to make it a 2-0.
1試合目の負け筋はもう単純にやっぱり中距離ヨガフロートからのジャ
I
ン
think
プ
one thing that I like about Dogra with the exchange up is a lot more of the scissor kicks. More than just like waiting until he gets in like that mid-range game where like, you know, medium kick and medium punch are flying. He's going for scissor kick preemptively to deal with the slides. I think that's super important to layer on. He's catching a lot of damage off of this, and if the slide hits from Sim, whatever, that's like 10 damage. The scissor kick hits from Bison, that's a lot more. And you're close where you want to be against this character, and it's definitely helping out in that grounded approach. Plus we see the anti-airs, and plus we see him also denying the EX Fireball with EX Inferno, which I was thinking that option may be used as an anti-air, but I like him using it against that EX Fireball that has been kind of enforcing a reaction from a lot of these players this entire day.
The contemplation of Dogra amongst his teammates, a good 8 squad. I'd imagine there's immense pressure going in to this next game because it's the closest we could ever really ask for, really. I think Dogra doing an exemplary job of showcasing what needs to be done in the matchup. I think he's done a fantastic job of keeping it alive. So this is it right here between the two. We're starting to see a little bit more control from the side of YFC Mochi in regards to finding some of these mediums to land, or at least within the face of Dogra. And also, when it's not his turn, he's trying to trick Dogra with movement thus far.
Gotta find a way to move out of this corner. Cross counter off the heavy kick. Again, that button blasting this character continuously. Just allowing a lot of what Sim would like to do. You reverse to spin that bar for that express option to get some distance. Backing Dogra up.
Nullifying the Yoga Fire, but at what cost? He had to face a roundhouse for it. Paying that fee. No, he tried to get past the Psycho Blast, but no sir. The slide just was not past it enough. The projectile was pretty slow moving too, so does get the exposure down below. EX Scissors. 3 stand jabs. What now? The roundhouse does connect from the side of YHC, but now it's going to be all Dogra full confirm off of the low medium kick. Look at that match point now against YSC Mochi.
Love how he closes out these rounds. He waits till he gets down to enough health, then closes things out if he doesn't feel like he needs V reversal or the V bar for anything different. But this is a way better start here for YSC Mochi. Hold this throw in the corner, knee slide apply. Get some damage. Again, that movement, caught him off guard, keeping it meaty again, the hottest of wins, and gets the back for the stun. That's a perfect KO. No, the drop.
How'd he drop that? Oh no. This is the perfect time to establish the command grab setting here. Activate. Knocked out, gets a command grab again, meaty. Oh! Side switch. No throw. He gets a side switch now.
Wait for that right time. Oh, call up the V reversal, you're dead. EX connects Dogura. Dealing with the defense, breaking it down. What a round, what an activation point. Waited for the explosion to go off, gets a side switch, knowing that he wanted to be reversal out of that situation, and boom up for his troubles. Dang, Dogura. Wind Devil, he made a pact.
There was only one thing that YHC Mochi could have done to throw it away, and that was V reversal. There's only one thing he could have done while holding on to the purple stuff, and it was not drop it. But guess what? He dropped it. He dropped it the first time with the drop of the combo. He missed the timing of Yoga Anvil, which is back heavy punch, and then he V reversaled the explosion. I don't know what to tell you about that one. That Dogura deserved to win that one based off of that response, to be honest with you.
I agree. Definitely, he worked hard for it, but also, I mean, the drops, when they happen, as a pro player, you have to clean them up as the other person, and that's what happened. And Dogura doing a fantastic job in that matchup, really cleaning things up and having a better way to end the game, too, as well. A lot more of the V-trigger when he felt it was the end or it was necessary to get that W. Again, the Wind Devil, cleaning things up. And this is looking back, 40 points. Good 8 squad.
Oh, man. You can see the remorse on YXC's Mochi's face, just contemplation. You gotta snap him out of it, man. You absolutely gotta snap him out of it, man. But, I mean, look, that explosion is double digits, man. I totally get it, but at the same time, it's like, that was... It was a little obvious from Dogura what he was plotting to do, right? Like, he already had activated the purple stuff. He already got the bomb planted. Off of activation, he was looking for a jump in. It was going to secure him, like any sort of pressure regardless. But he had the right read in baiting out the V reversal. That was so smart from Dogura, and really, really do feel for him. And we saw the stats between the two, but we're still a little dumbfounded by that last exchange. We do see what's coming up between Sai Shunkan, Sol Kumamoto, and Good 8 Squad. I do believe it's Gachikun up next on the chopping block, if I'm not mistaken, according to the away position. Ooh. So it's going to be Higuchi. Higuchi has been... he actually had not been able to play off against Gachikun once during regulation play.
It seemed like it so far, so this is going to be something new, but we've watched Gachikun play against Daigo for however millions of sets, whether it be casuals, tournament, what have you. So that matchup knowledge is obviously there. But Higuchi, again, is so different than your typical, not even typical, I'm not saying Daigo's typical, but then like a normal guy. You have to compare for Higuchi in himself. You've seen that proven time and time again. I want to see what Gachikun has for Higuchi, since he is so different in terms of like a playstyle. Gachikun says, Higuchi, Guile, I'm not much to say. I've lost against Daigo, Guile, and felt really annoyed, so I prepared myself and worked hard on it. I'm the only one with no win, so I'd like to win this. Higuchi says, this matchup, I think I have a good chance. Best of 2, I'm sorry, best of 3, first of 2, so I'm a bit scared, but I'd like to win and pass it on to the next player.
Really curious to see how this is going to play out. Rashid versus Guile. We've seen this a couple of times over throughout the entirety of CPG, throughout the entirety of Street Fighter 5, really. But specifically, Gachikun versus Higuchi, this is a matchup that we have not seen yet between these two teams. With that in mind, I gotta say, man, Higuchi has been on quite the run. I think the last time in general, what was the last time they played, actually?
一つグッドで使ったのは有利な部分というか、どちらが来てもガイルがいたというところで、しかもガチ君に来る可能性結構高いです。アウェー側でガチ君が出たところにガイルが来るって可能性はどちらも高かったと思うので。
Let me take a look here.
そうですね。
The last time they encountered each other, has it really just been in the CPT? Is that true? Now I'm going to cheat. I'm going to go over to YouTube.
I actually went to FTC Combo. Looks like, yeah, the Capcom Cup Pro Tour Japan 2022 is the last time they faced off at top 8. Gachikun got the 3-0 against Higuchi. It's the last time they fought.
It looks like.
ことでしょう。そしてまあガチ君で樋口という
So what it's looking like, I'm going through the entirety of like World Warriors for Japan. I didn't really get to see it. I didn't really get to see this matchup, so it's gonna be a first outside of like a CPT scenario, right?
Nice.
今回この舞台
Great thing about Street Fighter League is to
Let's
get
take a-
these surprise picks.
まあ何度も
Sorry?
本節でもチームのピンチを
Let's take a look at the matchup itself, right? Guile versus Rashid. We're taking a look at a character with Rashid that can really also play the same kind of style that Guile would want to, right? But with easier access to like the fireball game, I think his normals are a little bit more of a threat than Guile's. I think Rashid really does give Guile a hard time even in the counter hit department, or like the counter poke department, I should say.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Back heavy punch, back fist, those blessed buttons that we've been seeing continuously throughout this entire run here will get blessed by Stand Fierce. That leads into Eagle Spike in the corner carry where Rashid makes the most amount of damage happen. However, long range buttons out here besides those can work out against Rashid every so often. Crouch kick is a good stopper, but it's hard to stop the pressure. Coming here from Gachiku, takes back the turn with the upside down kick, B-shifts preemptively. The crouch fear, stepped in after that. Like that button overall, though. We'll stop the fireball preemptively.
Oh. We're starting to see the amount of pressure that Rashid can put you in. Crouching heavy punches have landed, or it actually like touched the mark a couple of times over. Whether it's hit or whether it's on block, it's still doing one thing. It's adding extra mental damage to the opponent. It's forcing them into the corner little by little, especially with the pushback on block. You see it right here. Look at that.
Let's put some right back in there. Made that do a lot of damage with that throw. One more hit. Sweep off the feet. Did not wait long enough to see what was going on. Now this allows Gucci to get that side switch. He make the comeback. He's got the bar at the bottom for the V trigger. If he builds up for super, it's a done deal.
The whirlwind shot as a way to get in, also enhanced by a V trigger too. So we'll see whether or not Gachiku can solidify it. Unless Gucci has something else to say first. He does have his trigger as well. Does have the baby booms coming in through. Oh, trying to get a reverse spin kick. Gachiku not budging. That's a forward throw. 13 seconds on the clock. Could chip it out. Does get a confirm off of that. The boom just within the right spacing to link into the sweep. I'm loving that from Higuchi. Big comeback. Gets to save all of his meter. Actually gets to spend that first bar trying to be aggressive with the EX Sonic Boom. Very, very nicely played. That's hard from Higuchi. Good mental. Good discipline.
True. Do wonder what Gachikun's going to do if he hits that B-Trigger 2 and he can Eagle Spike right through with the EX. We'll see if that happens. If Shali booms, might have an answer, but right now he's doing fantastic in this corner. Anti with the crouching medium punch, finds a fadeaway in play, gets the stun, and almost about to get this done. Needs one more sequence. Heavy mixer, one more touch, flash kick, bets it on the reversal.
Let it go the way it did earlier. Back throw. Ooh, Gachiku so smart to interrupt that. Sit him back down. Forward throw. Another one coming in from the side of Higuchi. He still has a little bit of trigger left, and it's going to be the classic instant air eagle spike from Gachiku.
What an option. A lot of anti-fireball play from this character. You pointed this out previously, and now we're seeing it in action here from Gachiku. It make things even more difficult for Higuchi to have to deal with. That's less of your tools on the table. Is that back heavy punch, so would love to have a crush.
Yes, the big escape. Paying off. Higuchi has been showing off that card of EX Flash Kick, and it's been paying off dividends thus far. He's found so much success with that reversal, just breaking the momentum of Gachiku.
That walk up on the -2 here from Higuchi, just adding up the damage every so often. Smart things like that, but the dash in on the whip. He's still waiting for that button. Another flash kick, EX addition gets the distance. Heavy kick trying to get a jump in. It's Higuchi. Bar stock up here for Gachiku. Will activate on the medium kick. Light mixer puts him in the corner. It's time to party.
Oh, the big interruption against the Sonic Boom. The critical art. It's not too much damage behind it, but it's not going to kill. Barely leaves him alive. Oh, so scary to even try to move up like that, and Gachiku also knew it. getting the better half of Higuchi, at least within the first game. Crouching light kick to spell it all. Another game on the board for Good 8 Squad in totality. Just applying more and more pressure, slowly starting to squeeze the life out of their opponents. You can see it, man. They're currently at a 40-point game, right? If they get this, Gachikun brings them to 50. If they get the anchor, that leads them to victory. So this could really turn the tide for Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto if they can get this W and keep it as close as possible. We're seeing Higuchi get a couple of words from the captain, Nemo. Words of affirmation from YC Mochi, I'd imagine.
They need everything at this point. I feel like Gachikun just being the complete package and running this character. We saw the crushing light kick come through, again, utilizing all the tools of what Rashid has to defeat Higuchi and make him feel uncomfortable. It's rare that you see Higuchi uncomfortable to swing out sonic booms. I mean, yes, we see the flash kicks come through hot and heavy, but in terms of placing these normals, it feels like I don't want to say a lot of pensiveness, but it's just like, dang, he could dash up and get a punch like we've seen against this button right here. Now we're seeing a sweep. Before we saw a dash up light conversion, now we're seeing a sweep off the feet to 7th frame beside a Gachikun.
これは梅原もね、梅原ガイルも間違って見せていた動きです。
So hard to call. It's so hard to call with the way that both of these players have been playing thus far. There it is, yeah. A big counter hit conversion off of the forward media punch. It's all Gachikun now. Does get the forward throw. V-shift break, past the sonic boom. Wants to maintain this pressure in the corner. V-shift break again. No, he has to hold it because of the fact that it was a boom into the trigger. So it's up to Higuchi now to make the most of whatever's left in the trigger, in the tank.
Just a throw, follow up though, but however, he is sitting almost on a full bar of butter. Block out a few more sequences or land. Yeah, this sonic boom. You are almost there, Crush. He's aware that's right into the super. Higuchi stays in the game. Oh, it's not enough, Vicious.
Uh-oh.
Still alive.
Oh, that's it. Oh, he didn't build up enough. Oh my God, I thought that was over. But it's not trigger one. If it was, oh my God, if it was a, oh, if he had trigger one instead and had like that full sequence over there, it would have been kind of, either way. I wonder if he could have done anything different to like, in that moment, maybe like an EX of something to kill. I don't know, it's called.
So that's Sand Light Punch. I think you go to Eagle Spike after the Sand Light Punch, but it's difficult to do off the light confirm. I mean, that is not easy. However, Higuchi now thrown like ball. He smells blood in the water.
I don't know, that's tough. Because EX Eagle Spike does have like a considerable amount of startups, like 19, I think. So.
Maybe even normal. Maybe that would have worked out. Look back, but however, look at this lead though from Higuchi. Caught him coming in. EX Sonic Boom after the jab, confidently standing his ground. Takes to the final game.
That could have gone either way, right? We've seen the amount of damage that Gachikun was kind of dishing out towards the end of it all, but Higuchi maintaining his focus, still able to clutch out that second game.
This
is what makes champions right here. Not saying Higuchi's never been in this sort of position in terms of stress. We've seen him put down the best at Street Fighter League Japan. We've seen him do so in the World Warrior events. He's won, he's won one of them and been in the top spots previously, and then got top 8. So he's been in stressful situations before. So we've seen that sort of side of him to have that clutch factor, right? It all comes down to this. Gachikun, can he find these right answers against Alexa Gao? Crouch Fierce interrupts the fireball. There's Higuchi. They cover these buttons again.
And you can see it, right? You know exactly why Higuchi has been so reluctant to throw out some of these sonic booms. I think more often than not with the attempts, it's either been stuffed out preemptively or on reaction, punished with V-Skill 1, as we just saw from Gachikun. A couple of them, you know, you can't be afraid to let them fly, but most of the time it's been checked by Gachikun.
With the boom. Good screen. Gachikun gonna activate. Look at a sweep, anti right there. Enough space to do so. All this bar building up the side of Higuchi can make that comeback with the quickness. Gray Life all built up, and that activation will give him to that destination.
かなり危ない状況。それだけにリスクのある行動はしたくないが。
Heavy punch again. He's looking for any sort of button press. He's trying to catch it from the counter poke, but more importantly, again, it's slowly pushing Bao towards the corner, and Gatsukun still not able to force Higuchi into pressing some of these bad buttons.
Oh! 被弾して。ただ CA はあるんです。時間はないが。 15秒。
Could it be? That corner carry off, getting hands. Fireball. Oh, wasn't able to get a counter hit. Look at these blocks, look at this defense. Have to overextend to get the win. If you're Higuchi, you're just big chilling. Delay rise, of course, but that's enough time over. Yeah.
Look at that match point. Higuchi bringing it all the way back. It looked so aggressive and so convincing from the side of Gatsukun up until this point. We do get the crush counter again. It's not over until it's over. Forward throw now. What happens? Whirlwind shot. He tried to jump out of it. Doesn't get the continuation. One more for stun. And we're going to get ourselves a very, very close into tie game scenario. But Gatsukun still needs one more sequence. He is willing to spend that EX first to get even closer to that victory. We do see the activation of the trigger. A very successful jump out to avoid the back throw and switching positions, and also avoiding the rest of those booms. Gatsukun getting the most out of that exchange. Now, Higuchi sitting on full critical art. Gatsukun just at 2. Spending it immediately 2 times over is Higuchi. 2 EX Sonic booms back to back.
With the crush counter, heavy punch, ready and steady, back fist here. 2 as well, introducing these buttons that have been whip punished and dealt with. Jumps in on the poor medium punch. What are these call-outs? Walks back, but you're still caught up in the corner. They'll find a way out. The jump and take away. Higuchi with the reads like a Liberian. The jump, and that's the win off the Superman. This dude's a robot. He's not human.
And it all came from a very interesting decision from Higuchi. He had gone for the neutral jump, right? He was anticipating maybe like a forward moving normal, right? Whether it be like forward medium punch or either of the heavy punches, either standing or crouching, right? It looked like Gatsukun to just run into it, to be honest with you. I don't know if we got to see the startup of a normal, but it was literally Higuchi neutral jumping and Gatsukun running into it. I hope they get to highlight that situation again, because that literally just was an unfortunate circumstance from Gatsukun.
Either way, I mean, Higuchi probably looking for, you know, if Gatsukun wants to get that crush, get that corner carry out of there, finding some sort of exercise like a beast follow, whatever it may be. You're looking out for all these forward moving options to do so. That's just smart stuff from Higuchi, and that dominance, that unmovingness that he had throughout the entire end of that match was really what set him apart. 40 points on the side of Grenade Squad, however, 20 points on side shooting console Kumoto. Making a comeback.
Now, looking at that open spot, I'd imagine you'd want to send out Shuto there. I don't know what Nemo has in store for someone like Pugera, but I think your best bet would have to be Shuto, right?
Oh, 100%. You send out Shuto, he has been the ace of the squad. And it's not to say that like Nemo is weaker, but results lately and how Shuto has been so dominant in matchups. In all matchups, bad or good, on paper, it feels like this would matter to him. Yes, he's faced some losses in today's matches, as have most people, but I feel like overall he is the ace of the team for a reason. So when it comes time for the anchor match, I feel like he is the perfect person to place up and hopefully get those points that the anchor position is going to present. Overall though, Pugera might be ready for this. Let me check to see if they played. I don't think they have. Yeah, Shuto had lost to Gatsukun the first time. The Grenade Squad had won, and then when Seoul won, they did not play either as well. So we'll be seeing them go up against each other first, at least in terms of Street Fighter League Japan. I can take a look at FGC Combo here and see if they played, however, in a second, because I'm curious to see when they played in the World Warrior events and if they played in the finals.
But overall, looking at the stats, man, there's been a lot of EX reversals from the side of Higuchi. Pretty much 100%, 3 out of 3, not too bad at all. In terms of the anti-air, both players pretty much on point with checking the transition between the ground game and the aerial approach. very, very solid work, 60% and 75%, couldn't ask for more. But in terms of the strike throw game, again, being 50% against Rashid in terms of the strike throw game, that's pretty impressive. Most of the time we see a lot lower of a number, just considering the fact that Rashid gets a lot of throws and a lot of people in the corner. So really well done. Now it's going to be Shuto with the Urian, as we had predicted.
So looking at their past history, last time they played was Japan World Warrior event, actually at the finals. It was a 3-2 Pugera and Shuto win on the side of Pugera. Gonna make that a repeat, but it was a close match, looks like. So Shuto, probably from that time, has found some answers, has deliberated on how to defeat this character, and Pugera says, this is it, kind of game. We'll win this.
And we'll see what the reaction is going to be, what the rebuttal is going to be from the side of Shuto. Again, Pugera kind of feeling the pressure. He says this is it. So this is it kind of game. He will win the Shuto with a rebuttal. If we lose this, it'll be 20-60. I would like to take away and ease the pressure for the next players in set 3. So I'd like to win this and make it a tie game, 40-40. And I'm glad you mentioned that part of the strategy, right? Going into this, what is it, 40, as we mentioned earlier, I think, you know, with good 8 squad, with the way that they've been playing thus far, if they're able to like pump the brakes a little bit, I think in terms of like battle of attrition, I think Saishun Console Kumamoto might be able to take it with both Shuto and Higuchi with the way that they've been taking down the other players. But we'll see. Shuto actually was the one that had fallen short against Guano, but I think against Pugera specifically, he might have a fighting chance based off of like their last interaction.
Yeah, I'm sure there's an extra chapter here for Pugera after their loss. So I'm sure Shuto will show us something different than what we had seen in the regional final. It won't be easy for Pugera, and it wasn't easy when they played, and that was a 3-2. But I'm curious to see what the matchup's going to be, considering there's not that many Balrog players, and honestly, there's not that many Urian players too as well. We have DCQ, you have a few others, a few handfuls out here in Japan. Same with Balrog, which to me makes no sense on the Balrog side, because as you pointed out, he's still a very strong character. Is he top 5? Probably not. But he's still up there, I feel like, and he still has a good matchup spread that still works out. We've seen like the likes of Ultimate Weapon making waves over in the East Coast. Brian, when he was still playing that character, was still making waves. I think the character is still very strong. You just have to play him a little bit differently, and Pugera has shown how to take him to the highest level. We'll see. This is going to matter a lot, as you pointed out. 40-40 could be that way if Shuto gets that victory, which helps that endurance, but this could all get closer to an end if Pugera gets that W. He's been known to do so in these anchor positions, the top scores along with Shuto.
It'd be so imperative going into set 3 as well, man. You do not want to be at the deficit of 60 or like 20-60. I mean, obviously, we all understand how this works out, but take a look at Urian versus Balrog now. I think Pugera has a firm understanding of how to like bait out certain normals and get the whiff punches going, and also occupy some of the spaces where counter pokes can happen. Pugera has just such a firm understanding of the spacing element of Street Fighter that kind of like forces a little bit of pressure to press a button. But Shuto has done a really great job of showing off his discipline as well as knowing when and where to kind of try to throw out a button. There's going to be a lot of moments where Shuto will get within range, within like a medium range, and deliberately just stand there. So we'll see if that actually plays off, or if that even comes out against someone like Pugera.
Closer and closer to the finale, possibly if Good 8 Squad gets this W. I want to see how these two defensive players work out against each other. Who is going to break down?
You see that? Yeah, he walked right in front of Pugera's face and just kind of deliberately waited for a split second. Then we saw the explosion of 2 mediums between the two. Very similar styles of thinking from both ends, as that counter can lead to a lot more. Oh boy. You get the screw up.
watching out for that, backing up for that right range. We talk about the spacing that he has. Bugera masterclass with it. A good lead. And using that fierce against buttons that you'd like to use as Urian at that distance. You'd love to use medium punch, crouching wing kick. They're all going to stop by that fierce. Going to get that crush counter. Bugera about to get that win.
Oh, yeah. Able to get a full-on punish against the ball kick. A little bit risky, but now the reversal, excellent. That is an excellent call from Bugera. Back-to-back usage of the reversal because he does not want to get pushed into that tackle. Good awareness from Bugera. Not shy with the meter at all.
Talked about that defense. Also just moments that are critical like this. That dash punch is backing up so much, it's hard for Shuto to adjust to even bait out a button now. Upper takes him down to the ground. A master of the anti-airs with his character.
Shift break. Not too bad, resetting himself back to near mid-screen. The counter poke is there, the whip punish is there, I should say. Man, he's just swinging and slugging. I'm gonna say, man, Shuto has run into so many different normals. This is gonna be a tough look. Side switch, off of the mirror, gets a throw. No, the tech is there from Bugera. Plus frames after that. -4, got the punish.
Not a mean. Ooh, nice option to pay out the mirror versus getting the EXD drop. Can he finish the job though? He has him in the corner with the mirror, gets the fierce conversion, not enough. Still alive, whips the throw. There's a jab though, shoot though. Continuous amount of rotation corner pressure. I love to see it.
手前回りに対してまあ言ったら相打ち覚悟で鏡を割るっていうことで、ね、強い局面シュートの体力がなかったので、ただそれに対してシュートがちゃんと警戒して割ってくるところに
I was wondering if there was going to be another screw smash
見事でした
within that space. Conversion? No, he wasn't ready for it. And maybe he's resetting intention. I can't tell. Get the counter hit.
画面端が近いスタンチも溜まっている
いいですねこれ
One more counter hit connection will stun Shuto.
Back throw, that did a ton of damage. Nap time, it's almost bedtime. Fierce would love to have a crush with that EX follow-up. Still has the EX ball for the plus frames. EX low this time. Bugera. Surprise, you don't know when it's going to happen.
That was actually kind of sneaky too. That was pretty sneaky because you're thinking about that sequence. EX dash punch plus you want to continue pressure, standing jab, and then immediately maybe see somebody try to walk back. So he had anticipated that walk back way ahead of time. He had already committed to that EX dash grand blow to prevent maybe Shuto from escaping maybe like a throw. Now, what I think is going to happen is he's going to set himself up for maybe like an EX dash punch where the character is deeper and try to go for like a throw scenario. But we'll see if that ever comes to fruition for the next EX dash punch. I think there was a little bit of conditioning there based off of that decision making to go for the EX dash grand blow.
And that sets up shop also for like EX dash grand blow. Then you go up for like dash up, throw, or stand heavy kick for the crush counter for the fall to the corner. Like that sets up shop for so much more with this character, man. It's looking real deadly. And then you gotta deal with that defense. And the fact that he's even opening up Shuto on the lows. That's wild to me because Shuto is so good about blocking his toes, generally speaking. Bugera with the first W.
ストリートファイターリーグがシュートの物語であるならばここでもなんとかして勝つのかシュート
It's so intense too. Neither player wants to get caught with a counter. But it's going to be Bugera making the most of it, slowly pushing Shuto into this corner. Ooh, the big counter punish, or sorry, the big whiff punish, I should say.
Right about that KKB, but well timed. Bugera stays fine, does not get hit in the shoulder tackle. Blocks out the EX and techs the throw. Confidence be able to dash in like that, someone like Shuto.
Mistimed the meaty. There's the overhead. He's going to be paying dearly for that. Oh no. Finishing it all up, cleaning it up. I gotta say, Bugera keeping Shuto at wit's ends, especially after that mix.
It's a counter hit.
Already off.
Gonna press some buttons.
Pretty aggressively too.
Not bad.
Yeah.
シュートとしては
Loving this. Ain't gonna matter. Shuto answering back. Harassment in the corner. Wow, the crush kind of comes through with a heavy kick. Caught a button. Back to that well. But the medium EX connects with Shuto's in that range. Not so scared about fears. Stand heavy kick. None of that.
What's more impressive is just the confirms, man. The reactions to confirm from that close off of a standing medium punch is so good. He did hedge his bets or like kind of take like a risk averse kind of approach by doing EX chariot tackle, but still, that's super impressive.
Ash saves him from the stun. Like that light punch. Bail out that B reversal. Let's get the deal. There's only one more on the tank. Fierce. You're still there. Look at that delay button counter hit. He's out of there.
Ooh, back to the mid hit. Oh, he still gets it. Critical art attack. Yes, sir. He just built it off of that final sequence. That crouching medium punch immediately after was so imperative for him to build a little bit of medium. But either way, off of the medium sequence going into chariot tackle, you already know you're building yourself enough gauge to get that finale. That was really well played from Shuto. Pugera still having the tenacity to press a button on Wake Up the way that he did. That's his downfall.
Man, that's true. Yeah, he's got to do something on defense. Maybe more of the V-shift and V-breaks in general. Haven't we seen V-reversal come up in the corner? You might have to see that option come up a little bit more, or V-shifters in general, or some sort of V-bar utilized, maybe mid-screen. But overall, I mean, it came down to the wire. It came down to one hit with it, so this is still possibly going down to the wire too as well. And even though Pugera started off super strong, see Shuto getting that close range game and then fight back. Also catching a lot of these dashes with the crouching light punch. Not every single time, but enough to stay fine and even things out game to game so far.
やっぱりその鏡槍に対するため強パンチっていうのは一つ対策の対策としてうまく機能していますね。やっぱり狙って。
We're gonna see who starts things off. Who's gonna be pushing who to the corner first? We get a whiff punish off of against the sweep with a dash punch coming in from Pugera. Oh. Gosh, coming off the fierce. We're starting to see the counter poke game really be on the side of Pugera thus far.
Now up close and personal. Shuto has him in the corner. Crouching in the kick. Tries to get the anti, but that was too deep. Still has to find a way out of the corner. Pugera. He's like an EX straight out of there. Medium buffer from the side of Shuto. Straight V reversal puts him right back in the corner. I like that V-bar usage. Keep blocked here.
No anti-air. He just took it. Oh, I don't know what that was all about, but still kind of sneaky with it. Still managed to get a forward throw. Shuto trying to lock him down. There's the activation. It's going to be mix-up city. A couple of dash punches later, though. Pugera needs to jump in. No, not quite. Shuto with the air-to-air instead. Jump back medium punch.
We're winding down, but EX connects. Been saving that for a while. We hadn't seen that. We're on the neutral for a bit. It's usually been off a hit from upper medium. Yeah, caught dashing in. Sweep. That tip too as well. Risky, but works out. So it's a full punch. Pugera puts him in the corner.
Full standing reset off of that. Reset off of the kick again. To the street, I should say. Back throw now, Shuto does have full trigger. Just keep in mind, there's the activation, does get the hit. What's going to be the scenario? Reset off of it, that's a counter hit! You should be able to kill off of this! Tackle, critical art. Pugera, yet again, opting to go for even more normals in a situation where he is absolutely negative. The counter hit was absolutely there from Shuto in back-to-back sequences. Really, really impressive thus far from Shuto. Sticking to his play style with getting the meanies, especially after the resets.
Even more to that too as well. Be a versatile offensive in the corner to keep him locked down when need be, and then using V-trigger when he has it. I like this rotation of V-bar usage overall here from Shuto. And now we're seeing sweep too as well, which might be risky, but unless maybe Balrog has bar, maybe it's not that risky. You might see like a dash straight as a punish if they're going to react in time, but that's kind of hard with the other buttons that are flying in the neutral. So we've seen that as a knockdown, we've seen it as a crush counter, and now we're seeing Shuto get aggressive to put Pugera off his game. And Pugera, again, as you pointed out, waking up with options that he shouldn't have, or pressing when he shouldn't, just in general. Shuto may take this back for a seat and get that same sort of momentum Saishun Console needed previously. I'd be seeing it here in the finals.
I really want to know what's going to be coming from the side of Pugera in rebuttal to everything that Shuto has been showing off thus far. I feel like there's just a lot to be said in regards to Shuto's presence on offense, right? There's been a lot that's forcing Pugera to press some of these buttons on Wake Up, man. Like, there's been so much mental pressure mentally to make Pugera think that it's safe to press a button.
And fine when it's his turn. Usually it's the other way around. That Fierce had been stopping Shuto continuously up the neutral. Now we're seeing something completely different, especially on Wake Up. And right now Shuto looking to take it for his team, get more points up on the board, even things out to a 40-40. It's gonna happen.
See the back and forth thus far, the anti-air is there. The first dash went right into it, immediate enough. You do see the confirm off of the standing medium punch from the side of Shuto. Might have been a buffer. I think out of that range, I think he would have been just fine, but I think Pugera might have pressed the button into it. I didn't see it counter.
Ooh, upper takes him down to the ground. There's an anti-air we wanted to see previously. For that EX bar at the bottom, the surprise. Crush. Falls him in the corner with the V-skill. You have to be careful about Shuto. He knows it. He's got back for the down back. Anti-air right there with the upper. Shuto's got that bar at the bottom. He V-shifts away. Activation play. V-reversal. This is such good rotation of options we want to see from Pugera. Better button choices too as well.
Shuto wasn't going to find a way to activate that second mirror safely. Pugera cutting that right off. And it's Pugera who's been really commanding the pace thus far. You're taking a look at how many steps back he's taken against Shuto. Really playing that life lead game little by little. Let's see. Forward throw, resetting the situation. He's going to be getting a meaty dash punch, but then what happens afterwards? He's just chilling.
So once again, here's a dash in though from Shuto. Gets a counter hit, caught him pressing the button. Now in the corner, the throw. EX gets a little bit of space up with his pace, but he's still caught up in the corner. This is where Shuto wants him to be. A lot of harassment. You can do fierce, crouching medium punch, or you can go for the coral punch right here for the opening counter hit. EX bar at the bottom needs more in terms of pressure, but the crush, fierce.
Oh, airs there. Full critical art on deck for Pugera. If he lands his overhead. Or a mix. I love the V-shift from Shuto. One more mix in hand. No, sir. The trigger no longer a threat. That's actually going to be great for Shuto if he can withstand any more of the charge from the Raging Buffalo. Chip damage can be a possibility. Oh. Okay, he already knows. He understands. He doesn't want to use the mirror anymore. He wants to save for defense. And just outside of range, beautifully spaced from Shuto, especially after the tick throw attempt. Tick throw idea, right? Standing jab could have been a throw, but he instead goes into the target combo knowing to get blocked and just in range for that spacing trap.
Masterclass of movement, masterclass of understanding where you're going to be spaced at. Uh-oh. Ducking though. Here's Pugera with the punish. Gets the fault with the crush counter. Dash punch has a call in the corner. The fadeaway against the tech. Pull up that bar. Gonna get that EX bar all built up right there to finish the job. Pugera back in business when he puts you in corner. That is when he is working. That is when he feels the most comfortable. Just has to stay out of the corner himself. Easier said than done from likes of Shuto. But this is dead even. More than just the game point, obviously. It is dead even in terms of skill set, it feels like.
A little bit more patience in the play of Pugera, right? He's been taking a lot more of a step back in regards to the pace and not trying to force Shuto into the corner as much as he was earlier. He wasn't trying to play that counter poke game as much. He's just waiting. He's deliberately just waiting and looking for his moments to whiff punish, right? He's gone past the counter poke game. He wants to go for whiff punishes mostly, but if there are subtle moments where it's like, oh man, I'm waiting a little bit too long, if he's within the right range, he will force the chip damage with dash punches. I really like the pace that Pugera has been setting this far.
Opens up for so much more in that second part of the round. You know, you've eaten so much damage, you put up the chip damage. You've eaten so many of these errant straights every so often. The Fierce is coming up with the crush counter, stopping your buttons. You have to make a desperate comeback in the corner, which is, again, hard for Urian. Even the most defensive players, we've seen the rotation of, you know, V-shift and stuff from like Shuto not always work out. We're on game point right now. Anyone can still take it, though. It really depends on... Actually, I'm not sure. I feel like I want to say who's in the corner the most, which is kind of a very grazing sort of analysis, but it definitely feels like both of them have such great corner pressure overall, and they're really adept at breaking down the defense. It's whoever gets there needs to stay out of there as much as possible. That makes sense. But we'll see. Final game between the two.
They've layered each other's offenses really well. So they fully understand how the spacing shots can work out. They understand how the frame data works out in general. But it's just been such a difficult call between both players. Like, both players can easily lock each other down into the corner. It's just up to really like the defense. Who can hold out on defense more than the other.
See, game point, Pugera, Shuto. Counter hit. Low rush punch.
That forward walk speed from the side of Bison is, oh sorry, from the side of Bar is always deceptive. Back-to-back crush counters. He's gonna counter hit. Combo to finish it off, and now it's going to be in the corner control. No, barely with the throw. Shuto does get a punish of his own and gets a back throw instead. Free reversals out of there, creating that space. Doesn't want to get locked down, though. And I love the bust out with the EX dash punch, too, creating so much more to give him a little bit of freedom to move around.
Shuto has to keep this grounded. EX up, or could take him down. He goes for the skies. Does have the bar to make that comeback. The great equalizer. Dash up tech. EX connects. So good. You have him call for the corner. Every mix has to be super potent. Forward medium punch. Resets the situation. The throw. The stun's rising. Bar's rising too as well for Shuto. Momir in stock with that chip. No dip. He committed to the V trigger. Pugera. So well calculated, and now on set point back from where it was such a big deficit.
We'll see if that utilization of the critical art for chip is going to bite him towards the end. There's going to be a lot of resources on the side of Shuto, already spending it from that early knee drop, but it's not going to be paying off more than the way Pugera is playing right now. Checking the dash a little bit earlier. Now it's going to be Urian stuck in this lockdown. The dash punch is there, looking for a crush counter from the side of Pugera. You know, anti-air. Ooh. Big anticipation for the next dash punch. It's all Shuto now.
What a punish here for Shuto. Using the crouch fierce too as well. Stuns rising with the shimmy. Caught him walking back. In fact, caught him definitely walking back with the EX dash punch. Reset that pressure just a little bit with that B trigger to finish things off. If we can't throw any fireballs, the KKB will come through. Backed off to avoid the V trigger, but this is the inevitability of Street Fighter V. And one more mirror. No V bar. How will you defend yourself?
Oh, he barely pressed the button at the wrong time. That wasn't even a counter hit. Low light kick, caught whatever it was Pugera was trying to press. Now we got ourselves a real match. Final game, final round, at least within this set.
And this matters so much. Want to tie it up if you're on the side of Team Soul. Good 8 squad. Closer, closer. Sealing the deal. Becoming your champions. It's not over yet. Shuto fighting back, dashing in. Careful with that fierce though. Crush counter. Oh, he said careful my medium with the buffer that puts you in the corner. V-ship in a break. We haven't seen that in a second. Some distance and some gray life. But if that chip
シュート間に合わず
若干遅れたか間に合わず白ゲージを取ったストレート
ゲージがお互いにかなりないんで
そうですね
難しい局面
ソースは足りないが無理やりやるしかない
KKB pass the fireball. He's still paying attention to that part of the ground game. Doesn't get to punish the KKB. He had thought he had got it. Shuto in a lot of trouble. He does get the throw, babe. Pugera just one more touch away. He gets it over the throw. Shuto, his reluctancy to press a button, the walk-up throw, solves all of Pugera's problems. It's good 8 squad going into the next set with a huge advantage. That is 60 points in total for the #1 seed.
When you break down someone as defensive as Shuto, who had popularized V-shift and V-break with this character, with Urian, a meta before, a patch before, when you break down somebody whose innate defense is fantastic with the walks and blocks and things like that, when they time their button presses, it is ridiculous. It was great to see these two defensive giants come through, but Pugera breaking down Shuto, taking that W, and putting their team, I should say, at 60-20. This is a huge, massive lead for this team. And it's going to be difficult to make that comeback. 20 points from the side of Seoul. It's a hard mountain to climb right now. This is going to be real difficult. I have to keep prefacing this because you can't make any mistakes right here. All they need is one single game. Good 8 squad needs one single game, and they will be your Street Fighter League Japan 2022 champions.
That's quite a lot to say. All things considered, right? Looking at the way that both teams have been playing up until this point, it was pretty much neck and neck until that deciding factor, at least the big advantage that just pulled forward from Pugera. Had Shuto won that match, it would have been tied dead even, right? We would have had a 40-40. But this is where the problem is, right? Senkola, Saishun Kansol, Kumamoto being on the away side. Who are you supposed to put up? Like, you were talking about YXC Mochi having a hot streak. When it came to the Dogura matchup, not necessarily the same kind of results. So, I know Higuchi and Shuto are going to stay, but do you swap out Mochi for Nemo, or do you stick to your guns?
You swap out Mochi for Nemo 100%. There's no offense to Nemo. But when I watch Nemo play and I watch Shuto play, I see, like that comfortability on defense, which I think is super important no matter what, in what matchup. And I feel like that is going to drive them further, especially when you can't make any mistakes. I think Shuto is a stronger Urian right now. I think he is, even though with his losses, he is on fire enough to keep that flame for the team. You pull in Nemo. I don't think that he can make the same sort of run that Shuto can at this pivotal moment. You gotta leave it to the young guns. Plus Mochi being the babysitter, being the adult around to help them. I think those are the 3 that you run for the rest of this entire, I guess, however many points they can get until they can stay in the game.
It's a different story when you're talking about one Urian replacing another, but if you have 2 Urians on the squad to cover other matchups, do you think it'll be pivotal for something like Saishun Kansol, Kumamoto to cover that spread? It's not necessarily the question isn't replacing Shuto's Urian with one, because Shuto is only one man, right? Shuto's only going to cover one person. You don't think maybe like having another Urian to back Shuto up would be enough to cover the matchup spread against like Bison, Rashid, Balrog, etc. Instead of a Dalsim.
Those still don't sound that good. I mean, Sim definitely sounds bad also, but I still gotta go back to like the players and how they're playing and how hot they're playing. Like, I think that matters a lot here too. I think, yes, you should switch if we're just looking at matchups alone, and I think that also is that's so hard. Matchups alone, yes, you should switch. You should have 2 Urians. That's going to cover things a little bit better than Sim, considering the picks that are around. But you look at the players, YXC Mochi is way too hot right now compared to Nemo. That's difficult, man. That's a difficult question. I'm not 100% sure.
I think personally, you have to stick to your guns. I think it's going to be. I genuinely feel like YXC Mochi has been playing really well against the roster that Good 8 Squad presents. I think in this moment, if YC Mochi has to go up first for the away side of it, I think the big counter pick is going to be coming either way, either via Balrog or Rashid. I think if you were Good 8 Squad and you're trying to like close it out now, if YC Mochi goes up first on the away side, I'm immediately sending up Pugera. I'm immediately sending him up.
100%. One of those characters that definitely get in the sim. These skills right through the fireballs that try to enforce you to have a reaction. We have one of the best reactions to V skill right through, get a punish. And when he gets in against him, it's looking dark. Also, upper and EX upper do fantastic against the stasis. They take the skies, bam, anti-air right there, drops him down, fat punish from that character. Pugera will definitely do that continuously. We've already seen his anti-airs come through. I would see it here. Also, EX upper is really good against the normals. There's armor on that. Like, that could cut through the normals, get the knockdown. It's a risk well taken. So, I agree, Pugera, you send him up if YC Mochi goes up. And all these matchups are going to do just good for Good 8 Squad overall. Saishun Kanso Kumoto has more than just points they have to worry about. It's the matchup spread. It's the player spread. They can still do this. You still have aces in your hole. YC Mochi is still very strong. I think that those three players, they can make this still competitive.
A lot of contemplation for the side. Actually, from both ends, really. Saishun Kanso Kumamoto, again, in the away position at the disadvantage of having to put their roster up first. This could spell the demise. Can Good 8 Squad capitalize on this last push, or at least the second last push, really? If they can solidify their place into the Halls of Greatness as champions this year instead of that second place repeat from last year. Set 3 is where they really need to do it, man. This is it. This is do or die time for Good 8 Squad to reclaim what was almost theirs last year. But Saishun Kanso Kumamoto, man, I think there's just so much potential there. They are down by 40. It's still very much so possible. I want to see YC Mochi as the anchor, to be honest with you. This sounds a little crazy. I would love to see YC Mochi as the anchor.
I guess it means they couldn't pull out Pugera until then, you know? But they'll give more time to fight matchups where maybe problematic, you can really play against the player, really strategize to give him, you know, a chance to say, oh, you're like this or you're like that. It might actually help him out to be in the anchor position. Give him a little bit more time to fight. But what matters? I mean, everything matters. What am I saying? I was going to say what matters comes up first in the first or two, but it all matters. I mean, you lose here at any point, it's over for you if you're Saishun Kanso Kumamoto. And you gotta go back to Kawano. Having multiple characters, having the loop that we just saw that was enough to take down Shuto, which is crazy mind-blowing to me. He might even pull Lucia against YC Mochi, and honestly, they might be baffled. And I was on Shine's stream, and he was like, most people don't think about this, but he said, I think Lucia does decently against Sim. Anti-airs are pretty damn good. If you buffer crouch fierce, you can get a V-skill follow-up from full screen. Not many people can do that. 7-frame sweep also gets the limbs, and I was like, I could see it. Does she beat Sim? Probably not. But I can kind of see that being enough of a deterrent, like for YC Mochi to be like, what is going on? Because how much practice do you have against Lucia in Japan? Besides Aigo, I guess.
出場プレイヤーと主要キャラクターがそれぞれ発表されます。それでは3巡目のアウェー側オーダーはこちら。
Nemo comes back into the fray to cover more of that spread. Again, we pose the question, do you take out YC Mochi as one of the biggest risks because of the fact that Dalsham can be countered by the roster that Good 8 Squad has? It's going to be Urian stepping up from the side of Saishun Kanso Kumamoto, doubled up by Nemo and Shuto. Shuto being the anchor, Taguchi starting things off.
This is going to be difficult. I'm kind of nervous for them, I'm not going to lie. But, you know, if Shuto can make these matchups happen, make them, you know, on paper, crumple them up and throw them behind his back, then I'm assuming Nemo can do the same. We haven't seen it yet. We haven't really seen him shine with this character in a while. But this could be the time. No better time than everything on the line. I'm telling you, if you lose, it's over, so they believe in Nemo. He's up for a reason. But first, Dogra going up in the first match against Higuchi.
Getting a couple of words before we get into the engagement. Higuchi, he had mentioned in set 1 he had lost against Figueroa-san, so I thought it was going to be him. But thinking like in aftercare for player 2, don't know exactly what he means by that, but thinking afterwards, if it ends here, then it ends here. The team has pretty much said their grievances. If they happen to lose here, they have no regrets, so they'll be doing the best that they can going forward.
That's kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's great to say that we're putting it on the line, but relying upon Higuchi, however, is also a good sign in some ways, because Higuchi has been one of the aces. Him and Shuta have been the aces. Higuchi, one of the strongest players in Street Fighter V, I think this year has been exploding onto the scene, especially. So despite that, what he just said in terms of no regrets of laying this on the line, I feel like Higuchi going up is still a good choice, still a good option. Dogra says, think viewers are thinking of last year, home side 60 points versus away 20 points, same as last year. Wouldn't and won't let the same thing happen again. Would like to win here, and I will end it all. Godlike.
I hope so. For their sake, mostly. Not against the other team, but just for their sake. I wish there was a little bit more. I thought he was going to say something else, but again, very, very similar circumstance where it actually came down to the wire. You know, Kawano was the one to be put in this specific position where he had to just end it all, and he decided to pick Vega. He happened to lose that matchup, but it's in the hands of Dogra now. If this threshold is broken in favor of Saishun Console Kumamoto, it might just be a little problematic.
Could be. Saishun Console Kumamoto gets that victory, gets that momentum. We need crowning them as the champions. Good 8 squad, however, wants to end it here, and this is going to be a clash of two very different styles. Dogra with that patient play, backing off, looking for the right options, waiting to press that stand fierce and medium punch. Scissor kick every so often. Higuchi just dashing in, utilizing Guile's buttons, excuse me. Close range, swing up the sonic booms, probably close range too as well for this matchup, instead of just backing up and allowing Bison to get that V-skill stocked up. I can't tell who's going to win, but on paper, this has been historically good for Bison. Maybe it's got a little bit less because of V-shift, this allowing all that pressure. You're able to get a whip punch against downpour fierce now, a lot easier to get a knockdown and put Bison on his back where he doesn't want to be. But either way, a lot rides on this. This could be the win for Dogra and the win for Good 8 squad, changing history and finally getting their W. Or Saishun Console Kumamoto moves on to fight another day.
See how this plays out. I feel like the amount of experience between both players is just about even, despite the age difference between the two and how long both players have been around in the realm of Street Fighter V. Actually, no, I digress. The realm of Street Fighter in general. This is going to be the most impactful match that we could ever really ask for. This is going to be what determines it all right here. Dogra takes his W. Obviously, Good 8 squad gets the first place victory. If Higuchi manages to get this big opener, it could spell danger for Good 8 squad. And as Aru had said, let's get it going. It's Good 8 squad, set 3, first game. Dogra versus Higuchi. Let's go.
Close range fireballs. Can't do them where he can react to it. Like that reaction though, medium kick, downpour fierce. Trying to catch a fireball preemptively. Oh, but the reactions though from Dogra.
Thinking about the fireball game, though, Bison does have a decent amount of counters, or actually a decent counter with V-Skill 1. So even thinking outside of the box without V-Shift, he's still able to at least contest in this fashion. It's a slower moving boom.
Higuchi just crouch blocking, stand blocking continuously, not trying to get the slide apply here from the likes of Dogra. Upside down kick. There's the slide, the crush counter. Wait for that on block situation. Oh, the medium kick.
Takes out of there, forward throw now. He gets to do it again, possibly. No, sir, the interruption is there. Chasing down the reverse immediately afterwards. Or the follow-up or head thumb, I should say.
They should play from Dogra, even though he's leading right here. Gray Live walks out the EX, his own EX V-shift. So go for the break. Get too close to him. Upside down kick. They'll get the hit. Higuchi with the first win on the round. What a punish.
A little bit off the mark in regards to the Psycho Crusher. Wrong place to do that. Oh, the neutral jump is there. Yes, sir. Catching the forward movement normal. You saw the Psycho Axe being punished a good amount of times with that neutral jump in general. Longevity issue for the fire.
True. You want V-bar, you want V-shift, you'll deal with it. That's a good option. So the Sonic booms. With the threat of EX, you might be more careful to not absorb them if you're Dogura. So Higuchi, a little bit more free, let those fly. Never mind, he's fine. He's gonna go for the super, what a punish! He baited him. There's the job though if you're Higuchi. Don't let him come back. There's bar at the bottom. Let that happen. The V-trigger, we've seen these explosions. We've seen the mixes come from like the Problem X and even Dogra in this Street Fighter League.
Have an activation yet to come, and I thought it was going to be through Psycho Axe or something else afterwards. Higuchi just outside of the range, getting the full-on sweep. Absolutely prepared for this matchup, and you saw it too, based off of that reaction from Dogra. He looked right at the camera as soon as he absorbed the fireball. I don't know if you saw on the top left. He looked at the camera and he was like, he knew he was done.
I had one of those, probably wondering how I got in this moment. And I like that from Higuchi, playing that tendency with the fireballs, having the bar stocked up with the super and getting a fat lead, also deleting the down forward fierce off the table. We already talked about V-shift being a big problem for Bison against like down forward fierce. He goes for the neutral jump medium kick. When he doesn't have V-bar, I like these options presented by Higuchi, and he stands in that range where Bison like to fight and slug it out, because that's absolutely okay with me. I like to play here too as well. Game point for him.
Pretty convincing as well so far from Higuchi. Again, I feel like this opener just might be a little bit too close to home in regards to what had happened last year. So Dogra had mentioned it in his speech earlier, in his pre-game interview. Hoping that's not the case, does get the punish. So we're thrown out, it's all Higuchi. Interruption there from the side of Dogra, using crouching jab, trying to walk his way out of the corner of Higuchi. I think he's pretty much letting him at this point.
He's fine, a lot of real estate to play with. So Ulrich to get the win, the flash kick comes through with the EX. And again, meaty boom. Here's some more anti-airs from the side of Dogra. Two new jump-ins coming from Higuchi.
Planted. Pressure forward throw. That's going to be the mix. He's just going to take the plus frames afterwards. He sure is. He shift out of there, creates some space for himself. A couple of booms over, and Higuchi is looking. You can see him. That neutral jump was the big tell. Looking for any forward movement, forward advancing normal.
The reversal adding up in that gray live as the side switch again, all this real estate to play with, and the threat of the EX Sonic Boom could come through at any point. Neutral jump again, doesn't get the hit that he wanted, but you can see Dogra pins him to even that dash is risky. Scissor kick super risky too as well. Covers some space with that V-skill fireball.
First, let's pick him at the last second, 14 seconds. You see the kicks. Higuchi is trying to maintain. Oh no, he actually lost it all off miss!
More! He's so good, Dogra is still good! Oh man, down to a timeout, the risky.
So elusive, Dogra. so impressive the way he's been working too. I can't believe he got that crush counter against Gucci.
See, Gucci backing up, letting that whiff now. Flips going for neutral jumps. Finds an upside down kick against the V-shift. Sweep off the feet, but the wake up light. Reversal button here from Lysa Dogura. Yes. Yeah, gets the hard knockdown.
Break off the mark. Medium punch does instead with the counter hit. Nice and easy. And Gucci's getting a couple of subtle hits. The forward throw now. He gets to dictate the pace yet again. Showing the dash. That tech is so important.
That's not whip punish here from Dogura. Medium punch would have did the trick, but so hard. You're still worried about EX Sonic Boom every so often. The Sobato absorbs that one, but it's done with the cross kick. Gucci is one away from gaining that momentum that Saishun Kansou Kumoto needs to have.
Aerial approach intact is Gucci. Oh, still maintaining the anti-airs. Back throw now. No anti-airs from the side of Dogura. He just let it back. He winced at it.
So hard. I mean, so strange for him to see it not go for that crouch pierce. Activation though could rob this back. Does he get close enough to do so? Gucci sitting on a lot of bar. V-shift. Looking for a whiff button for a punish. Can he get a back heavy punch crush? Upside down kick, flash kick. That'll be it. But Gucci keeps his team alive.
Oh no. Oh no. This was the breaking point for Good 8 Squad last year. This is also an interesting predicament. Remember how we talked about, I posed that question about switching out players? Well, guess who's coming up next? It's Nemo with Urien, right? Will the extra Urien be able to cover that bad matchup spread, or at least the threat of the bad counter pick, or the big counter pick, right? This is going to be very difficult, very, very difficult to call. I think at this point, to be a Urien killer, you have to send out Pugera. You have to send out Pugera. You risk it here to get the big 70, right?
So Pugera, honestly, if you need to finish the job, if Shuto about does come up, bring out Kawano. I think Kawano with his bag of tricks, his bag of characters, maybe the loop won't be the play all the way through, but being able to switch and cycle might be difficult for Shuto to deal with. We'll get to that if that happens, but you're right. This is so pivotal and this is so wild. Everything hinging on the shoulders of Nemo, where I think might have a better chance, especially with that B trigger, being able to, be the great equalizer. But Pugera, it doesn't matter if it's Sim or Urien, he's still going to get the win on paper. He's proven how strong he is. And in the first of two, harder for Nemo to kind of get that warm-up. You haven't even seen Nemo really get a W in a very long time. He has to get one here, or him and his team are out. It's ride or die now with the team captain. Just to get to that Shuto anchor match. This is a lot. This is asking a lot to fight someone like Pugera.
It's either got to be Pugera or Gatsuku. That's exactly how it's got to be. Right? There's no other option. It has to be between those two. I don't think Kawano will be stepping up. If you're a Good 8 Squad, you have to hedge your bets here. Like, Gatsuku has had a good record against Shuto. Before this had all happened, Rashid in general against Urien is going to be just fine, so Gatsuku covers both matchups against Nemo and Shuto. Pugera, obviously showcasing how strong he is against Shuto, does cover the spread against Urien. I think Nemo, again, not being the stronger Urien, I should say. I think it has to be reliant on these two players, Pugera and Gatsuku. But I think Pugera is going to be coming up next, right? It has to be.
Yes, it is Pugera trying to seal the deal. That one eye open. That's all he needs. Ooh! He did the Bruce Lee flick. That is godlike. And last time they fought outside of the league, it was Pugera taking it 2-0 grand finals of FAB Cup. That was last year.
まあただとはいえその嫌いなバイソンをずっと対戦してたんで、まあここ勝ってシュートにつなげたいと思います。
ありがとうございます。さあそして大川藤原選手に
A
も
lot riding on the line here for Nemo, man. This is going to be pretty huge. Taking a look at what was said during the micro performance. I don't like Bison, exclaimed Nemo. But I've been playing this match against Bison. Talking about Balrog, sorry. Doesn't like Balrog, been playing against Balrog all the time. He would like to win this so he can pass the baton to Shuto.
They're answering back, saying hard to say, but wanted to show not the same as last year. That's what I've been thinking of. This has brought me to here. I've been waiting to show this big time. We'll end it here. But Dogora did say those same words. We'll end it here. What happened to Dogora? It's kind of a curse right there, I feel like.
This is the exact same moment, too, from last year where the point break shifted in favor of the opposition. I'm scared, man. I'm genuinely scared of this happening again. To be fair, I would love to see it go down to a sudden death, time permitted. I know it's like the sun's already coming up through my window. I'd imagine it's the same already for you. It's been like that for the last 4 hours. But I will say this. It coming down to a sudden death would be pretty amazing.
That'd be the best way to end Street Fighter League Japan. But I don't want to prophesize the demise of Nemo out here, but this is looking really difficult. Nemo hasn't really got the results this year that he had, or last year I should say, that he had wanted, especially even in the league. Bulgaria has, though. Bulgaria has soared in reverse. In this matchup, not so good for Urien. A lot of good things that you can play at, ranges and things like that, outside of the ranges that Ball would like to play. That stand fierce that he utilizes, well, you have a medium punch button if you back up just enough, but Bulgaria won't let you do that for free. And being a quote-unquote less accomplished Urien, at least in recent times compared to Shudo, this is going to be hard for Nemo. Part of me thinks that this is kind of in the bag for Bulgaria. But Nemo could be like, you know what? I'm in tune with my character. I finally understand. I've read the notebook of Shudo. I get it now. Urien this season, he's good, and I know how to play my one-player game again.
A lot to really consider, man. I think overall, with the way these two players are, Nemo has a firm understanding of how to break down certain characters, how to break down certain players within the matchup as well. And we're starting to see that from his last performance against Fudo. We're starting to see him kind of drop hints for Shudo as to what he should be doing against Fudo. But it's a whole different story now. You don't have that. You don't have that kind of leeway to take a, or that you don't have that kind of buffer to take damage to lose this matchup, right? This is literally the final moment for. Potentially the final moment for Saishun Console Kumamoto if they lose this.
I'm so worried for Team Seoul right now because Bulgaria has been on such a hot streak. He's already defeated Shuto. He already has an understanding of the matchup, but you do pose a good point in terms of Nemo having all that experience years after years of, yeah, I don't like this character, but I'll play against this character for however many plus years I've been playing this character, you know, putting Urien on the map. He's done that. And he's going to have that ingrained knowledge to help him out. He has to be careful on defense, where I thought Shuto really excels. It's just, his offense is great. It's just that defense, though, he's got to be careful because Bulgaria will not let anything fly. He will catch these walkbacks. He will hit you with the fierce over and over again for these cross-channel situations. It's a first or two, so less time to acclimate. This may be the final match. Good 8 squad, Team Seoul, possibly.
You heard the man. It's gonna be the next matchup. Good 8 squad versus Saishun Console Kumamoto. Pugera versus Nemo. We'll see if Good 8 squad can rewrite history here, or will Nemo continue to keep the hope alive for Saishun Console Kumamoto.
Oh, crush. Roundstar already building that V-bar. V-shift though here from Nemo. typically see him do that, so that's a good sign. Talked about alternating that defense and having good defense. This will help. Counter hit, doesn't get anything off that light. These skills in with the KKB.
There, forward throw. Dash punch, still checking with the fierce. No KKB for him. There was possibly an attempt, there was a counter hit on the field, but now big interruption against Nemo. The tech is there. EX chariot tackle. Watch out for the big inevitable. Oh no, sir! Gotta find another way to do it. Reversal. Oh, he tried to react to it. Oh my God.
Trade.
He
the
tried to
walk
get the
back
throw.
gets a punish.
Pugera with a slight walk back defense against the throw, and you can see both players taken aback by it. They even let the win animation block. Another dash punch.
Another dash punch. Yes, sir. Right punch ready and steady. Fireball follow up. With that quarter pressure on with the EX fireball for the plus frames. Medium, no buffer behind it though. Crush me out of there.
Oh, he tried to get a medium dash punch, just mistimed it. I don't think he was in the right space to do so, especially after that sequence. Nemo getting himself out of the corner. For that punish. Oh. No, he dropped! Not the time and the place.
The reset.
And that was Nemo's game to win. That was absolutely Nemo's, or at least Nemo's round to win. He had dropped a pivotal combo to continue on. I don't know what he had done to miss that, but that is very, very unorthodox and also very unfortunate. But for someone like Pugera and Good 8 Squad, they're taking it themselves. We'll absolutely take that.
All with the bank. One more game. One more game, and Good 8 Squad will get the victory they've been hunting for. Finally, but it's not over yet. That drop, despite all that, definitely was a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be. And not going to lie, Nemo had some great moments, some great corner pressure, some great buffers. Just needs to be a little bit more careful because the damage that ball wall can dump out, when you miss a confirm, when you mess up something, is too much to deal with for any character. And we see also the access points that Pugera goes to leave the corner. Fierce crush counter, EX dash punch right after. Looking out for these moments, these opportunities to escape that corner pressure that Nemo so loves to slather on. Still, there's so much right now riding on Nemo's shoulders, on his backs. I don't know. This is tense.
And I'm glad you mentioned how tense it is for us. I'd imagine it's a million times more of that effect too for the players, right? And I gotta say, with the way the Good 8 Squad sent up their fellow compatriots, it was also in good spirits. So I really love them breaking the tension for Pugera, making him not feel all that pressure in the world. They just need one more game.
Doing a fantastic job. Doesn't have to change up too much. I like the Veer versus. I like these Fierce. We'll go lead into a crush real soon.
Ooh! The big buffer in anticipation for the dash punch from Nemo. Is this Shin Nemo?
Is he awakened? You know, back with the Urian, finally believing in this character. But wait, will it be too late? Crush, we're out of there. Again, KKB, trying to find the fadeaway, but too far out. Nemo knew what button he was going to utilize. He was so ready for it, too. Right back in the corner, the toe tap, no counter hit, though. Uh-oh.
Watch out for the reset. Ooh. Man, the defense is impeccable. That's going to be it. Nemo cannot drop this. He's going to be getting it. Is he going to spend it? He absolutely is. Very well played. The defense shifting from crouch block to stand block in those couple of moments have been so critical. Nemo with the defense of a lifetime, keeping him in the game and still a threat.
Favor if that's that point. See for how long for medium punch. Oh, Fierce interrupting the charge Fierce of Nemo and the throw too as well. You dash punch, adding up in that gray line, adding up in that chip. Bar built on the side of Pugera. Ooh, that could have been an anti right there. You got to be super careful if you're Nemo. Screw upper will give him a lot of that corner pressure that he'd like to have. Or put him in the corner, I should say.
期中パンチがね1ラウンド目かなり効いたんで下手な手を出さずに様子を見つつっていう感じですよね。
Here we go. Reset back-to-back roundhouses, trying to check for a crush counter. Do get the whiff punish. Now it's them moving on in.
Standing kick,
the
interruption with target combo. No V-trigger though. But still, we take those.
There is
damage adding up.
trigger on the side of Urian. He is waiting for it. Activation time. Reversal, no, not quite. Does get thrown out of it. Reset. Whoa!
To the fireball.
Where's the second activation? He's got it! He's not going to build enough critical art though. Can he do it? It's enough damage! It's tied up! He's not going to drop it this time! Extending the combo, he had just enough bar. It may not have been critical art, but hot damn, it's still a lot of damage. Nemo keeping the dream alive.
Sorry, Nemo. My apologies. I doubted you, but you're not through. Good stuff from him to keep that corner pressure going and flowing. Good stuff from him to have these buffers. And when he don't drop them combos, you see the damage his character will dump out. We talked about how good Balrog is about that, but same on the side of Urian, and this is why he's still a threat. It's someone that's as aggressive as Nemo is going to find these moments more often than not, and it's making someone like Pugera feel uncomfortable. We've seen Pugera get caught in the corner more often, I think, overall than I've seen all day, it feels like. It expeditiously round start with it. So Nemo making this real competitive. It all comes down to this game. For Seoul to stay in the game or Good 8 squad to walk away with that trophy.
I can feel my chest closing up with all the emotions from everything that's been coming through thus far, but at the same time, the excitement has my eyes wide open for this one. Here we go.
Going down with it. Has him in the corner again. Love of Fear is crushed out of there. No buffers though here in terms of an EX straight or an EX low. Give him that corner space.
Also not being able to check the dashes or the forward advancing movement from the violent knee drop. Yeah, ball kick, that is a counter hit. Full conversion there from Nemo. Having the right spacing. Again, covering all the right things that Pugera wants to do. KKB does get thrown. A different side of Nemo has shown. But we're going to see a sequence. The backdash, good call out! It's Nemo, he's going to be taking it. More than enough damage here. Again, no, actually, I miscalled it yet again. But it's Nemo fully recovering with that second mirror. Match point, ladies and gentlemen, match point for Nemo. It's a whole different side.
Nemo you wanted to see previously, Super League Japan. The Nemo that was really working, you know, but even before the nerfs, you know, it feels like this character, it feels like season 2 Nemo right here. Crush, off the Fierce. He's out of there, no punish though.
It's totally fine. Even if he did get punished, he's not even worried about that. Perfect spacing on the chariot attack. Spacing it again. Does get opened up. EX dash points. It's all Pugera now. Releasing out of that corner. Does have the life lead. Not too much on the meter, but he's building it little by little. But speaking of meter, we don't have that mirror just yet. He's chopping down on the big fella. Couple of fierces, couple of mediums.
Online. He's gonna land it. Crouch kick. Gets clipped with the low though. Oh, but the back throw. Interrupts the EX activation. Needs a fireball though, but that's not that bad for Pugera.
The low, there could be an activation off the hit confirmed for Nemo. EX chariot tackle, here it comes. That's one. Does get the reset, that's two. You're almost there. Oh my God. And he catches him walking back. Off of an attempt of possibly a tick throw. Nemo thought maybe the throw is coming, but Pugera salvages the situation. This is it, do or die time. Pugera looking at lead point.
Love to close it out here. Fierce, crush, the throw, nap time. He dash punch the toe tap, but doesn't get too much off of that. Not close enough. Throw the ball, but the counter hit. Now we're seeing a lot more often with EX head, but it gets a throw.
And these guys are both slugging it out, spending the meter immediately after gaining it, but now it's going to be Bugera. Uh-oh. One more mix. Trying to get it. Universal's out. Watch out for the man in the mirror. Plus frames after that. One touch from Bugera. He could get it. Here comes a throw from Nemo. There's a reset.
Wait for the mirror.
Don't get touched.
Oh, it's going to be a punish. It wasn't enough. Vicious, it wasn't enough. One more mirror.
There's the
He's surviving the corner. He's one more ball.
Throw.
Off the backboard. Oh, it's gone. But that's it. Good 8 squad is going to take it and be your champions of Street Fighter League Japan. Bugera takes the victory for his team. Incredible play. Defense. Amazing. Bugera, the Warrior champion, coming through in the clutch.
It's in the final moments. Nemo had thought to himself that he had gotten another conversion off of the throw. It just so happened that the mirror dissipated right after the throw had ended. It is indeed Good 8 Squad as your champions for Street Fighter League Japan to face off against the rest of the world at Capcom Cup for the Street Fighter League World Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor and a privilege to take you all on this journey to establish Good 8 Squad as the champions in a position they were in so close, and Nemo also being so close for the team to bring it to a very close final set. Bugera, who manages to clutch it out. We're seeing all the emotions fill to the brim and slowly start to seep out of some of these players. But obviously, you know, the journey is a long and arduous one, without a doubt. So these emotions are very much so well solicited, and the reactions as well.
Wow. This has been a long, incredible journey for the viewers, for us, but especially for the players. Good 8 Squad finally getting that victory. Last year they weren't able to take it over V6 Plus and V6 Gaming, and the competition was even harder. And the emotions are flying, man. Gotcha can say we won. Feeling awesome and just super happy, as he should be. They're moving on to fight the US in the EU, and for some of these leagues that can participate in the LCQ, but more importantly, show out for Japan.
私の方からお話を伺いました。あの瞬間も最高でしたとお話しくださいましたが、ガチ君さん、今優勝した気持ちはいかがですか？
最高です。最高。ほんまに嬉しいです。どうもありがとうございました。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございました。
そしてプゲラさん、去年と同じシチュエーションでもありました。最後決めた瞬間どうでしたか？
いやー、ちょっとまだ手震えちゃってるんですけど、そのネモさんがやっぱりなんだろう、本当に強い人のなんか器を見せるような粘り方をされてきて、結構うって思ったんですけど、ここで負けたらやっぱ成長の証明にはならないなと思って、絶対に川野には、回してやらんと思ってはい、で、長かったなっていうのが一番で、本節から通して数ヶ月っていう長さもあるんですけど、やっぱ去年この場であと一歩のところで優勝逃して、あそこからずっと続いてきたチームでの戦いだったなって思ったから長かったなって感じですけど、本当に去年常にちょっと任せきりになってたみたいなところもあって、それを払拭する形で自分の手でこうして決めれて最高ですね今は。で僕ちょっと優勝したらこの場でちょっとやりたいなと思ってたことあって、
ちょっと戸倉さんが身構えてますけど、いやもうぜひやっていただいて。マジ？
いや変なことじゃないですよ
変なことだと思ってたんですけど違いますか？
いやちょっとやっぱ去年言えなかったんで、常にね、お礼というかね、リーダー頑張ったな。
ありがとうございます。本当にありがとうございました。本当にありがとうございます。嬉しいです。はい。
改めてありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
さあではここからは実況解説陣のお三方も含めてお話の方を伺っていきたいと思います。
Bulgaria saying that his hands are still shaking. Nemo showed an example of being a strong player and never giving up. Had he had lost here, he could make a statement that he has improved as a player. I don't know if that's really correct, considering he did win the World Warrior Championship. Moving on to CPT. Had lost last year and had the slinger on until today. So it was a long, been working on this with the team. It's a long time coming. Had to depend on others for the win, so he's glad to have that win with the W. One thing he wanted to do when he had won, he couldn't do last year, so he'd like to show his appreciation to his leader. So thank you.
A lot of emotions from both ends. Obviously, we can see how much it means to each and every one of the players, both on the winning end and losing end as well. We are getting the presentation for the third place players as well. We get a team interview with them as well. Followed up by Saishun Kanso, Kumamoto as well. We're getting a couple of words from the captain, Akira.
今結構時間が経ってさっきの試合から、やっぱ今もさっきもなんですけど楽しかったなってまだ思えてますね。はい。でもただちょっとさっきの試合勝てると、去年チームメイトだったドグラさんと当たってなかなかエモい展開にできたっていうのがあったんですけど、ちょっとそれが叶わなくて残念です。待ってたよ。おめでとうございます。
There was something with Dogra. Akira had mentioned that time has passed since their last game. Like you said before, how fun this season had been. He still feels that way. He also mentions that I just thought that if we had won, we could have played against last year's, or I could have played against last year's teammate Dogra-san, and that scene would have been somewhat moving. Actually sad it didn't get to happen. And then Dogra came in to kind of give his words on that a little bit as well. Oh, Dogra said, I was waiting for you.
そうですね。やっぱりなんか自分の方針としてはやっぱこうサラリーマンの人は2人いるんで、それの負担はすごい減らしたいなと思って臨んだんですよね。結果的に自分がすごいそれでなんかやり込みがあったんで、なんか強くなったなっていうのは感じました。
実際その兼業と言いますか。そういったプレイヤーの皆さん
Your teammates have had a 9 to 5 job, so Fu don't want to take away as much work as he could from them. You know, so he practiced, prepped, and sparred, which has led him to become a stronger player. Can't let the ones doing the 9 to 5 play various characters.
頑張るんでみたいな。それはすごい予選を見るとそれがすごい機能したなというふうに思いました。
確かに。不動さん個人としては今年のグランドファイナル、そしてストリートファイターリーグはいかがでしたか？
いやまた3位で誰泣いてんのかなって今年もこう見る立ち位置になったんで、来年は泣く側になりたいなと思いました。
ありがとうございます。最後にリー
Look
ダ
at the
ーアキラ
season
選手
lead.
から
I think the strategy did work well. Finishing third in the position to see who's crying. You'd like to be the one crying next. Meaning to get the victory. And Aru would ask, how was the season to you, for you, I should say, to all the players of the team?
この場を用意してくださったカプコン様やうちのチームの名古屋王女ボディスタイミルダムについて参加させてくれたこと、自分のようなやっぱ普段さっきもふんさん言ったんですけどサラリーマンがこの場にいるっていうのが結構特別なことっていうのは自覚があるので、全部に感謝したいなと思います。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。改めまして、
straightforward, Akira showed medically that it's been spreading Nagoya Origin Party Star Mildan Beast throughout the season. He had mentioned, someone like me with a 9 to 5 job, I know how special and precious it is to be standing here right now in a very, very blessed position in the realm of Street Fighter, really. So he wanted to show his gratitude and thank each and every one of the people that have shown up to stream, to those in the venue currently as well. So he gives an immense thank you. Next, obviously, Saishun, Kansou, Kumamoto playing out their hearts. A very, very close performance. We get to see the evolution of this team in a couple of words from the captain.
そうですね。最初に関する熊本は樋口とシュートを移籍させて、新しく新生最終関する熊本みたいな感じのチームになったんですけど、そこにもちさんも加わって、でこの4人で。まずはチームワークを高めたりだとか、一緒に練習を取り組んで、すごく楽しかったし、結構やっぱりみんなこのリーグに向けて
すごい詰めてたんで、辛かったなっていう思いもやっぱあります。でもやっぱこうやって終わって勝てなくて申し訳ないなって思いました。またこの悔しさをまた来年にぶつけたいなと思います。
Finish up his words there. Noguchi Shudo joined his team, became a new Sai Shunkan together with Mochi-san. At first they practiced together and worked together to achieve a better teamwork. And, it was fun since they all dedicated themselves to Street Fighter League. At times, they faced a lot of tough times and rough times, ended this way. He's sorry that they couldn't win. We'd like to take out the sense of annoyance and frustration and do better next year. A lot of emotion on the side of Nemo.
進出することができて、こういう大人数のお客さんに見守られながらプレイするっていうのはすごい楽しかったですし、そうですね、最後、その僕が負けちゃったら終わってしまうっていう展開で、樋口がいなかったらここまで来れなかったから、全然出てもらって勝っても負けても後悔ないようにやってって言ってもらって、先方を出してもらえたので、なんかちょっと僕もなんていうんですかね、格闘ゲーム個人戦ではあるんですけど、こういうやっぱりチーム単位でやるっていうのがすごい楽しくて、本当に数ヶ月間一緒にみんなで練習して、でいろいろ言い合いながらなんとかここまで来て、そうですね、最後は負けちゃったんですけど、準優勝ってことでちょっと残念なんですけど、でもなんかすごいすっきりした気分というか、なんか後悔はないし、そうですね、自分の力を出し切れたのかなと思いますね。
ありがとうございます。
Gucci had mentioned last year he had lost playoffs. The first time he's able to advance to grand finals and play in front of a big audience, which was fun for him. His team members had said, without you, we wouldn't have come this far. It doesn't matter if we lose or win. We have no regrets, even if we do lose. They let him play a player one game. Street Fighter is a game that is played solo, but it was fun to play together as a team. Although we ended up as runner-ups and lost, they may be disappointed, but they have no regrets and they did the best they can.
努力したんだなっていうのが伝わってきましたね。今年こそは言えると思ったんですけど、あとちょっとでしたね。ただ去年からすごい成長できて、強くなれたんで、これからリーグに出たい選手とか頑張るぞっていう思ってる選手がいたら、今の俺を見て頑張ろうと思って、また来年みんなで切磋琢磨してこの最高のイベント盛り上げましょう。ありがとうございました。
Stuto says, Mini said you're almost there, an inch away from winning. So he wanted and hoped to have a win this year. The Good Squad was a strong team. You see all the hard work and effort and dedication they put in. From last year, they've improved as a player and become stronger too. For those of you wanting to play in the league and play better, please take a look at me. Let's work hard together and make the next season an exciting one.
グッド8スクワットの皆さん、ステージ前にお願いいたします。
Of course, we have the final interaction with our winning team.
グッド8スクワットの皆さん、改めて優勝おめでとうございます。
We're getting their final thoughts in regards to the season overall.
まずは、ガチ君に、グランドファイナル、今年のグランドファイナル振り返って、ほやほやだと思うんですけど、いかがですか？
まず皆さんが驚いたその川野が今回ルークを出したっていうところ、この後話はあると思いますけど、リーグ中予選中はルシアを出して、でやっぱりそのチーム内的にも川野のコーリンがどうしてもきつそうに感じたってところで、それこそ僕らが最瞬間に負けた後にリーグで最後、ルークに変えようっていう話になったんですよ。そのチームにこう決勝で当たって、ちゃんと川野がリベンジしてくれたっていうのは、すごいリーダーとしてチームとして心強かったです。
ありがとうございます。その川野選手、
We did get a handful of words.
ある意味、予想 してなかった部分もあっ
But
た
I'd
ような
imagine
その
there's
ル
going to be a
ークへ
lot
の
more of a
キャ
heartfelt
ラクター変
reaction
更とい
coming
うと
from
ころでそのあたり
Gachi-kun.
の
I'm
お気
reluctant
持
to
ちと
kind of
いう
read the
か
stuff
状況はい
in,
かがだ
but
ったんですか
try to go as fast as I can.
今回のリーグ
Firstly, you all must have been surprised
予
Kawano
選が
used
本
Luke.
当に
I'm
勝て
sure
な
he
く
will
て
talk
俺
about
が
this too, but during the
多分
season,
トータル
Kawano used Lucia, and within the
3勝
team,
7敗ぐらい
we talked about
まあかなり
Kawano's
待ち
Colleen
が込んでし
facing
まって
some difficulties and it not working. So actually, they
ただ
talked
負けた
about
時
the
に
character change to Luke after the last game that they
チームメイト
lost
は
against Saishu and
いや
Kansuro
これは
Kumamoto.
しょう
And
がないよ
from
みた
that,
いな
going
強いよ
forward
みたい
at
な
Grand
コリン
Finals,
ちょっと足りないよ
Kawano
み
gaining
たい
that
な
W and getting that
で
payback
見てる人たちも
from a leader's
いや
perspective and a
川野
teammate's
ちょっとキ
perspective,
ャラがみた
it
いな
was so encouraging to
言われ
see.
てて
Those
な
are
ん
the words
か
from Gachi-kun.
こんなん言われる俺超ダセえなって思ってなんか力で増してるはずなのにそういう風に言われるんで俺はもう頑張ろうと頑張りました
ありがとうございます
Wow, this was difficult to read. During the season, he couldn't win at all. Did get total of 3 wins and 7 losses. He kept on losing. When he lost the match, his teammates said it's too bad. Nothing could be done. Colleen's missing something. The viewers also said Colleen's character isn't working. Ben said all this. He felt like a total loser, and he just wanted to work on it, and he did his best.
まあ、あと10ポイントで決まるっていう場面で、まあ、僕が出て、まあ、樋口が出て僕が行ってって感じだったんですけど、もう試合の前にこんな気合入った握手あるかっていうぐらい気合入った握手されて樋口に、あ、これは強そうだなと思って、で内容もマジで力負けして、まあ、あれはちょっとチームメイトに申し訳なかったなっていうのがあったのと、まあ、やっぱすごい強いプレイヤーとやっぱこういう場で対戦するのはまず嬉しい楽しいなっていうのは思いましたね。
ドグラス選手はそのドラフトで、グッドエイトスクワットに参入して、
はい、
ある意味その精神的なこう支えというかサポートの役割もあったかと思いますが、そのあたりはいかがでしたか？
そうですね、まずガチ君がやっぱ練習しすぎるっていうか、なんか一人でちょっと抱え込みすぎかなっていうのがあったんで、まあできるだけ休ませるというか、まあ、負担分担させれたらいいなみたいな、まあ、あとはまあ、みんな練習するやつっていうのは知ってたんで、まあ、なんか精神的な部分とか、まあ、あとはどうしても厳しいところで、まあ、勝ち星上げれたらいいなぐらいの気持ちだったんですけど、まあ、それなりの働きはできたんじゃないかなと。できたできました。
もう100点です。
100点だそうです。
大丈夫ということです。ありがとうございます。
まあ、あと僕勝って泣いたこと格闘ゲーム大会勝って泣いたことなかったんですけど、結構本当に今結構涙ぐんでて、ガチ君とかあとレモさんとかシュートとか川野とかの涙を見てると、なんかやっぱり人間年取ると涙もろくなるんだなっていうのを思いましたね。ありがとうございました。はい。
ありがとうございました。
A little bit of a conclusion here from Dogura. He had mentioned about his matchup against Higuchi. The handshake he felt with Higuchi before the last game. Higuchi was so pumped up and he felt a strong energy within him. He lost to that energy and the vibes during the game, and Dogura had felt bad towards the team. But he also felt very happy, and it was fun for him to play against strong players. And Aru had asked him following afterwards, how did you support the team? Well, Dogura, he looked at Gachi-kun and said, Gachi-kun practices too much and takes on the responsibilities all to himself, so I made him rest as much as possible. And to split, share that burden, toughness, roughness, responsibilities amongst the team members, I had to mentally and physically do that too for them. Hope I was able to do so. He looked over at Gachi-kun and in response, he's like, you did 100%. 1,000% or 100% you did that for us. Then he followed it up with, I've never cried winning a tournament before, but seeing Shuto, Nemo, Gachi-kun, and Kawano's tears, it made me very teary today. And he also ended it with, as you get older, it makes one cry a little bit more. As he ended it with a little bit of a laugh as well.
今日はそれをね、砕きに家から出てきたので、はい、満足です。
そしてマプゲラさんにはワールドチャンピオンシップこの後ある と思うんですが、そこについての抱負も少し伺えたらと思いますが、ワールドはいかがですか？
正直12月の半ばに、グランドファイナル進出が決まった瞬間から本当にこの日のことしか見据えてなくて、なので何でしょうね、まだ海外選手の情報って頭の中にゼロなんですけど、こうして、来月になんか去年は中止になったりもしたので、見たことない舞台でまたこの4人でもう一回やれるっていうのがすごい嬉しいし、もうちょっとだけ強くなった面々を見せに行きたいなと思います。なのでよかったら来月まで、SFL 続きますので応援よろしくお願いします。
Bagheera ends by saying, they're talking about the roster, the order of players in detail for over months, so he guessed he would play second game against Nemo, similar as last year, even the characters too. Last year, I think the set was set 2, he went against Tokido, Urian, and then next set he went for Urian from Yusei and lost. So personally, he's been suffering, thinking about a lot about the characters for this character for the last 2 years. When leaving home today, determined to smack him, and they have done so. He feels satisfied. Aru says the World Championships are coming up. Any words? This is still Drew Bagheera, all about the World Champion. To be honest, we advance in the play in the Grand Finals mid-December. All I've been thinking about is Grand Finals. There's zero information regarding overseas players. Next month, I will get to play one more time with these 4 teammates, which make me happy. We will show the team that has gotten a little bit stronger too. Last year, World Championships were canceled, so it's a world he's never seen. But Street Fighter League will continue until next year, so your support is appreciated.
Screw rounding it out. Able to win at last this year together with Tachikawa. We were able to win with the 5 of us. Haven't been able to win at Grand Finals, so we'd like to win a game at World Championships to fulfill my role as leader. Your continuous support would be much appreciated. Coming in from the leader of the group, Good 8 Squad, and you heard it from them. To continue support as Street Fighter League is exactly what we need. And to be honest with you, that's not really asking for a lot, because that's pretty much automatic for all the fighting game fans out there, all the Street Fighter fans out there. This has been some of the best that we could ever really ask for in terms of entertainment and gameplay. And best believe this is going to be even better going forward, right? As I had mentioned in Season 2 of Street Fighter League US, it only gets better, and that statement still holds true, man. We still have so much more to do together and so many ways to grow. And really looking forward to that as we get the presentation going. Our 3rd place winners for this year's Street Fighter League Japan, none other than Nagoya Oja Body Star, Milodon Beast, as Akira holds it up alongside Daigo, Fudo, and Narikun. So much to look forward to with this group.
So strong contenders, many of them still going on to the LCQ. Not the end of them, especially when 6 hits. It'll definitely not be the end of them. Hopefully to see them travel, especially Daigo, for we know they're going to be traveling. But Akira, I definitely see him out there, and Naruto as well. Thank you so much for playing. They've been fantastic to watch, especially Akira. His streams, very emotional, on and off stream. But we also have to talk about the 2nd place winner, Sai Shinkan Sokomoto, getting 2nd place where many people thought they wouldn't. In my eyes, they were the underdogs, and they definitely took Good 8 Squad to a limit that, even if you look at the stats and the matchups and stuff, I didn't think was possible. Big ups to them. A team of the old and the young, and they're all going to go far. I think even Nemo and Waishimochi coming back into their own with their characters, and Higuchi and Shuto being fantastic. I mean, I can only see success in their future.
There's a lot to say about their final performance as well. Nemo showing out a different caliber of player. I feel like he evolved right before our very eyes, right? We've had so many things to say about Nemo before going into it, but he showed off one of the strongest performances that we've seen at the very last second, and it's got me thinking, you know, like what that would be like if that was him right out the gate. He would be near unstoppable. We saw a glimpse of that champion mentality, right? We saw him not wanting to give it up, and how much it meant to him to try to get that W. And he almost did it, man. He was literally like a split second away from doing it. But in the realm of any competition, there has to be a winner and there has to be a loser, and it just so happens to be Good 8 Squad this time around. As we see Gachikun, Pugera, Kawano, and Dogura accepting their 5 million yen prize, as well as titles of champions of Japan to face off and represent themselves in the World Championships for Street Fighter League.
Besides obviously winning at the World Champions, as you mentioned, in a couple weeks. And that is going to be super explosive. You're going to have the most top 2 teams out here that have been running through the ringer in the US, in Europe, and now in Japan, fighting it out. Days of great Street Fighter V action awaiting on the way. And I cannot wait to see it. I know everyone else at home cannot wait to see what's going to happen. Even beyond just the normal LCQs and the normal Capcom Cup, the league is going to pull out something different. I feel like there's just a different feeling with these team tournaments, different sort of emotion. We've already seen it mentioned by the players.
We even see the C-level operatives coming in from the side of Capcom to present the big awards. We do have the 3rd place award ceremony from Akira and the COO, I'd imagine, of Capcom Japan. But to kind of use this time, obviously it's been a super a really big honor for all of us to even be a part of this project, from our end of the table as commentators, from the end of the tables of the production companies and everybody else involved that's been retweeting all of us and showing support, whether it's positive or negative. We still take it in stride, and we still appreciate the any sort of remark, any sort of comments, and that's pretty much true for the majority of us, right? We're just all doing fighting games together, you know what I mean? So I do want to take this time to thank you all as we get through the awards ceremony.
I want to also extend that appreciation. And I want to also extend that appreciation to the Japanese team too as well. I would pop into a lot of the streams and ask questions about who's playing what matchups and things like that. Very, very helpful. And I want to say thank you so much to those people, in Japan that were willing to just, be patient with me as I asked a billion questions, especially even this winning team right here, going to Pugera's stream and ask questions, Dogura too as well, Gachikun, everyone's just super responsive, even Kawano too as well. Maybe they wouldn't reveal all their secrets, but they definitely were very assistant in just making this a easier process for me and for even the players and the people at home to see the support. We saw the caravans, you saw the people supporting them in their streams too as well. It's just been a reminder of why fighting games are so great, that community effort, especially with this team tournament stuff, it just hits different.
And there's so much more to look forward to, right? With the Street Fighter League World Championships happening on February 18th, we can see the round robin setup, and then the finals between the 3 teams happening on that Saturday, the 18th, right? We highly encourage you guys to check it out. On top of everything that's going to be going on with Capcom Cup, you guys do not want to miss this. It's going to be a spectacle of a lifetime, I'll tell you what, I'll guarantee you that. It's Street Fighter V in its entirety in this very moment, this 1 week of Capcom Cup. So I highly encourage you guys to check it out and get yourselves ready for it.
If you can, fly on out too as well. Join us in person. As Vicious said, it'll be worth it. A whole week of Street Fighter V action celebration.
まずは今年度リーグを盛り上げていただきました選手の皆さん、チームの皆さん、また関係各位の皆さん、そして何よりもファンの皆さんに御礼申し上げます。誠にありがとうございます。そして先ほどからご説明させていただいている通り、いよいよ今年の6月、ストリートファイター6が発売されます。ストリートファイターリーグについても最新作ストリートファイター6で来シーズン展開させていただきます。
Ooh. What? We did get the translation direct right now. A couple of words from Mr. Sugimoto. He's happy to announce Street Fighter League Pro-Japan 2023. It will be held with a new title, Street Fighter 6, with new players, new teams to participate in the league, and of course, continuous support is greatly appreciated. There it is, the official announcement. Street Fighter League Japan back in business for another year with a brand new title, and what perfect timing for it all, because this is going to be insane. Ladies and gentlemen, that got me fired up this early in the morning, and I hope it does for you as well. Street Fighter League Pro-JP is now concluded for the year 2020, and on to bigger and brighter things. We do appreciate each and every one of you yet again for joining us all the way back in September to every single moment up until this point. And would love to hear even more from you guys, maybe in person at Capcom Cup, but also through social media. Feel free to hit us up. It's, I believe, at St. Cola _, or is it at _St. Cola? There it is. It's at _St. Cola, as well as at Vicious FGC. Let us know how you guys feel. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure. Thank you guys so much.
Bill the same. Thank you all so much for watching, participating, interacting, everything with Street Fighter V. The final years, the twilight years of this game have been absolutely immense and amazing. The players showcasing the best of the best, and we're not done doing that. We're going to finish it out at the Capcom Cup Finals in just a few weeks. People, it's been a great time. Vicious, thank you so much for joining me and allowing me to commentate with you. Everybody at Capcom, thank you so much for letting us be on the comms, and all the players too as well, witnessing this great action. I'm going to end it here by saying, keep playing Street Fighter V, stay safe, and I'll see you in the streets soon. ストリートファイターリーグプロ JP、 ストリートファイターリーグプロ US、 ストリートファイターリーグプロヨーロッパの各リーグ勝利チームが集結し、世界最強チームの座をかけて戦う最終決戦、ストリートファイターリーグワールドチャンピオンシップ2022も開催されます。なんと期間中のプログラムは全てライブ中継を予定。合計8日間にも及ぶストリートファイターウィークとなります。カプコンカップ9の覇者は一体誰か。ストリートファイターリーグワールドチャンピオンシップ2022を制するチームはどこか。世界最強誕生の瞬間をぜひお見逃しないように。ライブ中継についての詳細は公式ウェブサイトおよび公式ツイッターで随時お知らせさせていただきます。ストリートファイターリーグプロ JP2022 グランドファイナル終了のお時間が近づいてまいりました。さあここで皆さんからもですね一言ずつお願いしたいと思います。まずはゲスト解説ストーム久保選手いかがでしたでしょうか。
はい、今回はゲスト解説として参加させてもらったのですが最高でしたね。プレイヤーとしてファンとして見てしまってかなり楽しく過ごさせていただいて皆さんの声援もかなり響いていたと思うので今日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。続きまして大和さんにもお話伺えますでしょうか。
はい、改めて本日は皆さんありがとうございました。その2023年シーズンが、ストリートファイター6の予定というところで、このストリートファイターリーグプロ JP で見ると多分ストリートファイター5が今回最後になるというところだと思うんですけど、自分としては2016年のリリースから本当に学生の頃からすごい関わってきたタイトルで、この最後の本当に面白い舞台で実況させていただいたこと、さらには本当にその自分の同世代のプレイヤーたちがこの一戦のプレイヤーたちと交わっているシーンというのは何年も本当に実況させてもらえていることが非常に光栄です。また来シーズンも実況できるように勉強してまいりますので皆さんよろしくお願いいたします。本日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
そして R さんも本日実況でしたがいかがでしたか。
はい、私はですね、昨年度ちょっとですね、前日に発熱をしまして、
いろいろありました。
情けなくもですね、昨年のグランドファイナルには参加できずということで、今年は万全を期して、この舞台に来たつもりです。そして生でやはり、観客の皆さんがいる場で、選手の素晴らしいパフォーマンス、そして選手のやり取りを見て本当にいいなと改めて思いました。これからストリートファイター6になってもこういったイベントが続いていくと思うんですが、その時も、実況者としてこういった場に参加できたらいいなと思い精進してまいります。ありがとうございました。最後にはめこさんからも一言お願いします。
はいですね、ストリートファイターリーグ、ストリートファイター5になってから、かなり長くやってるんですけど、こう最初から関わってきて、でおそらく今回最後ということで、なんでしょうね、終わっちまうのかっていう、そういう気持ちが今すごい強くてですね。ただですね、やっぱり昨年のこのグランドファイナルから物語がつながって、今回プゲラ選手がそれを打ち破るみたいな、そういう歴史が紡がれてきたことは間違いないので、これからストリートファイター6になっても、その歴史をしっかり語っていけるように、自分としてももっと精進したいなっていうような気持ちをすごく感じた一日でした。今日は本当にですね、選手の皆さん、いい試合たくさんありがとうございました。そしてご観覧いただいた皆さん、盛り上げていただいて本当にありがとうございました。引き続き、ストリートファイターシリーズよろしくお願いします。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。それでは最後にストリートファイターリーグプロ JP2022 優勝グッド8スクワットを代表してリーダーのガチ君に後ろにあるリーグトロフィーを掲げていただきたいと思います。掲げましたか？いけます？ガチ君いけそう？じゃあコールしますよ。それでは参ります。ストリートファイターリーグプロ JP2022 優勝はグッド8スクワット、おめでとうございました。次回はストリートファイターリーグワールドチャンピオンシップ2022でお会いしましょう。ありがとうございました。ただアドリが発動、ガードを間に合っている。ヒットが飛んでいっている。うわー、この入れ替えも相打ち時間がない。そこから飛ばして止めている。ロック、これは当たっている。押し返したからの、うわー、刻んでいる。上にいる。なんだこれ、降りてこない。うわー、松が命を分ける。スパイク、うわー、飛んだ。これは大きなガード、ここから一旦バッチリ、そしてダブルアップ成功。いやー、速い展開を作っている。さあ、めちゃくちゃ減っている。いやー、抜けるのか。これはマリンが当たる。トリガーも溜まっている。ゲージはマックス。なんでもありの状況発動。抜けている。いやー、やばい、ここは固まってる間にバックで2回からどういうコンボだ。待てなんか高いぞ。まさか歩き越し、後ろだ。珍しい。なんということは大殺を。いやー、突然おロックレー後ろでギリ圏内ではない。さらに時のままゲージが1本溜まったら相当だな。溜まったうわー、スピードしないですよ。演出がある。うわー、っている。歩いてガッツする。いや、これ避けている。ゲージがない。ゲージがいく。ゲージはたまらない。上から行くが、うおー、マジか。うまっ。そういうのあるんだ。そこもヒットしている。これはしっかりレベルを上げて CA もある。きたー。やはり同キャラ最強。そして相殺してきたー。残り時間20秒。やったい。どうなの。中道グラビオー高まってきている。これ以上野放しにはしたいいけない。上お見事。そこにアキラが攻め取ってくる。息をつかせる暇はない。生発動から EX トリック。さあ、樋口どうする。どっからトリガーが上か。おー、来た。ここで手前落ちの形。気になった。おー、強し。うわー、ここで差し込んだー。いい状況で口が避けないといけない。前に来る。うわー、カウンターリバーしていく。トリガーもまだ使えない状況をしっかり丁寧にめくりって引っかかってしまった。
チもかさんできた。あえてスターさせずに投げて押し込んでいく梅原とマナダイ、こちらも落としてくる。どうだろう、マナダ相打ちかな、グリーンバッチリこれはいやー見事完璧な対策。焦げだけだいかけるぞ。何が来るさく投げてる。ちょっとこの取り組みどうだ、抜けるのかな。よくうわー、誰よりも責任感が強いというか、リーダーもついにまもなく試合開始です。大きいですね。ただしとくそして逆画面端投げているのはブゲラ。スタンチも保っているが抜ける、抜ける、抜けてくる。白投げて時間はありますので、次の読み合い匂いでうわー危ないぞ。打ち直し分バッカーまでも落としてまた上画面端乗っかってる。スタンが近い投げてさあ、ただ画面端危険な状況。バックアップ読んでいる。これたまるのか、ギリギリたまらない。どうするシュート、投げ誘って苦しい。さてボタン押さない。いくぜ手前でペパン黄色でうわー